You damn right. Hope everybody's having a good Monday, trying to get back to regular schedules, trying to get back to regular food schedules. Hope you had good leftovers. Hope you had good Thanksgiving meals. And if you're a Longhorn and Cowboys fan, I am happy to report that I was wrong. I thought one of them was going to slip. Neither of them did. They both got wins, and we'll be talking about those a lot today, including what Coach Sark had to say in his last his last in-season press conference today. It's Chad and Zay here on this Monday. I'm Chad Hastings, joined as always by Isaiah Collier. Happy post-Thanksgiving, Zay. What's up?
What up, Chad? Happy post-Thanksgiving to you. Yeah, the only call that I got right this weekend was the actual game score call, Texas versus Baylor.
You did nail that
Called that one, 38-27.
Right on the button.
Other than that, I was terrible at everything else. I literally lost to the worst team in my league.
Ooh.
Guy that's 2-9, I'm 8-2, lose to him, and now I'm on the bridge of not getting my bye week in the playoffs. So
what?
We're starting to look a lot like Brett Favre. Maybe I should change my name.
The Brett Favre crew's getting a little shaky?
It's not good.
Okay.
This is the time of the year where everything should be clicking. Yeah, we're literally doing the opposite.
You're saying you've almost got the volleyball facility built, but now they're starting to ask questions about where the money came from?
Yeah.
That's where you are?
Yeah, starting to knock on doors, paparazzi, the whole nine. It's not looking good.
Starting to ask for text messages and emails and stuff.
When you lose to the worst team in the league, a guy that's only had 2 wins this season,
that's rough.
And you're going into the playoffs, not much confidence got there.
That is rough.
Then you and I go 2-3, so that crap I was talking in the beginning of the year started to catch up with us there.
Yeah, it really is. The only good news I can report is that somehow, even going 2-3, we are still in the lead in terms of individual teams. Of everybody that's involved in this thing, us, Coke, the Chris Waters Realty team, the John McClellan Supreme Lending team, individually we're still sitting on top with 39 wins.
So when is this officially over?
I think they go all the way through. I'm not sure if it goes to championship weekend or not, or if they just go, I want to say maybe we get a little bit into the playoffs.
We should.
I think we go a little bit into the playoffs, maybe not all. I'm not sure if it goes all the way to the Super Bowl.
Because we have to have 5 games to call. So I guess when you stop, when you're not able to have 5 games anymore.
I think that's probably right. Now, there are bowl games that may be involved. I can't remember how they do it. You know, that normally Aaron's the one picking games every week, and I can't remember when
he's shady on them.
I know. I can't remember when it stops, and I can't remember, how that works with Aaron. I still can't believe Aaron slipped that Oklahoma-Texas Tech game in there. And, of course, we got it wrong.
Of course we got it wrong.
Yeah. So we went 2-3. As a team, the Horn Crew has 140 wins. Yeah, that's tied for last. With guess who? Our brothers and sisters down the hall from Coke FM. That's right.
They're all picking together, so come on.
Yeah. You want to know why John McClellan Supreme Lending and Chris Waters Realty love doing this every year? 2 reasons. 1, because they get to give some money to great causes. And 2, because they get to make fun of us every year because we always start well and then fall apart. So we got to pick it up. We got to get it going. Later in the week, we'll get our Supreme picks. We picked the USC game right. We picked the Cowboys right. And we missed everything else. We thought Tennessee would win. We thought the Sooners would win. And we thought Ohio State would win. I was actually kind of glad to miss both of those because I'm not a big fan of either Ohio State or Oklahoma. It was kind of cool to watch those 2 lose.
Yeah, I should have known with Tennessee losing their quarterback to a torn ACL, that would probably take them a step back. And plus, Spencer Rattler, he's still pretty decent.
Yeah, that's true. But we didn't pick that game. We picked Tennessee in the pros.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I'm about to say.
Yeah, well.
Maybe I'm thinking about my betting streak that I also lost on. I'm definitely thinking about that.
I was thinking of other losses, Chad, not that loss. So we will try to move on from all of that. We did have a 2-3 week. Shout out to, which one was it? I think it was Snoop and Jeff on Light the Tower that went 4-1, trying to pick us up as a Horn Crew.
So I'm a hater, so I'm gonna find a reason to hate on everybody. What they do that I don't like.
Oh, here we go.
Snoop picks the pro games. Jeff picks the college games. Like, come on. I'm going to need some static between them. They need to pick all 5 together as a team.
Yeah, it's like they enjoy blaming each other if they get it wrong. Oh, no, that was Snoop. Snoop picked those games. No, that was Jeff. Jeff picked those. We hope you were able to pick games correctly. Give us your thoughts coming out of the weekend. Specs text line 337-3776. Somebody texted in. I promise this wasn't anybody in my family. A&M looked killer. We'll get to that at 12:45 in the crap bag. I headed over to College Station to be near that and got a couple surprises. So we'll talk about that at 12:45. But let's go ahead and hit the Specs set piece, and we will talk about the Longhorns and the Cowboys getting those big Thanksgiving wins. And Zay, I would also argue that for maybe the third straight week in a row, we have had big similarities between these two teams. We went from full-on Monday therapy when they both blew leads and lost games. Then we had full-on, oh my God, what do you compute from a blowout win? Because they both just trashed their opponents. And then this week, I would argue, both teams found a way to win a game that they used to lose. Is that fair?
Yeah, for sure.
Because I thought neither were perfect. Both had sloppiness, and there's things you could look at in the stat sheet where you'd go, oh my God, well, that's trouble. But they ended up figuring it out. As a Cowboys fan, I was proud of my group. Give me a feeling as a Longhorn fan. By the end of that game, were you proud of them? Was it just kind of a, whew, they got away with it? I mean, what were your feelings after Baylor?
Well, you know it was going to be a dogfight. It's a Dave Aranda team, and we know what Baylor, how they look at this game. It's a big-time rival game for them. It's the last game of the season, so a lot of those guys, it's the last game of their careers. But it started off very much like a Baylor game would in Dave Aranda's favor. I mean, that first half couldn't have gone worse. And, yeah, I kind of have that wipe the sweat off mentality. You know, the Horns got out of one, but also it was a game where, you know, you look at the whole season and kind of like what Steve Sarkisian said in this presser that we just had on during Light the Tower, you know, could have, would have, should have type season. Like all the games that you lost this year, the 4 games, and they were all very close. All of them. I don't think one was over 7 points.
I believe you're right.
That's absolutely, that's brutal. And yes, I gave this team on Saturday after the game on the post game show, Ty Henderson, I gave this team a B- total for the whole season. B-, everybody. Now we can break that down on, you know, positions, which we will, I'm sure, as these shows go on. But yeah, a B-, and a lot of people, you know, call on the Vaqueros Cafe Cantina hotline. Somebody straight up said F. Most of everybody was like, yeah, B- is cool. Yeah, the F
8 and 4 was an F
again. But I kind of feel that to a certain extent because the expectations here shouldn't be 8 and 4. And if you're not going to a Big 12 championship, and if you're not playing for a college football playoff game, then at the University of Texas, that's a failing season. So I get that, but we got to understand and be objective here of what we saw last year on 5 and 7, and now this team's 8 and 4. It's just the talent that you had on this year's team. I don't think you're going to get that back. This team next year might be better because they're more experienced, offensive line coming back, certain defensive players coming back, Quinn Ewers in his second year, but those two guys that dominated the game on Saturday, Roschon Johnson, the 77 yards, 2 touchdowns he had, and just the hurdle that he had, that's going to be on highlight tapes for NFL scouts everywhere. That's absolutely ridiculous for that last score to put 37 on the board. And then Bijan Robinson, what he's given Longhorn fans these last 3 years. And I could say that he wasn't even utilized like he should have been this year, hence the B- that I just gave out. So, you know, Dave Aranda, they controlled that game in the first half, controlled the possession. Now you're going to talk about that 21-8. And then the second half was a complete flip. You know, the Horns, they controlled the time of possession and they won the second half 21-8. So that's how you have to come with it. And hopefully they can bring that momentum into this bowl game and into next season.
Yeah, there were a lot of things about that game by the end of it where you're really impressed with what Texas could do. I can't believe Baylor didn't get to 34 minutes of time of possession. That was amazing to watch. Like, I don't think I've ever seen one turn that hard the other way. And it was just Texas doing what they needed to do. If I'm a Texas fan listening to Coach Sarkisian today, he was asked about the losses. Do any of them haunt him? Do any of them keep him up at night? Now, he wasn't specifically asked about Bama. He was asked about the other three. And he talked about the prep in the TCU game and said they just played bad football. He wishes they could have played better football. He feels bad that he didn't get them prepped the way he wanted to. But the other two, Zay, he knows what it was. Tech and Oklahoma State, it was he wishes he could have run the ball in the second half better. He wishes he had, not could have. He wishes he had run the ball better in the second half. Now what we need to watch, though, is will he learn that lesson with his run game moving forward when he doesn't have Bijan Robinson and he doesn't have Roschon Johnson? So, and again, to compare it to the Cowboys again, what I thought we saw with Kellen Moore against Green Bay was he trusted Ezekiel Elliott, but he didn't trust his run game. Or excuse me, yeah, it was him because Pollard played. He didn't trust Malik Davis to be part of his run game. He just trusted the guy. If Sark's just going to trust 5 and 2, well, then he's got things to figure out. But if he trusts his run game moving forward, hopefully that is a lesson that he can learn. I thought that was an interesting answer because I know Longhorn fans are having a little bit of these ones that got away. Because like you said, Zay, it's close. You didn't get beat by 28. You didn't get beat by 40. You got beat by 1 Bama, and then it was 3 sevens, right? 17-10 TCU. 34-27, is that what it was for Oklahoma State? I think they were all 7s, weren't they? I think that's right. And that's the kind of thing that is what eats you up. It's those things. It's because in a way you could, not that you want to get blown out, but in a blowout there's a whole lot of reasons why you got blown out. And it's like, oh, no, you had to change 10 or 12 things. When you lose those close ones, it was 41-34 with Oklahoma State, and okay, I was mixed up because no, that's my bad. My bad. Tech was the overtime because they just kicked the field goal. So it was 1-3, 7-7. Those were the margins. Oh my gosh. I mean, it's that close. That's what will get you. That's what will haunt you. So I get it. I wouldn't go as far as say it was an F.
No, that's ridiculous.
But it is as simple as this: if Texas handles their business in either Lubbock or Stillwater, they're about to go play TCU for the conference title.
Yeah, and
that's all they had to do.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's what scares you about next year, because if you ain't trusting your run game with 5 and 2 in your running back room, then that doesn't make much sense to me. That sounds a little bit insane. And there were plenty of times, all those losses, majority of those losses, he wasn't trusting the run game. And I get it. This offensive line was very young this year, but they played way over expectations, way better than I thought they were going to play. I didn't think Kelvin Banks, I didn't think he would be like this. I knew he would pick it up and be that true 5-star big-time player that he wants is supposed to be, but I didn't think it would come this quick. Plus Cole Hudson, Hayden Connor, all those guys. And they did have their lapses this year. Plus, I thought Big 12 refs were a little sketchy. Let's just, now that the season's over, let's keep it real.
By the way,
Big 12 refs were a little sketchy this year with the Horns.
Did I see it correctly that they snuck a penalty in at the very end against Baylor? I didn't even see it get called, but I think it's on the stat sheet. I think on the stat sheet they actually called a penalty against Baylor. That was Kurt Bowles asked a brilliant question today about the penalties and are you going to research how? Yeah, there's one penalty for 2 yards listed for Baylor. I don't know where it came from, but combined, Oklahoma State and Baylor had 1 penalty against Texas in 8 quarters of football.
Yeah, and I've been on here talking about how frustrating it's been for this really good pass rush and this really good defensive line to get all the pressures that they get, but they don't finish the job. And they did this last month, but early on they weren't finishing the job. But a lot of that could have been they probably were getting held. And it probably wasn't getting called. Because if you're getting that many pressure, you're getting that close to the quarterback, somebody hold them.
Somebody's grabbing.
Somebody's grabbing. And that Oklahoma State game, man, look, I'm not one to say it. I used to be a ref, and I would hate for people to say, hey, the game was your fault. which I never had those situations. I'm one of the greatest refs in Central Texas history. That's
obviously.
But
and you won a lot of humility awards from what I remember.
Hey, what can I say? I'm a humble guy. But at the end of the day, I don't want to say the refs lost games. There were definitely questionable coaching decisions, i.e. Quinn Ewers, 30 incompletions / keeping them in the ball game, TCU or Oklahoma State, and then not utilizing Bijan Robinson the way you should have and believing in that run game. But the penalties, come on. Yeah. That's ridiculous.
It's rough, but here's the other part of it. I don't want to say this is a truth moving forward. I do think it's something Longhorn fans need to prepare for. You have 2 more full seasons before you go to the SEC. And somebody needs to tell Oklahoma that too. Tell Venables or whoever's going to coach them. Tell Sark, you got 2 full seasons coming where you're just going to have to come up with an answer for, games are what they are. We just try to control what we can control. Come up with an answer that doesn't get you fined because you got 2 more seasons of this.
Yeah.
And hopefully we will not continue to see that where it's like, hey, look, the latest team that didn't have a penalty at all against Texas. But there were, just like other games where the other team had very little, I would still say Texas had their moments of sloppiness, but we can all look at that game and realize, come on, it's not realistic to go through an entire football game. Especially when we're talking about, I guess it was at home for Oklahoma State. It was on the road for Baylor. It's just not realistic. You're not going through 4 full quarters and getting none or 1 penalty. It just doesn't happen.
Yeah, look how bad they are. It's not like you could say they're disciplined. Like, that's clearly they're not. Because when their quarterback goes out the game for the season, their season is done.
Right.
So discipline will win you a couple of those games. They did it. So I'm not trying to go Oklahoma State. They were just disciplined that day. BS. That was a bogus day. And yeah, you're right, Chad. The Horns, you got to prepare for those types of things. But yeah, I love Sark's answer to Kurt. Hey, you're not getting me here.
Yeah, no,
that says,
you won't get me.
You won't get me, which that says everything to me. Because he could have easily said, no, the refs weren't a factor. All the games that we lost were strictly on us. And he went on to say something, just kind of like that. But when you say you're not about to get me, no. That's kind of when you're like, yeah, I hear you. It's a little sketchy too, but I'm not in a position where I should be saying those things because it could cost me.
No, he doesn't need to be talking about, digging into that. I get why they might have asked and tried to have fun with it, but he needed to answer it that way. Now, this is a crazy text. I have not double-checked this. Somebody says the unbelievable stat is that only 2 holding penalties were called against Texas Big 12 opponents this season. That's criminal, literally. Is that real? Did someone actually look that up? All season through 9 conference games, there were only 2 holding penalties called against Texas opponents? Wow.
Yet they're always in the backfield.
I will reiterate again, Texas fans. You have 2 more seasons before you go to the SEC. 2 more seasons, because you guys know I'm as real as I can be, and I'll go back to that one we had at DKR with Oklahoma State. Something was going on that day. And again, you just can't get through a whole game in Stillwater and tell me a Mike Gundy team did not commit 1 penalty. That's crazy. And what we saw on Friday morning, it was crazy. The fact that you get to the end and somewhere they found a 2-yard penalty. That's it. But it was so bad, Zay. People were putting up screenshots of that referee calling penalties, and the one that I think he had to call on, that they felt like they needed to call on Baylor, they were even making fun of him because it looked like he was upset at what he was calling. Jeez. Like when he would call something that went Texas's way, it was like, look how this one gets stuck in his throat as he's saying it. I mean, they're like making fun of the guy. It's crazy.
Yo, and I saw some bogus stuff this week, too. Like in the NFL, in that Jaguars-Ravens game, there was a play where Lamar Jackson, they go for a first down. They're on the 3rd. Get it. The refs, without any challenge whatsoever, change it. It wasn't under 2 minutes or nothing.
Just back the ball up?
Back the ball up.
Wow.
After they said first down. Hardball's over there like, what the hell's going on?
Yeah.
It's 4th and 1 now. They try to go for it. Don't get it.
Oh, geez.
Don't get it. So it's like these refs, are they making up stuff on the fly? Like, what are their motives? I know people have seen that NBA documentary on Netflix with, what's his name, Donahue? that was, rigging games and
Yeah,
stuff.
Tim Donaghy.
Tim Donaghy.
Yeah.
So I don't trust nobody right now.
Yeah, I can understand that. If you're a Texas fan right now, yeah, you're a little antsy when it comes to officials. But despite the fact that you're looking at a stat sheet that you wouldn't think you needed against Baylor, you still won that ball game. Texas was -3 in the turnover margin, and they still won that game by 11 points. Bijan Robinson and the run game were there when they needed them to be in the second half. We'll keep talking about that. Also up next, Cowboys fans, your team got a win in a game where they played a little bit ugly, used to lose that kind of game, found a way to win it. We'll talk about that. Longhorn basketball got a win, and they've got a nice top 10 matchup coming at Moody Center this week. Also, we've got a World Cup report for you with our guy Glenn Davis, the U.S. team. It's pretty simple, I think. I think the math is there. They got to figure out a way to beat Iran. Otherwise, they're not going to get into that knockout round. They play tomorrow, but Glenn's got more for you on the World Cup coming right up. So stay with us. Joe Cook of Inside Texas with more on the Longhorns at 1. And yes, in the crab bag at 12:45, I'll try to figure out what the heck happened with A&M and LSU. And multiple people have already asked me, did I rush the field on Saturday night? I'll answer that coming up too on the Horn. All right, this is Chad. Let's talk a little Apple leasing. I love my car from Apple Leasing. Got to take the trip over to College Station, over and back. Man, the weather was so great. Friday, we avoided the rain with the Longhorn pregame down there at Bevo Boulevard. It was cool and crisp, but didn't have to worry about that rain. And then Saturday's weather was just unbelievable. So it was cool to get on over to College Station, go tailgating, and have a good time. Got to hang out with my niece who just graduated. So that was a lot of fun. And the drive over was great. The drive back was awesome. That's what Apple Leasing is all about. If you have a need, if you need a new car, a new truck, a new SUV, whatever it is, any car, any truck, any make, any model, they can get you in that car that you're looking for, and they'll do it in the easiest way possible. Their easy lease system, it's so incredible. You call them up, you have a couple conversations, they go out, they do the searching for you, they'll bring back options for you. You do all the signing of documents. It's all done electronically, so you're not having to go into a dealership and waste all that time there. They take away the dealer hassles, and they get you the dealer discounts. Remember, Apple gets all the same discounts and incentives that the dealers do. Pass those savings on to you, and like I said, they'll keep the dealer hassles for themselves. Apple Leasing wants to get you in the car that you want. So call 346-9977. That's 346-9977, or click appleleasing.com.
Cup updates brought to you by Daspit Law Austin. DaspitLawAustin.com. 512-865-6710.
The World Cup rolled on this past weekend as we saw both Argentina and Germany regain their footing in group play. Both had lost their openers in shock fashion, but both responded. Argentina finally got on track, the most defensive Mexico World Cup version I have ever seen. Lionel Messi at the end of the match shook his jersey in front of the rabid Argentine fans after scoring one of the most important goals of his career in the 2-0 win. The storyline of Messi winning the World Cup with Argentina is reignited. Meanwhile, Germany, one of the most exciting World Cup matches, drew 1-1 with Spain to set up possible advancement. All U.S. eyes now go to the 1 o'clock central kick against Iran. It is a must-win for the U.S. Could we see a more attack-oriented lineup from the start against a counterattack-based Iran? Does a Brendan Aronson or Gio Reyna get a start? 8 long years to get back to the World Cup for the U.S., and it is a must-win against Iran to advance. I'm Glenn Davis.
This update brought to you by Daspit Law Austin and Soccer Matters. Monday nights at 7 on the Horn.
This special World Cup 2022 coverage on the Horn is presented by Daspit Law Firm, DaspitLawAustin.com. John Daspit and his firm are personal injury attorneys. They are committed to working for you 24/7. If you get in a car, boat, motorcycle accident, your first call should be to the Daspit Law Firm. 512-CALL-NOW. 512-CALL-NOW. They are bilingual. They'll fight for your right for compensation. That's DaspitLawAustin.com. 512-CALL-NOW.
Oh, man. Hang on, let's see if we can get up on top of this next one. Come on, we can do it. Things can only get better.
What does he say?
Whoa, whoa. Things can only get better. Things can only get better. All right, so... God, who is this? This is one I always miss. This isn't Tears for Fears, is it?
No.
No. All right, who is it?
Wait, who was in that group, though? Is that a group?
Yeah, that's a group.
Who was in the group?
I don't know their names.
Oh, come on.
No,
Howard Jones.
Hojo, that's who
I don't know
it
if he
is.
was in the group, but this is who that is.
Yep, I was not coming up with Howard Jones, but I can see him now. Bright-ass blonde hair, Howard Jones with Things Can Only Get Better. Things definitely got better for Texas and for the Cowboys on Thanksgiving week. Longhorns got it done Friday morning. Before that, the Cowboys got a big Thanksgiving win. It is Chad and Zay on this Monday, and we talked about it last week. Were these teams going to get the big 8th win? I said I thought one of them was going to slip. I said I thought it was going to get by one of them, and neither of them played perfect. Both of them did things that used to cost them games, but they both fought out of it. If you're a fan of both of our circus teams, I think you got to be proud of them. I understand there's things that got away from you if you're a Texas fan, and we already discussed some of that. But overall, on these last games, I'd be proud of them. I know I'm proud as a Cowboys fan that they figured out a way to get out of that game. 2 picks for Dak. He threw a couple of those kind of passes, Zay. Those really troubling balls where you go, wait a minute, what are you doing? But they worked out of it. They got 34 carries for Elliott and Pollard combined, and they found a way. For those of you that bet the Cowboys to cover, I'm sorry that didn't happen for you. But, man, I was happy with 28-20 when it was over.
Yeah. I mean, it gets a division game, a team that you already beat that's trying to stay in the playoff race and definitely wants revenge on that loss that they had early in the season. And I think just with all the injuries that the Giants had, the Cowboys would wear them down in the long run. And yeah, those Dak picks were very head scratching. It was one of those moments where like, okay, Dak, let's get out of it. Let's not give these Giants a chance, because if you give them a chance, we saw on that deep pass to gosh, that was a nasty Moss action. Who was that? Is that Darius Slayton on that deep pass where he mossed two guys before the Saquon score? Yeah, it was Darius
Yes,
Slayton.
it was. Yeah.
Yeah, so just plays like that, they got a little lead early in the game. But yeah, if you stick with the formula, Kellen Moore, and that's give it to Tony Pollard and Ezekiel Elliott, then mix it a little bit of Dak in there also. Plus, I don't think we talk about this enough, Chad. Cowboys, I think they have the best tight end room in the league.
It's definitely grown into a pretty darn good room.
Hendershot, we saw that little trick play run they had on the goal line. For him, is solid. We saw the 2 touchdowns Dalton Schultz had, and then Jake Ferguson. I think he's plugged in there nicely. If you find those guys, they could be good security blankets, and they do a great job in this Kellen Moore, Big Mike offense. So if they stick with that, and CeeDee Lamb, he's been doing well, hasn't had those as many drops as of late, then the Cowboys, they still look tough. But this is a 3-game stretch they got coming up, which should be fairly easy, but it's a National Football League. Ain't nothing easy.
No, there's nothing easy, but they have the 3 worst teams in the AFC South coming up. They've got the 3 they've got everybody but Tennessee coming up. They've got Colts, followed by Texans, both at home, and then they go to Jacksonville. Now, we all saw what Jacksonville pulled off yesterday in a crazy game, but still 3 that feel winnable. Can you get, let's be realistic in the NFL. If you got 2 out of 3, you got 10 wins going to that Philly game. If you got all of them, you're 11-3 going into that one. So Cowboys at 8-3 coming out. That is a huge win. Some of the big numbers for me, 7 of 11 on third down, I thought was massive. And then I'm going to go to the time of possession with this team that should run the ball. 34 minutes. Yes, Kellen Moore. That's exactly what you got to do when you're sloppy, too. That's the thing. It felt like, just like Sark did, the thing I'll give Kellen Moore and Sark credit for is they realized before the game got too far that they needed to head down a different path. They realized it. Sark got to halftime, and either someone told him that Bijan only had 7 carries, or he felt it, and he realized, oh my God, this is not at all what we need to be doing. And he turned it around the other way. With Kellen Moore, it was, okay, Dak's made a couple of those throws that we can't have, but what we can do is we can run this ball. And I also agree with you on the tight end room. I'm not sure if it's the best in the league. I just like but I like that it's a weapon now.
Who would you say is better? I know you have to go down the list. It's not a list that's crazy or anything, but
I mean, the ones that are headed up by Kelsey and Kittles, I would take a look at what that full room looks like, and maybe. But when the way Schultz is playing and the way they've now started to use those other 2 guys, they are one of the better tight end rooms in the league. There's no doubt about it.
They out here hurdling people.
Yeah.
They could block. Like, it's not just about catching passes.
You're right.
When it comes to being the tight end, can you block? And that's a big part of their run game. That's why Tony Pollard and Ezekiel Elliott are having the years that they are. And yeah, if Kellen Moore continues to let those guys eat and then mixed a little bit of Dak with that, a little bit of play action, then, hey, that's the secret to success. But what you just said is what's the most frustrating thing about this Longhorn crew. It shouldn't have taken Steve Sarkisian this long to figure out that Bijan Robinson, the best running back in the nation, should be the vocal point of your offense.
Right, to go through quarters 3 and 4 in Stillwater and not learn the lesson, and then go quarters 3 and 4 in Lubbock first, then in Stillwater, same lesson, you didn't learn it. And then you got to 7 carries at halftime on Black Friday and almost didn't learn it. You got yourself out of it, and then he stood at the press conference today and said, yeah, I wish we'd run the ball better in the second halves of those 2 games. Thank God, if you're a Longhorn fan, he didn't say 3 games. Because if he had done that again, that's when, if you're a fan, you just throw your hands up and think, okay, he's not learning this lesson. So that might be my question to Longhorn fans today, and I'll start with you, Zay. Do you feel like he has learned that lesson with the run game, and you would trust him moving forward?
No.
Okay. You need to see it from the beginning of the game.
Yeah, absolutely. Because if you don't realize that with Bijan Robinson and Roschon Johnson in the room, I mean, yes, I love Blue, and I love Jonathan Brooks and Keelan Robinson and Cedric Baxter's coming in. Who knows? We still gotta get here. How guys flip nowadays.
Got to finish it.
You still gotta finish
right.
it. But
not signing day yet.
it's still gonna be a really good room, but it ain't gonna be what you just had in 2022.
Right.
And who knows how good in his eyes, I say it in quotes, Quinn is gonna get. Because, he put a lot of confidence and faith in Quinn Ewers this year, and it backfired. It backfired on everybody.
It did.
So hopefully we can't go in with that mindset. Now, Quinn has to get better, and it's not all his fault. Sark could have made the game easier for him. I think the deep shots this year, it couldn't have been more, it couldn't be in the teens on deep shot completion rates, over 30 yards. In the air, not yards after catch. I'm talking about passes over 30 yards. The ones that go deep,
yeah.
The ones that go, it can't be in the team.
No.
It just can't. Which you got Xavier Worthy, he's on the trading block, chopping block, whatever you want to call it. I don't care what you say. That's scary as hell. Him wiping his Instagram and all the rumors and stuff. I hate that because he's going to test this option. He's going to be listening to what other schools have to offer him.
Mm-hmm.
I don't care if he's Quinn Ewers' roommate or not. That's just the name of the game right now. That's what NIL has provided us. So you got to take it. And we're going to pull some guys that other big schools thought they wouldn't leave. That's just the name of the game. But it does scare the hell out of me. And Xavier Worthy, even though it wasn't last year, he still had a pretty solid year.
He did.
Just, I don't, to the same point as Quinn Ewers, was he put in the situations that benefited him more with Quinn Ewers playing quarterback?
Dude, it's such a wild modern college football world we're living in. A media member asked Sark today, basically, is Xavier Worthy happy?
See,
You're asking the head coach about the happiness level of his best receiver. And by the way, I know why you asked the question, but it's a weird think about that for a second. You're asking him to speculate on the happiness? That's a question that in a courtroom, a lawyer is going to immediately object to that. Whoa, objection, Your Honor. Are we asking them to talk about the happiness of this guy? Really? But I get it. I get that question and the fact that you're discussing the stuff of, wiping in Instagram accounts, wiping out your social media. That's stuff that we've talked about. That's why people thought Kyler Murray was done in Arizona. They figured it out eventually, and then I guess all the logos came back, but that's something to watch for. We're 1 week away. Next Monday is the official opening of the transfer portal. So for Texas fans, for whoever you're a fan of, you kind of brace yourself to see how many guys are going to be in the portal.
Yeah.
And it doesn't have to be just on that day. That's just the beginning of it. It starts that day, and I guess it rolls through signing day or past signing day?
Hey, it's like being recruited all over again. And some of these guys, they want to be wine and dine. They want to know, hey, what can you do for me? What do y'all got going on over there? Who can I play with? Who's going to give me a better opportunity to have a pro career? You got to think about all those things. And it's a big reason why guys aren't playing in bowl games too, because of their NFL future and whatnot. So it's tough. And 8-4, it's progress, but can't be satisfied with it.
Longhorns 8-4, and if you're a fan, you will not have to hear about a 500 overall record. Sark's overall record goes to 13-11. It is 500 in conference, 9-9, and you would hope is moving towards, into a winning record, and you're never having to worry about those kind of things again. But overall, the 8-4 season is being discussed right now among Texas fans. Cowboy fans, you're at 8-3 after the big win over the Giants, getting ready for the Colts this Sunday night. Cowboys and Colts, and we'll have it for you on the Horn. All right, coming up, Joe Cook Inside Texas at 1:05. Up next in the Crap Bag, I got a big thanks from the Crap Bag, and we'll talk about A&M and LSU as well. Did I rush the field? I will tell you next on the Horn. All right, this is Chad talking sinus and snoring specialists. When we left last Wednesday, I told you about that night of sleep I had coming up. One of my favorites of the year, that sleep going into Thanksgiving morning. Just something about it. We're always in the same place, usually, hanging out with the in-laws. I'm sleeping in this certain bed, certain room, had a fan blowing on me. It was all perfect. And with sinus and snoring specialists, I was breathing well like I should, in and out through my nose. That is the key when you sleep. I wasn't able to do that 5-6 years ago because I was all blocked up, 85% blocked in my nasal passages. Dr. Slaughter showed me that the first time I went in there. He prides himself on meeting you in that first consultation and starting to show you exactly the things that they can do. Remember, he's got surgical and non-surgical options that others just don't have. Since he is double board certified in ear, nose, and throat, they can deal with your allergy stuff. They can get rid of your allergies for good. They can deal with your sleep apnea. I had moderate obstructed sleep apnea. They can do all of that. Sinus infections, all the things you may be dealing with. Don't let that continue to get worse. Get on in there, and they can take care of it at Sinus and Snoring Specialists. Call and set up the appointment today, 512-601-0303, or go to sinussnoringent.com. It's Sinus and Snoring Specialists. Feel clear, rested, and healthy. Is that like a flute? Did you hear that? The heck was that? All right, getting started on a Monday. I think Zay might be trying to hypnotize me. It's a weird keyboard or flute or something in there. I don't recognize it. Should I?
No, 70s.
Yeah, no.
Not the best with 70s.
No, we're out of my time frame. All right, who is it?
Electric Light Orchestra.
A little ELO. I know ELO. It's just not a song I'm familiar with. What's it called?
Standing in the Rain.
No. I know of ELO, Jeff Lynne and the crew, but I'm not familiar with this one. All right, so Howard Jones and ELO getting us started today on a Monday. We hope you're having a good one. We've hit the Longhorns and the Cowboys both get big 8th wins on the season. You had craziness around college football. Gotta think if you're a TCU fan, you're enjoying what happened this weekend. You absolutely cleaned Iowa State's clock because you had to, because it's the pageant stuff. And then everybody that was a danger to you, I think, got beat. Ohio State got beat in a way that I think kicks them out.
Yeah. Without a Heisman type player, and Blake Corum, hell yeah, you're out.
Yep. Any threat you had from LSU is done because of my Aggies. We'll get to that in a second in the crap bag.
Yeah.
So they kind of need just Georgia chalk at that point, because if Georgia, correct me if I'm wrong, Zay, if Georgia, USC, Michigan, and TCU win, that's it, right?
Should be
done.
That. Yeah.
Boy, TCU looked good against Iowa State. That's exactly what they had to do. Put up a big number, make it a game nobody ever even checked in on. Just that's what they needed. So
and that's what frustrates you so much as a Texas fan. That Sonny Dykes could come in year one and have an opportunity to play for a national championship.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Against a team that you could have beaten.
Yep. Frustrating as a Texas fan. Might also be some frustrated fans over at College Station today trying to figure some things out. Let's get into the crap bag, and I'll tell you if I was on that field or not. Here we go.
Chad's crap bag.
Crap bag. If you need an easy way to remember it, just think of a bag of crap.
Brought to you by AV Consultations, 255-8678, or go to avconsultations.com. I will end the suspense. No, I was not on the field. I was there the night that the 7 overtime game happened, and they rushed the field. I took a picture of it when they rushed the field. But I was not there on on Saturday night. My niece and I were across the street at the badass hotel they have. They have a nice bar in there. We just went to tailgate. My parents went to the game. We went over there to hang. But the great thing, Zay, was this shows you your real feelings on something. We're over there. We're having a good time. We might have had a beverage or two. And as soon as we saw people starting to climb over that wall, me, my niece, and total strangers in this bar, we all did the same thing. Oh, no. That's the very first reaction we had. That was not always my thing. I was not raised as a field rusher. That's not really what Aggies were for years and years and years and years. Late 90s, we beat Nebraska and didn't rush the field. But something about the SEC combined with the 7 overtime game just changed it. I don't know why. It just did. And then they beat Alabama last year, rushed the field. And so as I'm saying, no, they did put it on the screen. It was only the second time since the CFP started that A&M has beaten a top 5 team in the CFP. And I thought, okay, I guess. And let's face it.
Little brother mentality.
Well, maybe, but think about it. The season that A&M just had, when you're that far down, because A&M is not doing what Texas fans are doing right now. Oh, if it wasn't just for – no. It's more than that. Right? It's not just about a play or two against Alabama. A&M lost game after game after game. You realize they hadn't won a conference game since Arkansas?
Ooh.
Do you realize that?
Not good.
No, it was terrible. So when you're that bad and you beat the number 5 team, I think some of that's going to come out. Some of those feelings are going to happen. So I'm with all of you that say, why'd you rush the field? Why would you do that? Because that's just not the way I was raised with it. I think it's a little different now. So I'll tell Texas fans and Oklahoma fans, just get ready. Once you get in the SEC, weird things start to happen. Now, y'all are big brand names in a different way than A&M is, but just be careful because sometimes that conference will get you making T-shirts and rushing fields.
Yeah, hopefully that doesn't happen. And after the 5-7 season y'all had rushing the field, I'm sorry. It's just ridiculous. That's that. You can't be rushing the field. Great win. Yeah, solid, but take your ass home and have a nice whatever beverage that you're probably gonna have and get plastered and do all the weird little things that y'all like to do in College Station. But no, don't rush the field. I'm not surprised. Not surprised y'all did this.
It was weird. I guess I hadn't even thought about it. That discussion hadn't happened in the bar where we were, but as it played out, I guess I sort of understood how that mob might have ended up out there. That would not have been me. Would not have been me out on the field. And if you looked at the full group when they did the big wide shot, it wasn't quite like a full on. It was like a smaller group than I thought it would be too. I thought, well, if you're going to rush, well, then get out there. But then they kind of it was really strange.
So do you just find A&M half the money you're supposed to find them since y'all didn't even get a good rush the field?
I hope so. Yeah, let's get that. Can we do just a percentage
just
of that?
do petty. Just find y'all the whole thing.
Yeah, the one thing I want to do, though, is throw a big thanks to a guy that didn't even have to play. Devon Achane apparently busted his ass to play in that game. 38 carries, 215, 5.7 a carry. Without him, there's no way A&M wins that game. Wegman looked pretty good, too. 12 of 18 passing. I really wish they could have figured out that they had that guy earlier. That's the big what if for me as an A&M fan. Texas fans are going through their own what ifs. That's my what if, Zay. If you are indeed a quarterback whisperer, then how did you not figure that part out? How did you look directly at Haynes King, at Max Johnson, and at this kid? And it took you that long to start that kid. How did it take you all the way to the Ole Miss game, I think, is when he got his first start? How did that happen? I don't get it.
Yeah. And what, this is his 5th season there?
This is season 5. And that's the other thing. A fan was texting us earlier, hey, 5-7 in year 1 is one thing. 5-7 in year 5. It's terrible. It's awful. And now let's see what happens on Monday. There's been a lot of talk about A&M and Jimbo and culture and bad stories and arrests and weird stuff at the game and suspensions. But I would argue the team we saw on Saturday night looked like they cared. They seemed like they cared. It seems like they were engaged. So you got a lot of young talent. Muhammad's a sophomore. Evan Stewart's the one everybody wants to talk about, that he will definitely – a lot of people think he's gone, that he's going to transfer. Played in the game, played pretty well. Wegman's a freshman too. A lot of that defensive talent is young. Walter Nolan and McKinley Jackson and a lot of those guys. How many Aggies are in the portal on Monday? Could be a big, big question. For 2 reasons. One, for A&M, but 2, because I'm going to tell you what, Zay, if some of that young talent hits the portal, lots of big programs are going to pay attention.
Yeah, you had one of the best recruiting classes of all time. Hell yeah, everybody's going to be wanting to get those guys. And I feel like there's guys that have already declared they're out on the A&M side. I don't think it's taken until next Monday for them to say, hey, we gone. We're not going to a bowl game. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
But we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, I was impressed, man, because I would have totally understood if Achane had just said, that's it, I'm out, bye. For him to work that hard to play, I don't know. That told me something about that kid. I always say as a fan, I need you to care more about the team winning than I do. Just at least a little bit more. Achane cared a lot on Saturday. That was impressive.
Yeah, at this point in the season, to take that many carries and the rush, how many yards he did, 215, 2 TDs.
Wow.
That's solid.
Yeah, that was impressive stuff, man. And obviously on the rushing side for Texas, you got Bijan and Roschon doing everything that they did. Huge second half. 22 carries for Bijan in the second half. Is that right?
Yep, that's it.
Hey, you know what? At least he realized it before it was too late. And he turned that train around fast. And to turn the time of possession around like they did, to turn just the hold on that game around was great. Also, shout out to Jalen Ford and the Texas defense because they made big plays when they needed to as well. We've been talking about that game. Of course, the Cowboys getting the win. Up next, we'll go back towards the Longhorns. Joe Cook inside Texas. He was over at the Sark presser today. Anything to be learned from that? They kind of assessed some things, and Sark was answering some big picture questions. We'll see what stood out to Joe, get his thoughts on the team. Where does he think they'll end up in a bowl game? And maybe fit in a Texas basketball question because there's a big top 10 matchup coming up with Creighton this week. Stay with us. It's The Horn. All right, how about hour number 2 on a Monday? Hope you had a great Thanksgiving weekend. Maybe you still have leftovers going on. Longhorn fans, 8-4, no Big 12 title game because of what K-State did. You will get a bowl game. We'll find that out on Sunday. Cowboys fans, you got big win number 8 over the Giants. Unfortunately, Aaron Rodgers could not give you any help last night. I thought the Packers were going to put up a fight for a while, and they did put up a decent fight. But Rodgers also got banged up in the game. Eagles got their 10th win, so the Cowboys are still 2 games back of that division lead. But they do still have that other matchup coming up. We've hit those 2 hard today, as you can imagine. In the crab bag, I let you know I was not on the field at Kyle Field when the Aggies rushed against LSU. That's never really been my thing. I was across the street at a bar screaming, "Oh, no, 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 don't do that." That's what I was doing. That was my thing at the time. All right, let's get back into some Longhorn stuff on the Vaqueros Cafe and Cantina hotline. He is over there every time Steve Sarkisian has one of those pressers, and he had the last one for the regular season today. He is Joe Cook of Inside Texas and on3.com, at Joseph Cook 89 on Twitter as well. We do it every Monday about this time. What's up, Joe?
Not a whole lot, guys. Thanks for having me on. Hope y'all had a good holiday.
Yes, we
did, Joe. Thanks,
We
man.
definitely did. Hope you did as well. Did you get some good grub? Going on?
Absolutely. Thursday, ate pretty well with the family, and then all weekend watching just a lot of football at home. It was a lot of good times. So glad it went well. Glad it went well for all our teams too.
Yeah, and obviously the big dogs we deal with around here, Longhorns and Cowboys. I thought there was reason to be proud of both of those teams because, Joe, I thought both of them set themselves up for an eye roll from their fans. They set themselves up for one of these, "Oh, Lord, here we go again," but then both of them got out of it. Would you agree?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, just looking at the Cowboys real quick, Thanksgiving game's always big, division game's always big, took care of business there. But, yeah, with the Longhorns, it was for sure a big deal. You know, it may not seem like a big difference, but I do think there is a big difference between 7-5 and 8-4 and what you're able to tell recruits and tell the whole fan base based off that. So, especially to do it against a Baylor team that's just up the road from you and to avoid, importantly, getting swept by Big 12 teams in state. I think it's not like the biggest deal ever, not like, being a top 4 playoff team, unfortunately, but it's still a good thing to have in your second year. And then, the other football team that you pay attention to a little bit, the Texans, they lost. So perfect. Great weekend of football all around.
Yeah, Joe, it was, with this Texas football team sitting at 8-4 before the season, you would have told me 8-4. I would have said, yeah, that's, I'll take that. But after all the losses you saw this season, no loss above 7 points. They were right there at all the games, just a little tweaks, maybe some coaching decisions there. Are you happy with 8-4 right now at the end of the season?
I think you got to be. I looked at this for something I wrote on Inside Texas, and that Texas, I think, was 2-5 last year in one possession or maybe single-digit margin games. Well, they were 2-4 this year, so they played in one fewer, didn't have any more wins. But the other thing is they never got blown out, and that means if they're 2-4, then they went 6-0 in those other games that were pretty comfortable wins. So I don't know what exactly to make of that. I think it shows that they're playing good teams close, or even some average teams close, and beating up from a proper margin on the teams they should be beating up on. Yeah, you can look at individual events, and that's something Steve Sarkisian touched upon today. He was asked by Danny Davis, hey, is there parts of the Tech and the TCU and the Oklahoma State games that keep you up at night? And then with any loss, there's going to be aspects that keep you up at night, whether it be not being able to get off the field on 3rd and 4th down in Tech and against Oklahoma State, and not being able to move the football against TCU. Yeah, that's going to happen, but that's part of football games. So when you can back out and zoom out and look at the whole course of the season, I think everybody, unfortunately, even though it was a 1-point loss, kind of assumed that that's what the Bama game would be like. And then they went 6-3 in conference, and it was almost enough in this version of the Big 12 that really ate itself this year to make it to the Big 12 championship game. But they were one game out, but still showed a lot of progress in a lot of different important areas. on both sides of the ball throughout the course of the 12-game season.
Talking with Joe Cook, Inside Texas. Joe, one of the complicated parts of this, Sark said today, talking about those losses, that obviously wanted to run the ball, wishes he'd run the ball better in the second half against Tech and Oklahoma State. I'd feel that comment a little bit more if he hadn't given Bijan 7 carries to start the Baylor game. So if I'm a Texas fan and I say to you, Joe, okay, if he can't figure all of that run stuff out with Bijan and Roschon in the room, why should I believe that he'll figure it out with anybody else in the room?
I think you can look at the offensive line. Look who's coming back next year. You got Kelvin Banks, who quietly put together what could be an All-American year. You had Hayden Connor play well. Cole Hudson, who did very well in his first year as a college football player, got good injury updates from him today from Steve Sarkisian, saying that I think he might be back by the bowl game. And his understudy was DJ Campbell, who did well in the run game, had his freshman lumps, but still did fine. And then you saw the development from Christian Jones, who I don't know if y'all noticed on the hurdle play of Roschon's last touchdown, but Christian Jones pushed a guy basically all the way to where you're from, Chad, out of the picture. So you see a lot of offensive line development, and you hope that what that's able to do next year is continue to be able to lean on teams as games go on better than they did this year. In the same way, you still have a quality running back room. You've seen promise from Jonathan Brooks. Jaden Blue isn't going to be, just a player who had 0 carries. He's gotten some action. And the players that are coming between 5-star running back Cedric Baxter and Trey Wisner, those are some quality players. And you hope that, that pipeline is starting to become a thing now, thanks to the efforts of Bijan Robinson, Roschon Johnson, and then the offensive, brain trust of Steve Sarkisian and Kyle Flood and Tashard Choice.
Joe, big question this offseason will be on Quinn Ewers and his progression and going from year 1 to year 2. And the 30 incompletions and the Oklahoma State game, that clearly sticks out, and just all the overthrows. And, we heard the ESPN crew this week talking about his body language, which I thought his body language in this Baylor game was the best I've seen all year. Like, he got hype on this run score. He got in the O-line's butt when he got sacked a couple of times. I mean, Tom Brady and Peyton Manning, they were known for getting in their O-line's butt when things went wrong. So why can't Quinn Ewers do it? So I appreciated that from Quinn in this game. But going into the offseason, what are you looking forward to seeing in Quinn's progression from year 1 to year 2?
It's kind of the same thing that he's been doing, or the same thing I've been wanting to see from him throughout the course of the year, how he does the mundane, and that's not just post-snap. And I think there's a lot of focus on that post-snap. A lot of it is pre-snap. To the last 2 quarterbacks advantage or credit for Texas, whether it be Sam Ehlinger and even Casey Thompson had a good portion of last year. They knew how to put Texas into good situations. That's probably maybe what Sam Ehlinger was best at. And he's still a really good player in a lot of different areas. He's, starting in the NFL, at least up until just Saturday, got control. And Casey Thompson, is still a Power 5 football player. Those guys studied their stuff and did a lot to know what the right read and right check was, before the snap and even quickly after the snap. Whether they were able to execute it, a little bit different, but they knew where to go before. Quinn Ewers, obviously showed signs of being a freshman in that area of playing the game. You can see him make some of those throws, like ones to Jordan Whittington, like corner routes to Jatavian Sanders, and see the promise there. But there's got to be just the ability to do the regular run-of-the-mill stuff at a excellent clip. Of course, you want to see the better conversion on deep throws, and of course, that's a challenging aspect for any quarterback. But that was one of the main allures of him as a prospect, is he could make those throws. So you want to see him be able to do a lot of the pre-snap stuff a lot better over the course of this coming season. That's more, studying and getting familiar with the system than it is doing anything after the snap. And you also just want him to start connecting on those deep balls, no matter who the receiver is.
Talking with Joe Cook, Inside Texas, again on Twitter at JosephCook89. Joe, the question, a lot of interesting broad, questions today. One of them about Xavier Worthy and his happiness at Texas. I thought, what a modern college football question that is. The portal opens up next Monday. I'm assuming Worthy's going to be the first name on your mind to look for. What else do you think we need to be looking for next Monday in terms of maybe who could end up in the portal or how many guys might end up in the portal?
We really don't speculate big time on names at Inside Texas just because, some guys have their own reasons for their decisions and, it could be lack of fit, lack of playing time, a bunch of different things. But I think you kind of noted what it's all about. It's kind of modern college football. Every program's going to have guys who jump in. Now, some programs may have fewer players than others, and that's maybe a credit to culture, maybe a credit to a lot of different things. But one thing that I've said, and this was admittedly before the one-time transfer exception was put into play, was that players have been transferring all the time. Troy Aikman transferred from OU to UCLA. And the thing about the portal is that it kind of put it in front of everybody's face, and you could see that walk-on from some little town who was able to make it onto the team, now you can see, oh, he transferred too. Or now you can also see that the backup point guard for the women's basketball team transferred too. Oh, and you can just think, wow, this is a pandemic across the whole sport. The one-time transfer exception did change things up a lot in that area. NIL did too, because now you can just kind of essentially jump to the portal and have a bidding war for your services. But as far as how it'll affect Texas goes, yeah, they're going to lose some guys. It may be from the bottom of the roster, maybe from the middle of the roster. I don't know how many top of the roster guys it'll be. But, it's just, you can look at that as something that Texas is a college football team, and this is what happens to pretty much every single college football program. But the other part of that is they're going to benefit from it. I mean, it's a destination place to play college football. I don't know if y'all saw what the James Madison transfer Diamante Tucker Dorsey said. Like, he essentially said, this is, Texas is college football. That's the impression that he had, and that was just in 5 months of being a Longhorn, maybe even 6 months. So Texas is going to be affected by it. To what extent? We may not find out till Sunday at 11 p.m., Monday at midnight, but they're not going to be immune, but they're not going to be pilfered by it either.
Joe, this defense was a huge bright spot into the success of this season. And, you're going to miss certain guys like Keandre Coburn and, Deshaun Jamison. But with the guys coming back, hopefully next year, Jahdae Barron and hopefully Ryan Watts comes back and Jalen Ford, who most likely will be Defensive Player of the Year. How would you look at and grade this defense in PK's second season with the addition of Gary Patterson?
I think you got to give it let's see. I think I'd go with a B-. I think that it was obviously that's a significant step up from the D- or maybe even F that it got last year. But it was a significant step up to where over the course of the late part of the season, it almost became a strength. And think about this most recent Baylor game. That time of possession was just way, way in Baylor's favor, almost 2-1 after the first half, and still pretty strongly into the third quarter. I think Baylor had like 30 minutes time of possession of the first 45 minutes before Texas flipped that script with their own running game. And that's also credit to the Texas defense in that even though they gave up plays and, had a coverage bust, they're still really hard to get chunk yardage against. And that's, I think, why, Steve Sarkisian got Pete Kwiatkowski in the first place, because Steve Sarkisian, like any offensive coordinator, but with, his affinity for deep throws, he loves chunk yardage. And Pete Kwiatkowski's offense his defense is really good at limiting chunk yardage and also limiting the run game. So I think it was a tremendous improvement. You do lose some of your, impact guys. Keandre Coburn's out of eligibility. Moro Ojomo's out of eligibility. DeMarvion Overshown out of eligibility. Anthony Cook as well. Deshaun Jamison. So those are some key players right there. But you hope that what you saw from some of the maybe not underclassmen, but younger players you get from Ryan Watts. Obviously, you mentioned Ford. you still feel good about defensive tackle with guys like Byron Murphy there and available, and even some of the younger guys from the 2022 class. And then Terrence Brooks, Jahdae Barron. There's still a lot of key contributors from that defense that are going to be back next year. They're going to have another important year in the system, which we haven't been able to say a lot of over the past few years at Texas with all the coordinator churn and coaching churn. Having 3 years under the same voice, who obviously has showed a lot of progress in his first 2 years here, is going to be very, very important. So I think the future's still bright. There are going to be some needs to address. They should be able to, I think Malik Muhammad in the recruiting class could contend for early playing time. Maybe someone like Colton Vasek, if he, with the right fit, could contend for early playing time. And even some of the freshmen, Justice Finkley, I think will also see his role expand after a good amount of snaps this year. Same with Ethan Burke. And I think the future is pretty bright on defense. You do miss some of the guys that are going to be going either to professional or NFL waters, but you thank them because they help set up this defense for a good amount of success in the near future.
Talking with Joe Cook. Joe, before we let you go, give me a thought on this basketball game this week. We know the environment's there now after the Gonzaga game. What do you think about Texas and Creighton this week?
Yeah, that's a big one. It's going to be real interesting. That's one of the top teams in the Big East. And not only is it one of the top teams in the Big East, now you're the lead dog, essentially, if you're the Longhorns. You've been chasing for, past however many seasons, I guess 12 seasons for the most part. And, yeah, you've had some good times in between there and some high rankings in between there. But, you're looking for the ability to try and get guys. Or now teams are looking to take you down. And so they have to play with that mentality, being able to defend against that. I'm looking forward to it as far as the Moody Center goes, just because it'll be a top 10 matchup. And as we saw from Gonzaga, the crowd will get up. The one thing you want to see is that three-point shooting. So if that travels against good teams, you're going to be able to, continue to play really well against the top teams. They've done well inside the arc, but, adding that element from three is going to be the big key.
Yeah, that'll really get that place fired up. That is Joe Cook, Inside Texas on 3.com, at Joseph Cook89 on Twitter. We do it every Monday. Joe, we appreciate it, man. Enjoy your week. We'll talk to you next week.
Absolutely, guys. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Joe.
Good stuff. By the way, you want a little Southwest Conference feel to your AP Top 25? How about Houston at number 1 for the first time since '83? Congrats to the Cougs there. They got 45 first-place votes. Texas sits at number 2 this week with 8 first-place votes. Baylor is 6 in the AP Top 25. So congrats to that crew. Big 12-wise, Kansas sitting at 9. So you've got 3 teams there in the top 10 from the Big 12, and then Creighton, the Longhorns' opponent, yeah, they're 7 in the new poll. They are looking good already this season. Only 1 loss, and it was a close loss to Arizona going out to Maui. So Texas and Creighton. Remember, it's a slightly early start. It's a 6 o'clock tip on Thursday evening, 5:30 pregame. It'll be right here on the Horn.
Yo, U of H, them being number 1. They barely beat Kent State by 5 the other day.
Yeah, we had a couple fans complaining on the text line saying they hadn't beaten anybody.
They haven't. I mean,
But they didn't beat anybody, and they were close games.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. And you got to give them love to what they did last year. They brought a lot of those guys back. They got a big 5-star player named Walker who's like 6'9" and can do a little bit of everything. He's terrified, and I know NBA scouts, they're going to love him. But, yeah, I'm excited about this Texas-Creighton game on Thursday. I think the Horns, they got a big-time advantage with their depth against Coach McDermott's team, which he only likes to play 5 guys over 30 minutes. So they played – their starting 5 played 3 straight days in the Maui Invitational over 30 minutes.
Oh, my
that should show
God.
you. That should show you that they have no depth and Coach McDermott has no faith in his bench.
He's doing that over Thanksgiving?
Over Thanksgiving. Now, they have one of the best starting 5s in the nation,
right.
But, if you could wear them down, which I think the Horns can, anybody could have a big-time chance against Creighton.
Would you have made Texas number 1 this week?
No. No.
You'd have gone with like Virginia or somebody.
No, I would have went Virginia. I would have went U of H.
You would have been okay.
Yeah,
All right.
yeah. They haven't played nobody, but I would have went with
You
them.
can make them number one, okay? Because right now, this time of year, you can do that. Giving Houston their love. So interesting. Houston and Texas, 1 and 2 in the AP Top 25 in basketball. All right, coming up, we'll get you the flex segment, including the game that I've wanted for weeks and weeks and weeks. Yeah, it's gonna happen. Plus, our all flex top 3 gets cranked up today. And our man CB is letting me know things are already starting to happen in College Station. Jimbo's already fired somebody. We'll tell you who it is on the Horn. All right. I don't know what this says, but I didn't know Howard Jones and I didn't know ELO, but I know Christina Aguilera. What does that say?
You're a good man.
That's good? That's a positive?
It depends on who you're asking. For me, you're a good man.
This is the first big hit, right?
Oh, yeah.
Genie in a Bottle, way back. We're going back to early 2000s?
If that.
Is it that?
Maybe 99.
Oh, my.
Maybe.
99? Come on, man. Christina Aguilera, the beginning of the run. I've never seen Christina live. That's got to be a good show,
Yeah.
I would think. You ever seen her live?
No.
No, I haven't either. I told you, I like every version of Christina. All of them. Clean, dirty, big, small, I don't care.
You keep talking about this big.
All Christinas.
I mean, I know she was tiny.
Yeah. I'm
in
saying
her,
when
like 99, 2000 days when she was just coming out.
there have been
But
a couple moments where she was on, like, when she was a judge on The Voice, where I saw her and
she
I
was doing
thought,
great there.
like, okay, at times I thought maybe we've added a pound or two, but I didn't care.
Oh, I love every version of her.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
And her voice is different. Like, her voice stands out more than others.
yeah, she is a superstar in that category. She literally got a gig early on because she could hit a note nobody else could hit.
Yeah.
Like, not many singers can say that. She can hit some, I can't remember what they call it, something above high C or whatever. And Disney was looking for somebody that could sing that song for Mulan, I think it was. It's like, well, they got to be able to hit this note. And she walked in, hit the note, got the gig.
See, I always thought she was more talented than Britney Spears. During that era, they always compared the two.
I know.
I always thought, she's not getting the credit that she's due.
Vocally, definitely better.
Yeah, not even
definitely.
close.
And I think
Britney had the hits and
I think Britney
maybe the sex appeal.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe that was a little. It took a while for Christina to get dirty.
It did take a while.
I felt like Britney was already there. Maybe not.
Yeah.
I don't know. Like the schoolgirl thing, walking through the halls, like she was already there on. Yeah, this girl.
Christina-
she knows how to work.
Christina just had to start adding those R's.
Yeah.
Dirty. She had to get there. It's all right. Everybody gets there at their own pace. Everybody gets to dirty at their own pace. We hope you are having a good Monday. It's a lot of good review of football. Big, long weekend. We hope you had a great Thanksgiving. Longhorns get the win, and they're waiting for their bowl game. Kansas State won, so there's no Big 12 title game. So Longhorn fans kind of playing the what-if game on those two. You change either Oklahoma State or, you could obviously change the TCU game too, but Oklahoma State and Tech blowing those leads. If you fix one of them, then you're going to Jerry World this week. Longhorn fans dealing with that. Cowboy fans dealing with a win, but also the fact that the Eagles are still 2 games clear of you. And yes, we were discussing A&M earlier. I did go over to College Station to check that game out. I did not rush the field. Somebody said I was there in spirit. I don't know. There were spirits involved with my Saturday, but I didn't necessarily agree with that. And I agree with somebody that texted us, hey, Aggies, if you want to be a blue blood or act like a blue bloods don't do that. Blue bloods don't rush the field. So
No.
decide what you want to be. Now, on the other side of it, Zay, I would say this version of Clemson that Dabo's created, they like to rush the field sometimes. They do, but I would consider they're kind of a power right now. But when they win big games, sometimes they'll rush the field.
Yeah, I still want to consider Clemson a blue blood. It took them a hot minute to become that.
Right.
The
They're just
Deshaun Watson, Trevor Lawrence era, clearly, but
yeah, they're just kind of a modern day power. So yeah, I thought it was a little weird what the Aggies did, but only the second time they've ever beaten a top 5 CFP or whatever. So maybe that is going to become kind of a part of that fan base's DNA. Here's the quick A&M update. We'll get to the high school stuff. Jimbo Fisher is firing Daryl Dickey. So instead of going, I was wondering if he was going to use DJ Durkin as a fall guy for that defense getting so bad, but instead he's going to go with Dickey. Dickey is 62 years old, and there's names like Garrett Riley at TCU and some others that are on this list. But I would still ask the question, wasn't Jimbo calling plays? I think he was. And he was asked earlier in the year about, would you let somebody call plays? Dickey has been with him these last couple years, but I don't know that he was ever actually calling plays.
yeah, it's like the guy that gives good advice and Jimbo's not trying to hear it. And then it was probably good advice in the long run. And they said, all right, somebody has to go down. Somebody has to take the hit. Kind of like in the mob where, somebody that you need killed, somebody kills somebody on accident, somebody that you need killed. Okay, let's do somebody that's important, but not really. Okay, Dickey,
I guess, yeah. He says he
you're a
moved.
part of the mob. Get rid of him.
He moved Dickey from quarterbacks coach to tight ends coach in favor of the former Auburn quarterback Damian Craig last year. But as far as I know, Fisher's been the one calling plays.
Somebody had to go.
Fisher's been the one calling plays.
It doesn't make any sense, but somebody had to go.
Yeah, so we'll see where that goes. Also around these parts, you may have seen Jake Spavital out at Texas State. I was sorry to hear that, but I wonder if there are going to be programs looking for him as their next OC. Is that where, would an A&M look at a guy like Spavital? Would other programs that need an OC look at Spavital, or is he going to stay at the head coaching realm? And then two teams that wear red and white over the weekend found their guys. Luke Fickell's going to Wisconsin, and Matt Rule is going to go to Nebraska. I thought both of those were interesting moves.
Yeah, the Matt Rule deal is massive, and I know there's a buyout in Carolina, and they kind of prepared for it, but college and the pros, it's different. And we saw what he did in the pros, didn't work out. But we also saw what he did at Baylor, which a lot of those guys, Dave Aranda, he picked up off of. So if he could bring that mentality to Nebraska, who knows? It's a tough place to recruit, not the same that it once was during the 90s, hell, even the 2000s. So can he flip that team around and that program in the Big Ten? That's going to be a tough one, but I think it's a good hire.
And Lane Kiffin is using all of it to make more money. He got re-upped at Ole Miss. He's going to make $9 million a year. He was around $7 million this last year. Auburn apparently is leaning more towards a Hugh Freeze or somebody like that. Lane Kiffin just keeps using the rumors to get money.
Yeah, you need all that money to put that badass kid that he has in private school. Did you see that little hoodlum on the sideline with the fire extinguisher? And he's just blasting the fire extinguisher, and the team has him on his shoulders and stuff. It's ridiculous.
That's his one job, I guess.
The kid's like 10.
You got to pay to recharge that fire extinguisher every time. That's why he needs all that money, I guess.
It's just a circus over there. Then he has his little dog. His dog has his own Instagram or Twitter followers and stuff. So the dog's, which is like a little golden retriever. I don't know what it is, but it's a cute dog.
It is a cute dog.
Yeah, but there's a lot going on in Mississippi.
Yeah, there really is. And if Auburn hires Hugh Freeze, I don't think I will have heard of a better marriage. That's a perfect fit, man.
What about Cadillac? He loves the program.
Perfect fit. For everything Auburn can be and has been, Freeze might be perfect. For all this, if they wanted to pick a guy for all the right reasons, Cadillac might be your guy.
Cadillac's the guy.
But if you want to pick a guy for all the Auburn reasons, I think Hugh Freeze might be your guy.
And that's been the problem.
Right.
Trying to get just Auburn guys instead of getting the right dude.
Yeah, and
Cadillac Williams is an Auburn
Cadillac
guy.
Would be the guy. Yeah, I just don't know if maybe they didn't feel like they didn't see enough and he wasn't there long. I don't know. We'll see what Auburn ends up doing. But there's the latest from over at College Station. Daryl Dickey out as OC at A&M. Let's get to your Flex 30 segment because the game is gonna happen. Here we go.
Flex ATX for the best high school sports coverage. Listen to the Horn and go to FLXATX.com. Flex 30 is brought to you by Brain Vault. Brain Vault is a revolutionary and patented mouthguard that has been proven to help reduce the risk of concussion. Visit BrainVault.com and join the movement.
You want to talk about using the end of the second quarter and beginning of the third quarter to maximize your game? I don't know if anybody did it as well as Vandegrift did it over the weekend. I was a little worried, Zay. Halftime was coming. Vandegrift was down 21-7. And then they scored 3 touchdowns in about 12 seconds.
It's incredible.
Unreal. And then kind of basically boat raced it by the end, 49-21. Drip had already won. I get the game I wanted. A lot of people, I know I'm not alone. I know a lot of people have wanted this game to happen. So quarterfinal round for a trip to the Final Four. It is Vandegrift and Dripping Springs. Friday night, 7 o'clock.
Yeah, see you at Gupton Stadium on Vista Ridge campus. I will be there on the field, just like you, Chad. Been waiting for this game all year, and especially with everything that's at stake. I mean, if you're Vandegrift, you want to get revenge on the only team that's beaten you all season, and if you're Dripping Springs, you want to clearly advance. Both teams want to advance, but both teams have different things to play for, and yeah, I'm excited that the schedule went down this way, and it's going to be a big-time matchup for two teams that could maybe win the state championship.
Yep, they absolutely they both feel like they are that good. Only one can survive this week. That game's coming. We'll be talking about that. Westlake is still in. Westlake wins again. Lake Travis did not. So you don't get a Lake rematch. Westlake's going to have to deal with that San Antonio Brennan team that just took Lake Travis down. That's a Saturday afternoon game coming this week, and they're doing it in San Antonio. So Westlake's got to go down to San Antonio to try to take out Brennan. They do not.
They don't care. They'll play in Mexico and still be locked in.
They don't.
After drinking the water. They do not care. They're going to go down and handle their business like they've been doing now. That Brennan team, they are good. They put it on Lake Travis. Shout out to Lake Travis. Hell of a season, especially with all the injuries that you endured. But, yeah, they got some big wide receivers, and this won't be an easy task for Westlake, but it's going to be hard to take down the Shaps.
Yeah, it will. Also this week, we'll be telling you about our all-flex top 3. We've whittled things down to a top 3 as we get closer to that first all-flex team. You can check out flxatx.com if you want to see the full list. Today, we'll tell you about O&D line, the big uglies. Ian Reed of Vandergrift. I've seen him a couple times, and this dude can absolutely maul. Jaden Chapman of Harker Heights had a big season as well, and TJ Shanahan, the talented offensive lineman from Westlake. All 3 of those guys are our top 3 in terms of the all-flex team. On the defensive line, Ansel Nador out at Round Rock. That is I've seen him play once. No, I saw Round Rock play twice this year, I think. So I've saw that team twice. He's very good. Colton Vosick. You've seen that Westlake team play live, Zay. Vosick, not a surprise. And then another guy that we got a chance to see live was Princewell Human-Melan, the very talented family out of Maynard that's already sent one of their kids to Florida. And Princewell's going to have his choice of places to go as well. Congratulations to those offensive and defensive linemen, our all-flex top 3. And check out flexatx.com for the other positions. Also, all the schedules coming up, the scoreboards if you missed anything. Flex is working extra hard right now as we get to the state quarterfinals. Vipers and Tigers Friday night.
Can't wait for that.
It's going to be good.
Yeah, shout out to everybody, the Flex crew from Derek, Snoop, Zach, my man Ty, Nolan, all those guys do a hell of a job. If I missed anybody, my apologies. But, yeah, there's so many guys behind the scenes that do such a great job that make people like you and I's job easier, Chad. And, yeah, the Flex crew, they've been going hard this season, and it's not going to stop. Even when football season ends, we're going to go to, basketball, women's basketball, baseball, softball. So it'll continue to flow, and we'll be giving y'all all the information you need because Central Texas sports on the high school level is very important and big time around here.
Yeah, also shout out to a couple teams that are out of the playoffs now. We mentioned Lake Travis. Obviously, they had a good year, not the year they would expect. When they don't put a star on that helmet, it's a failure. So I get it, Lake Travis people. But that was a solid team this year. And also Georgetown being done. They ran into that tough College Station team, couldn't beat them twice during the year, so their season is done as well. But we do still have teams in the area, and Flex will be following. We'll talk about that throughout the week. Coming up at 2, back to the Longhorns and Cowboys getting big Thanksgiving week wins, and some of the coaching carousel already starting to turn around college and pro football, specifically the college side of things. Up next, it's Where Are We At in Society. We'll see what Zay's got for us. Stay tuned. It's The Horn. All right, this is Chad talking AV consultations. If you were hanging out somewhere of Thanksgiving and realize, hey, I need a bigger screen. I need more screens. I need that movie room I've always been talking about and been thinking about. This is the Christmas. Well, AV consultations can make you happy, and make it happen for you. They're not raising prices like all the others. They've got the smart TVs you're looking for. They've got the Sonos audio equipment. And the best part is they can handle every detail. Let them do all of it. Don't go buy a bunch of stuff and then say, hey, can you guys come set this up? No. Let them handle everything. Call AV Consultations. Tell them what you're thinking. They will come over and assess your situation. Okay, here's where we want to put something. Here's what we'd like to do. And then they'll come up with all kinds of ideas because that's what they do. Locally owned and operated since way back in the late 80s. So they've seen all the changes, all the evolution in audio visual stuff. They can get you the absolute best. Again, they can get you deals that nobody else can get, and they're not raising their prices as the holidays approach. So give them a call, 255-8678. Be sure you tell them you heard about it here on The Horn, 255-8678, or go to avconsultations.com. Oh, yeah, I know that one. Not only do I know that you're Christina Aguilera, but I'll know the Pantera if you play the Pantera. Cemetery Gates?
Correct.
Yes. The way we were. Oh, my God. What a great riff that is. This is about as close as I got to a ballad. This is a Pantera ballad. A little spooky. A little bit more of a Halloween vibe from Pantera back in the day. Pantera, Christina ELO and Howard Jones have started us off today. Hope you're having a great Monday. Of course, Ball Don't Lie coming up with Rod and Harge. After that, it is a special time for the soccer world, and Soccer Matters hits every Monday at 7. If you have not checked it out, this might be a good night to do that. Glenn and the crew talking World Cup. Tomorrow is the U.S. and Iran, and we're going to try to grab Glenn around 12:30 tomorrow because that match happens at 1. We'll get his preview of that tomorrow, but you'll get more preview tonight at 7 with Soccer Matters, and then 8 o'clock tonight, it's Instant Serious with Patrick and the crew. Also, check out Glenn's World Cup reports. We got you one last hour, brought to you by the good folks at Daspit Law Austin. World Cup continuing. A lot of stuff going on around the sports world, and there's always the crazier side of things, and that's where we at in society comes in. Let's see what Zay's got for us today. Here we go.
Where are we at in society today?
All right, Zay. You had a big, long weekend, lot of stuff. You had a lot of stuff going on to pick from here.
Yeah, and, I was wondering, with seeing my family, what would be the blackest thing I saw over the break? And, seeing my family was a little mild. I guess the blackest thing I saw there was the sweet potato casserole, maybe the baked mac and cheese.
Mm-hmm.
But then the next day I heard Robert Griffin III, him and Mark Jones, and he referred to the both of them as Black Friday.
Oh, my God. I saw you tweet about that.
That was one of the worst, best jokes I've ever heard in my life. RG3 was on one, by the way. He was out of control in that Baylor-Texas game.
Those guys are just like a parade of dad jokes. That's what they are. They can't stop. They do it the whole game. It's crazy.
Yeah, and I'm not going to go, we're not going to call Robert Griffin a cornball brother like that one dude that got booted from FS1, that one brother that did. That's ridiculous. Every black person has their own personality. That's ridiculous to say. But he is a corny brother. That's just
He get a little corny.
Ain't nothing wrong with that.
Again,
my pops get corny.
Yeah.
I get corny.
It's dad joke RG3. That's where we are right now.
Yeah, but that also was not the blackest thing I saw over the weekend.
All right.
I should have known, because this went viral at the Bayou Classic. It doesn't get much blacker than the Bayou Classic,
all right,
which is Grambling versus Southern.
Yep, Grambling Southern. They
Classic
do that
game every year, Battle of the Bands, Fire.
They do it at the Saint Stadium, right?
Yeah. The closest thing white people have seen the Bayou Classic is Drumline, the movie with Nick Cannon. So during this game, there was a moment where they were just capturing people in the stands and stuff. And there was this one brother who he was lighting up something, and people thought it was a blunt of marijuana. Usually you light the whole blunt because there's a lot of saliva on it, because in order to make the blunt, you have to use saliva to make it stick. So you usually use the lighter. I just read this, by the way.
Obviously,
I don't know. I just read articles. This is research, by the way, people.
They thought this guy was rolling a joint at the game?
It's black, blunt, Bayou Classic, blunt.
Oh, I'm sorry. Blunt. Okay.
Very specific.
Not a joint.
Not a joint.
Not a
Can't
joint.
do it a joint.
A blunt. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Which, that's bad. You have to buy you Classic. How do you get in with a joint? It's weird. Come to find out, this fool was lighting a pork rib.
Wow.
Which I don't know how hot he got it, but he was lighting it with a big lighter. So picture somebody going back and forth on a barbecue rib to get some heat on that thing before eating it.
See, above all else, now I'm just concerned about how they're cooking things at the Superdome. Like, we're not cooking ribs enough where the fans are satisfied? What are we doing?
That's an issue.
You serving cold ribs at the Southern Classic?
That's an issue. Because my first thought was, how they're eating ribs at a game? And then I thought, oh, yeah, Bayou Classic. Of course they're eating ribs. I'm surprised he doesn't have a bowl of chitlins on the side. With some Louisiana hot sauce, I'm surprised that I didn't see that. But yeah, it is an issue that the ribs aren't fully cooked. That's very concerning.
We have a problem there. We may need to get the quality control on there, since this is a big time game every year in college football. You might want to make sure they have quality ribs.
Yeah, but then again, homie could just be a ridiculous person, because if you're going to this link to get the rib where you need it to go, you should probably just wait to eat after.
Dude, we were just talking about, dad jokes and old man jokes with RG3. I would just love it if you sat next to this guy and he explains it to you. Like, no, they don't do it right, man. You got to watch. No, you just got to get it just right. You got to get it just right.
Yo, knowing black people, I wouldn't be surprised if he brought the ribs from home and somehow snuck it in.
You think they're serving that up?
Somehow brought Tupperware, brought it home, got his container, had his sauce with him, and was prepared. Or he might have known somebody that could cook a mean rib that works at the Superdome that hooked him up in the back. I don't know. You got to think about all these things.
All I know is if I'm ever encountered with like a lonely Thanksgiving week and I don't have anything going on and nobody wants to feed me, I think I might have to go to the Bayou Classic. Because if they're serving ribs during this game, this is apparently a high level food event. We just need to get them to get those warming trays going a little higher.
Yeah,
let's crank those up.
That's it.
Can't have my man going old school lighter on a rib at a game.
So one thing that the Moody Center does well, they have Tony C's Pizza and they have Stubbs. You can just walk by and get you a sandwich / whatever pizza you want, pay for it.
Oh yeah.
Where pay for it by yourself. I want to say it's self-checkout.
Yeah, they just do a little scan.
Yeah, self-checkout, and you're on your way. So they're under the heat of things, so they stay hot. I don't know if they had that.
I see.
I don't know if they had that at the Bayou Classic.
Superdome, not brand new.
No.
This is not the first year of the Superdome. No. I did enjoy that convenience at the Moody Center, the concerts I've been to. Yeah, you can just duck in. There's multiple places you can duck in to get a lot of different stuff, whether it's burger, dog, the stuff you're talking about. If you want to just grab like a little, a snack and a beer, a water and some popcorn, like there's a lot of different options where you don't encounter anyone. You just scan it yourself and go.
Yeah, me and my wife, we went to the Michael Blackston comedy event at the Moody on Saturday.
Oh, yeah?
Good event.
Good stuff?
Good stuff, yeah. I think I saw all of Black Austin there.
Everyone was in attendance?
Everyone was in attendance. Everyone. I was looking around for Harge and Rod, like, where are these guys at? About to see them soon. Everybody else here.
If Harge and Rod went, they are not going to tell CDC they went.
That's right. They can't do that.
They got to
keep that on the low.
They got to keep that stuff secret now. They've got
but sporting events.
Got to keep it secret. Yeah, only the sporting events they're going to let them know about. All right, there's where we at in society. We do it every day about 1:45. Coming up, the Longhorns and Cowboys both get big wins on Thanksgiving week. Plus, the coaching carousel starting to turn. Wisconsin finds their guy. Nebraska finds their guy, and Jimbo finds his first scapegoat. This is The Horn. All right, let's talk a little Twin Peaks. Hopefully you had a chance to get out there on Black Friday because they had the costume contest going on, those shot specials I told you about, including the $3.99 Wild Turkey 101. Hopefully you had a chance to get over there. If you have not been over to Twin Peaks in a while, they've got those flatbreads waiting on you. If you haven't tried them, get over there. They've got the new in-house made flatbreads featuring 4 different options, the Hottie Jalapeno Popper, the Hawaii 5-0, the Italian, and the OG pepperoni. Get on out there and find your favorite. They've been doing those cool jersey giveaways at all the Cowboys games. They did that all the way through November. Ask your Twin Peaks girl if they're going to continue that through December because the Cowboys are going to be going in December and hopefully well beyond that. Also, if you're over there on Fridays, check out the Bourbon and Brews events. Friday 5 to 7, the lingerie costume party paired with the exceptional bourbons, tastings, and giveaways. Always a good idea to get over to Twin Peaks. You got a couple to choose from. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, scenic views, Stastny, San Marcos, and Round Rock. Tell them we said, hey, TwinPeaksRestaurant.com. All right, how about hour number 3 on a Monday? Hope your Thanksgiving food is settling very well. Maybe you have some good leftovers still to dig through. I think there's still a little bit left at the house. It's Chad and Zay on a Monday. I'm Chad Hastings, Isaiah Collier alongside, and hour number 3 always means it's Zay's choice for a beat. I like this one. What you got, Zay?
Makes sense. You're a big Dr. Dre beat guy. It's a Dr. Dre beat.
Yes, I love a Dre beat.
Snoop Dogg, Exhibit, Be Please.
Be Please. That's just the title? Well done.
Yeah.
Well, it's good. All right. You said it's Snoop Dogg and Exhibit?
An Exhibit.
All right.
Yeah, you remember Exhibit, Pimp My Ride?
Uh-huh.
Legend.
Yeah. All right, there you go. Nice Dre beat to start that hour number 3. I've always thought life would be a lot better if I could just have a Dre beat all the time when I'm in the grocery store, just walking around.
Yeah.
Going up elevators and stuff.
Yeah. Dre's absolute legend.
I always think of a Dre beat.
Shout out to Exhibit. Well, I need to play more Exhibit. Pimp My Ride, that was a great part of my life growing up. I mean, he was putting fish bowls into like Escalades and stuff. It was crazy. They're all hoopties, and somehow the hoopty would turn into a like bootleg Ferrari. It was crazy what they were doing.
So that was like the evolution of, we had Cribs first, which was just, let's take famous people, we'll show you their badass houses. And then part of the badass houses were, here's my cool cars. And then they just kind of combined the ideas. And eventually it was, oh, no. We're going to take a car and then we're just going to go crazy with it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Guys who their engine would be messed up, they take back and put a flat screen TV in there and be like, wow, I just needed a new engine. Thanks for this, guys. And yeah.
Does it
crazy
run?
Show.
Does it run? Barely, but there's a pool table in the back. It's really cool. It's really cool. All right, hour number 3 getting started here. Lots of football on the board. Let's get you updated on some coaching stuff. First off, you've heard each and every week throughout the season, you heard Bucky and Aaron talking with Jake Spavital of Texas State. He was fired over the weekend. It's not gone super well for Coach Spav at Texas State overall. So where will he end up is a big question for me in this region, Zay. He's been an offensive coordinator in this region. He's been a offensive coordinator. He's obviously now been a head coach. Where's the next level for Spav, I'm wondering?
Yeah, that is interesting. And, it's tough to be a head coach at a mid-major program, especially with the transfer portal. If you have one good player have a great year, he's gone. Power 5. Like, as we saw what Tucker Dorsey did, and we heard what Joe Cook said about Tucker Dorsey, how you want to come to Texas. Like, that's everybody's goal, to get to the next best thing, So, and, the grass isn't always greener, but it's a tough place to recruit. It's a tough place to win, and it's a tough conference, too, like that Texas State plays in. So I know Coach Spavital will get back on his feet, whether that's a coordinating job, maybe a head coaching job somewhere. Hell, maybe a position coach at the right school. It just depends, but he's a good football mind. He won't be down for long.
He has been an OC over in College Station. I wonder if he's on the list. I don't know if Jimbo knows him, but Spavital was at A&M for a little while during the Johnny Manziel time under Kevin Sumlin. Would that be a phone call that's made? Jimbo Fisher did fire Daryl Dickey over either overnight or today. The school has verified that. He was hired back in 2018, has been the offensive coordinator and quarterbacks coach through 21, and then this season he was moved to tight ends coach. Ultimately, Jimbo Fisher's calling plays. So I would tell you, as an Aggie fan, and I would tell you if you are an Aggie fan, if you want to feel really good about this offense, to me, it's you need to see, A, who does he hire for this position, and then B, is that person calling plays or not? Or is he just going to go get another, older coach that you've heard the name before, and Jimbo still calls plays? Because if he does that, Zay, I don't see a change.
Yeah.
Ultimately.
Yeah, we had Jeff Ketchum on this show not too long ago, and I asked him about what does A.J. Milwee, the quarterback coach for Texas, bring to the table. And Jeff didn't even say anything out of the fear that we might get in trouble here at the station with the people on the 40 acres. So that should tell you about these guys who are calling the plays and what it means to have these position coaches and assistants, because a lot falls on them when things go wrong, and you don't hear about them when things go right.
Mm-hmm.
So it's an interesting position to get to if you're somebody trying to work under Jimbo. Jimbo. And, I'm definitely curious to see what happens because I'm like you, when you're a head coach and you're dealing with all those different hats and you're calling the plays and stuff, it sometimes takes away focus on everything else you got going.
Yeah, we've watched guys like around this region and specifically in the Big 12. We watched Mike Gundy go from I'm the guy that's calling plays to now I'm not the guy calling plays to going back. He's done all of those. And, it is obviously a very important thing of who's calling those offensive plays. But to me, when you're the assistant on the same side of the ball as your head coach, that's when it can get weird because fans are trying to figure out, are you really the guy or is it really him? Like, ultimately, who is calling those plays? So, because, an Alabama fan would tell you the defensive coordinator has a position and a guy's name is there, but they would believe that overall Nick Saban calls those plays, I guess, in certain in most situations. Is he ultimately the one calling plays? But
well, you just mentioned for that job, Garrett Riley's name has come up. And if you're Garrett Riley, yes, the money at A&M is a little different than the money getting thrown around in Fort Worth, but we have a chance to play for a national championship, and I got a lot of freedom with Sonny Dykes in this offense. Why would I want to go to that in the SEC where Jimbo's calling plays?
Yeah, it's going to be the question about, is it about the path to a championship for him, or is it about strictly the money? Because like you said, I'm assuming A&M is going to be able to pay more money, but then we've made that argument through the years of if you have a choice between SEC and whatever else, a lot of times whatever else gets you an easier path to the playoff. That's why I never thought Oklahoma was going SEC. I always thought the path was so much easier. Why would you ask for that? Why would you ask for, no, we want to go over there where it's tougher ultimately to get. That's why I thought Oklahoma and Texas would never end up there because they had a path that made a little more sense to them. But ultimately it sometimes is about all that money. And then it also eventually, hopefully, will be about an expanded playoff, so then it's not as crazy to get in.
Yeah.
Hopefully. That is, down the line, obviously, a little ways. So that's going on today. And obviously, what happened in College Station is a part of the national discussion because A&M got LSU out of the way. Even if LSU goes and beats Georgia, they're not going to be in the playoff now.
Nah.
So if you are a TCU fan or fans of one of these other teams, I'd say you just root for chalk. You root for Georgia to beat LSU. You root for Michigan to pound Purdue, which is, I think, what they're going to do.
Purdue.
I can't believe it's Purdue.
Wisconsin couldn't finesse their way back there.
No.
That's why they have a new coach.
Yep, that is why they have a new coach. And then USC is going to be the other one. They find a way to beat Notre Dame. It was a tight game for a while, but they pull away. And then if they can beat, who is it they're playing? It's not Oregon. It's
SC?
Yeah. Who are they playing in that title game?
Utah?
Yeah, thank you. Utah. That's what it was because the Apple Cup determined it.
Oregon State, baby, those Beavers.
Oh, my God. Oregon State was down like 31-10 third quarter. Chased it all the way down and beat them and took the Ducks out. Well, it took the power away from the Ducks. Then they had to wait and hope that the Apple Cup could go another way. It doesn't, and that ultimately sends Utah to that Pac-12 title game. So if USC wins, you assume they're in, and if TCU beats K-State, you would assume they are in. So things got a lot easier, I think, to figure out. And then if you believed that somehow Clemson could lurk, South Carolina took care of that with a 1-point victory. Good for you, Spencer Rattler. That guy, that's one of those guys that while he was at OU, the principals don't allow me to root for him, but there was always something about the kid I kind of liked. Everything I heard about Spencer, I'm like, oh, no, this kind of seems like a cool kid, but he's at OU, so I don't root for him. He ends up at South Carolina, pulling off some of the things they pulled off this year, and to whip Tennessee like he did, to help whip them and then beat a rival like that and get to smoke the cigar in the locker room at Clemson, good for him.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know about all this. Feel good for Spencer Rattler. He's kind of a D-bag. Go back to his high school days, he was kind of a D-bag. There's like a clip that's always goes around where he's just being a D-bag to his teammates and whatnot. Mm-hmm. And, yeah, his time at OU, the Horns had a lot to do with that, messing that up and making them go to that part of South Carolina. But, yeah, it's a big-time win. I mean, you get the in-state rivalry and you get the, you just get the rival ups on that team, on the Clemson Tigers, who definitely underachieved this season. I mean, I thought DJU, I thought in the second year he would be better. It definitely didn't help with Clay Kubnik there, the 5-star, and him being in and out the lineup at times. Dabo, I don't know if DJU has more years left or what he's going to do with his eligibility, but it seems like Clay Kubnik, he's a big Dabo guy. It seems like he's going to stick there and going to ride that out. I can't see him entering the transfer portal or anything like that, waiting for DJU. I think he's going to try to beat DJU out this spring/fall coming 2023. So yeah, it was a big time week in college football, and I think the committee's going to get what they want, where all 4 teams are going to be making it. They clear almost every part of the U.S. from USC, West Coast. You got the Texas area, TCU. You got the SEC, Georgia, and then most likely Michigan. So I don't know what the committee could be mad at. At the end of the day, they cover all 4 of those fan bases are going to be locked in, and those people in that area, they're going to be locked in too. So yeah, they got what they want, and I think it'll be fair for everyone.
If we're going to, if somebody, if one of those teams loses, I guess it'll get a little weird. Clemson's going to play North Carolina in the ACC. That game won't matter ultimately. And then I was just pulling up the standings here to double check.
You think if TCU loses to Kansas State, they're out, or they have a chance something happening?
Somebody texted us earlier about that they would be an interesting case because they would be a one-loss team that's literally beaten everybody they played. Think about that. They've beaten everybody, including the team that just beat them, because technically they have beaten Kansas State. They would have split with Kansas State, beat everybody else. So would they still have an argument? Because, who do you have lurking at that point? Is it Bama?
Well, Ohio State, they should be out no matter what. I wouldn't say Bama because the teams that they lost to, like Tennessee.
I think you just said it. It's Ohio State.
It's Ohio State.
Yeah. Even though it was a 14 or what? No, excuse me. Even if it was like a 22-point loss, right now they're out. They're the team that's hoping for a little madness. They're the one that if somebody slips, specifically if it's USC, if USC slipped and went to 2 losses, Ohio State's waiting there with 1 loss.
Yeah, because the committee could say losing to Kansas State is worse than losing to Ohio State.
Yeah, and right. I think if TCU loses, that's going to be tough.
Or losing to Michigan. Losing to Michigan for Ohio State.
Yeah, it'll be a tough one because Georgia can still be in if they lost, I think, because they'll still be considered a really good team at 12-1 if it's close.
With Oregon losing, that really hurts Ohio State a lot. Georgia beat Ohio State.
You talking about Notre Dame?
Notre Dame, yes.
Yeah, because that was one. Ohio State was getting love for that victory earlier in the season.
Now,
that'll change a little bit. That was a wild game, man. Michigan, Ohio State. Michigan pulling away late with big. Talk about explosive plays. My God, in the horseshoe. That many plays of 20 or 30 yards plus, whatever the number was. I think it's all-time record for Michigan in that series. That was an impressive game, and Michigan's getting first place votes. As we come out of it in the AP, they got 5 first place votes. Georgia got all the rest, and it is Georgia, Michigan, TCU up to 3, which is fitting, of course. All the 3 undefeateds, and then USC. And then Ohio State and Bama are the teams that are lurking. The big question would be if you have a couple of these teams lose, what we may see now, Zay, is these teams just will reorganize and still be in. Because if you still believe that a 2-loss team can't get in, that means Bama's out, Tennessee's out. They can't be in. So Ohio State would be ready to jump in, but then Georgia, Michigan, if they lost that game, are they going to kick them out of the playoff?
Georgia or Michigan?
Yeah. I could argue they should. If you lost to Purdue?
Yeah, if you lose to Purdue, that's a problem.
Or you lose to a 3-loss LSU team now?
Yeah, I just lost to those Aggies.
Yeah.
That's a problem.
And let's be fair. They lost to Devon Achane.
Yeah, Achane, he was balling.
And a couple big plays on defense. The Aggies,
number 6 was balling.
Yeah, the Aggies woke up for one night. Yeah, to lose to that team when they were primed to do what they were going to do, To me, that'd be a bit of an embarrassing loss for Georgia, but we will see. I think the committee's rooting for get your chalk at the top, and then if you can get USC to win, I think it's pretty simple. That would be the matchups, and right now it would be Georgia and USC and Michigan and TCU in those semifinal games. Of course, if you're a Longhorn fan, you'll wait to see what bowl game it is. I'm hearing talk of the Alamo Bowl.
Oh, my gosh.
For Texas.
Oh, man. I love San Antonio. Love my Mexican food there.
That doesn't excite you.
I'm not
though.
like Charles Barkley. I love my big sisters, big Mexican women up there, too.
Uh-huh.
But going up there for a bowl game, no, not looking forward to
It
it.
does not excite you. Late December,
Yeah.
San Antonio, Riverwalk.
Bijan Robinson probably won't be playing. A plethora of guys probably won't be playing because they have NFL aspirations. All it is telling for next season, which you still don't really know that because transfer portal, you don't know the guys coming in, whatnot, all the change that's going to happen there. So, yeah, it's not looking forward to the Alabama. I can't say I am.
What if Bijan plays? Does that give you a little spark?
No, because now I'm just concerned about his career. I'm just concerned about please don't hit him in the wrong spot. And please.
He'd watch the whole game like,
yeah. Because what are we playing for?
yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, cool, to win it. All right, let's beat Utah or beat Oregon State or something like that. That's fun, I guess.
You're playing for 9 wins and momentum and all those practices.
Tom Herman won every bowl game he was in. Look what that got us.
Well, yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Like, it's just not what. You can look at positive things from it. We saw Casey Thompson go crazy in the Alamo Bowl. And we're like, oh, man, this guy, he's going to be the next big thing next year. Now he's in Nebraska.
Because sometimes those bowl games do have a little bit of fool's gold to
Oh,
them,
yeah.
right? Yeah, and that's true. And
think about all those times where the Horns were winning in the Holiday Bowl and you thought the next year they were going to the national championship.
Right. And, of course, the big one around here that created so much, craziness was the one against Georgia. And there's all that discussion about what the game was, how big a deal it was, and all those things, and then all that Georgia garbage on the other side where they weren't really ready to play, which is a bunch of whining to me, but it's also might be real on some level.
Yeah.
It's tough.
Yeah, Kirby Smart's team, they were expected to be in that top 4. Then they had a lot of guys go into the league.
Yeah.
Yeah,
and it is kind of the truth of those bowl games sometimes. So Sunday, once everything is out there, we'll figure out where Texas is going to go. Unfortunately, they can't go to the Big 12 title game because Kansas State did step up and knock off Kansas. So it's going to be all purple at Jerry World this Saturday. That is an 11 a.m. kick. There's one piece of good news, Longhorn fans. You can avoid that 11 a.m. kick again because that's when they're kicking the Big 12 title game. So we got that coming up with Championship Week. Cowboys get the big win on Thanksgiving week as well. We'll continue to unpack all of it as we get into a normal week again after Thanksgiving week. Up next, it is Why Today Matters. Today's the 28th. We got a couple of big-time birthdays from yesterday. We're going to reach back and grab, and we'll talk more coaching carousel stuff, injury news in the NFL. There's a lot of reasons why today matters. Also, huge soccer game coming up for the U.S. team tomorrow. There's a lot going on. Stay with us. It's The Horn. All right, let's talk a little underdog fantasy. Easiest place to play fantasy football, and maybe for a game like tonight's Monday Nighter, it may be the only reason that you're paying attention because it is not a great Steelers team. It's not a great Colts team. If you're a Cowboys fan, you are maybe scouting the next opponent since the Cowboys are about to play the Colts. But with Underdog Fantasy, why don't you get a pick'em game together for tonight? You pick whether your favorite player will have a higher or lower stat total in this week's game for your chance to win big. You can win up to 20 times your money in a single game. It's real easy to do. I've got it right on my phone. I'm always checking it and coming up with those pick'em games. It is so simple. You pick between 2 and 5 players to build a pick'em entry. If you get them them all right, you win. Plus, check out the Pick Insurance option, which increases your chances to win. Sign up today with the promo code HORN and get your first deposit doubled up to $100. Visit UnderdogFantasy.com or find them in the App Store. And don't forget to register with my promo code HORN to get your first deposit doubled up to $100. Must be 18 or over and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-522-4700 or visit www.ncpgambling.org. It's the fastest growing fantasy app in the industry. Check out those pick'em games at Underdog Fantasy. All right, rolling through a Monday. Steelers Colts tonight on Monday Night Football. Talking Longhorns, talking Cowboys. A little bit A&M today. Jimbo fired Darryl Dickey as his OC after a 5-7 season. Plus, tomorrow night will be your next to last CFP rankings. All right, Zay. My educated guess is Usher?
That way.
There we go. Okay. See, I can recognize that voice. You might be proud of me. Over the Thanksgiving break, I listened to a little bit of Tribe Called Quest.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Very
nice.
proud. Which album?
Actually, I just kind of grabbed the Amazon Music lineup and I hit about the first kind of 5 most popular songs on there.
So, like,
so it ended
Can I Kick It? Electric Relaxation.
Yep.
Scenario.
Yep. Very good. This is impressive so
know.
far. Yeah, no, those 3 were a part of it.
Okay. I'm just trying to think of the main 3 songs on each 3 albums.
That is what that's what I ended up doing.
Okay.
I've been kind of jumping around lately, just hit about 3 or 5 tracks of each artist and then keep moving.
If you had to listen to all the albums in order, well, clearly you have to listen to the first one, which is like People, something. It's all right, but it's not true Tribe Called Quest. Like,
okay.
They got famous for the second album, Low End Theory. That's the album that really...
Low End Theory?
Yeah, Low End Theory. That's the
okay.
album that separated them from everyone.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. When I get to the album part with them, that's what I'll check out.
Still listen to the first one. The first one's good too, but it's more Q-Tip than anybody else. There's not much Phife Dawg on it.
Uh-huh.
Low End Theory has a ton of Phife Dawg, and that's what everybody knows when they think of Tribe Called Quest. They think of Q-Tip and Phife Dawg.
Gotcha. Okay. So hopefully you are having a good Monday. We got a lot of stuff on the board today. Remember, Ball Don't Lie with Rod and Harge coming up when we're done. Their thoughts on the long weekend. Longhorn win. Cowboys win. All of that. Also, Soccer Matters at 7. Insincerious coming up tonight at 8 on the soccer side of things. The day is, I think, almost done. 3 games finished. And, yeah, the game going on, 72nd minute. Portugal up 1-0 on Uruguay. The other finals, 3-all tie between Serbia and Cameroon today. South Korea falls to Ghana 3-2, and then Brazil beats Switzerland 1-0. Tomorrow, it is the U.S. team against Iran, and be listening for those World Cup reports with our man Glenn Davis. Glenn's got Soccer Matters for you tonight at 7. All right, here's some other reasons why today matters. It is November 28th, about to wrap it up and head into December. Here we go. Just remember, no matter what Joe Burrow tells you, we are not in December yet. Did you catch that yesterday in the press conference?
He said that?
Joe Burrow started going on about how games in December are so important and it's such a big win. And
locked in.
You could tell the people in the room were thinking, what is he talking about?
He's locked in. I'm with it. You don't have no Joe Mixon, no Jamar Chase. You go down in Tennessee and win the game. I don't care where you think you know where you're at, Joe Burrow. You're good with me.
Okay.
That's a big-time win for them.
How about the local product, Samaje Perine stepping up big when he needed to?
Yeah.
That was a good game for him.
Yo, there are a lot of local products that represented yesterday. Zay Jones, he was terrific in the Jacksonville game against the Ravens, a big part of their comeback when Trevor Lawrence was making those big-time throws. A lot of them were to Zay Jones, so shout out to him.
I didn't know he's a local guy.
Austin High, represent.
Oh, I didn't realize that.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. Big family, the Emery Blake, Jones family, they're all close and stuff like that. So, yeah, he went to Austin High before he went to Eastern Carolina. And then Garrett Wilson. Come on.
Oh, my God.
Come on. Guys were holding him. Get off me. That catch in the end zone. He was breaking guys' ankle. My man Mike White was showing him love, giving him the ball, especially after what he said last week about the performance they put on against the Patriots. He was like, as a rookie, unacceptable. This ish, and he ain't say ish either.
Yeah.
I ain't trying to get kicked off.
Right.
This ish is unacceptable. But Garrett, you're a rookie. I don't care. I went to Lake Travis. I went to Ohio State. I ain't used to this losing.
Yeah.
So if there's losing going on, It ain't my fault. I'm getting open. We need to address this problem. They did that. Took out Zach Wilson, put in Mike White. And, yeah, now the Jets are back to being that team that nobody wants to deal with.
They are lurking right there at the end of the playoff line. They're like 6-7 seed right now in the AFC, but that was impressive. That play in the middle of the field where he caught it and turned back and angled, for those people that are the right age, you're going to know what I'm talking about. That had some Ike Hilliard to it. From that Florida State championship game, that moment when we all saw Ike Hilliard do that to that poor Florida State guy, whoever the hell that was, that kind of stuff in the middle of the field is incredible. Bijan had one of those in the K-State game, and so did Deuce Vaughn. That one Deuce Vaughn had in the middle of the field was nasty, just crumpling somebody. But you're right, Garrett Wilson was big time. The Jets are an interesting story in the NFL.
Yeah, they're right there at 7.
They are. Yeah, right now they'd be the 7 seed. And do you have the rankings in front? Who's number 2?
Miami Dolphins.
Oh, wow. Jets at Dolphins, divisional game, 3rd time around. That'd be wild. That would be a wild game to deal with if that is it. All right, so why today matters for me, couple of names to throw out. Yesterday, we had a couple of birthdays. First off, for you Rangers fans like me, yesterday was Pudge Rodriguez's birthday.
Man.
Pudge is 51 now. 51 for Pudge Rodriguez.
He was so quick at getting up as a catcher and making that throw, because he wasn't that tall anyway, so he didn't have much to go.
Mm-hmm.
But making that throw the second, not many better than Pudge.
I can still see the coolest baseball game will ever see in my life was Rangers A's, and Nolan's on the mound. And it was Bob Welch, I think, for the A's. Just watching Nolan and Pudge. Pudge is like 21, 22.
Yeah, he was young when Nolan
this day,
was playing.
Right? Watching those two guys just throw a baseball back and forth, like the practice pitches, that was entertaining. Then when you knew Pudge was about to go to second, what you're talking about, we would get excited for that. It's like, oh, which was that? Was that 7 or 8? Because you knew he got 9 pitches. Okay, that was 8, so next one. Nolan's blasting him in there at mid-90s, and the ball feels like it's coming back even faster. But those throws to second were incredible to watch, and I will never forget that game, getting to see Nolan pitch to Pudge. And, yeah, he was incredible at that early part of his career.
Yeah, you talk about the A's. Ricky Henderson, he had second and third thoughts of stealing bases when Pudge was back there.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Should I do this? I don't know. It better be a slow-ass curve or something like that. One of those off-speed pitches that's slow as hell if I want to steal this pitch.
If I'm not mistaken, Ricky's still with the A's. Canseco, that might have been Canseco and McGuire still with the A's, late 80s into the early 90s. Man, that was a good one. That was fun. But happy birthday to Pudge yesterday. Also, how about this, Zay? These two guys share the same birthday. Bruce Lee and Jimi Hendrix have the same birthday.
So airy.
Bruce would have been 82 yesterday. Jimmy would have been 80. They both died in the early 70s, unfortunately, because I'm sorry, if y'all don't want to go see Jimi Hendrix touring at 80, you're crazy. That'd be a hell of a show. But they both had birthdays yesterday. I'll argue, 2 aliens sent to make all of our lives better.
Yeah. Legendary funk with Jimi Hendrix and then Bruce Lee. I mean, people are still trying to mimic what he does karate-wise and trying to mimic it in movies and whatnot. And Enter the Dragon is still a classic for me.
No doubt. Kareem Abdul-Jabbar.
Could
still tell you the stories, right? Back in the day. Also, from today's birthdays, today would have been Anna Nicole Smith's 55th. Died back in 2007. That was a complicated life. Born in Houston, though. She was a Texas girl, born in Houston and raised in Mahia, Texas. Anna Nicole Smith. Were you too young to remember all that mess?
I remember she was troubled, and I remember she married an old-ass man at one point of her life.
Yeah, that was complex.
Yeah.
Very, very complicated. But for a while, she was that it girl for a while. Also, one of my favorite actors, Ed Harris, 72 years old today. The comedian Jon Stewart is 60 today. And for you music fans, how about Randy Newman? Randy Newman, 79 years old today. But the main reason why today matters for us in sports, it is football and trying to figure out where everything fits right now. NFL coming off of another crazy weekend. You know, Zay, for all the what if talk we've had today for the Longhorns about blowing double-digit leads, there were a couple of those. the Baltimore Ravens, they have found more ways to lose games this year. When you look at the way it's laid out, it is baffling that they figured that out. Under John Harbaugh, feels like they are so solid in certain ways, but they will just find ways to screw games up. And doing it to the Jacksonville Jaguars, letting the Jags come back and beat you, that may be the ultimate insult for them this year.
Yeah, it's absolutely brutal, and you scratch your head on how are these things going wrong. I mean, they were up 35-14 against the division leading in the AFC East Dolphins. They ended up losing that game. They were up 20-3 against the Buffalo Bills, lost that one. We're up 20-10 against the Giants.
Yeah.
And then this past week, they were up 19-10 against the Jaguars. And yeah, I'm with you. You lose to the Jaguars in that fashion, and you can't help but think, if you look at them, the Bengals, and then the Ravens, I like the Bengals moving forward. Now, the Bengals have a way tougher schedule these remaining games until the playoffs than the Baltimore Ravens do, and that might alter where both of these teams land at the end of the season. But with what the Bengals are doing with Joe Burrow going into Tennessee, getting that dub, not even having Joe Mixon and Jamar Chase, that's big time. So when they're kind of on the up and up, the Ravens are kind of going down, and Lamar Jackson, he did not look good this weekend. But also, I give love to Trevor Lawrence because he showed me something. He showed why he's the number one pick and why everybody's been so highly of him coming out of the state of Georgia as that big 5-star quarterback recruit. And he made some big time throws, just mentioning Zay Jones and whatnot. He made some big time, grade A NFL quarterback throws. So I was impressed with him, but you got to be scratching your head on what's going on in Baltimore with Harbaugh's crew.
So be honest, did you think Tucker was making that kick?
Yeah.
Did you?
Yep.
Thought he was going to hit 67?
I thought that was money.
Yeah.
I thought that was money because he made 66.
Yeah, I knew he was. I didn't
Where was that at?
That was inside. That was in Detroit, I think. And to be fair, he hit the crossbar there.
Yeah.
So in my mind, I'm thinking, okay, since he didn't clear 66, like he made it, but he didn't clear it. He hit that bar and it bounced over. I didn't think he was making 67. I love you, Justin Tucker. I know you may be the best ever. I didn't think he was making it. And that ended a string of his where he'd hit 60-something in a row in the fourth quarter and overtime. That's what ended that streak, 67. It was dead on line. For him, it was off because it wasn't dead center. But it was right on line.
Yeah, it was right there.
A little short.
Yeah, a lot of coaches went for 2 yesterday at big points of the game. In the Chargers game, they went for 2 to make it 25-24 against Arizona. And then in that game yesterday with Jacksonville, they went for 2, Doug Peterson's crew. So, those analytics, there's some people don't like them.
That's right.
Old school people are saying, kick the damn ball. Just kick it. You need the points. What are you doing? Oh, you've had a lot of those moments yesterday. So analytics are telling a lot of teams to go for it, and it paid off for the Chargers and the Jaguars yesterday.
Yes, it did. And the Ravens and Cardinals find new ways to lose. Man, that Cardinals team is wild. I'll throw this question out too. If Kingsbury gets fired during this season, would he consider being an OC again in college, or is he going to stay as a head coach? That's what I wonder.
I don't know. Those young guys, it's different. You always see the older guys like Dan Quinn. They're prideful enough to say, you know what, I'll go back and take a defensive coordinator job or offensive coordinator job. Those young guys, I don't know. Like McVay, I don't think they're going to fire him. He just won a Super Bowl, but he was contemplating retirement, which it says a lot about how their season's going. Him and Aaron Donald, they were talking about retirement and stuff too. I was like, okay, you guys aren't locked in. No wonder y'all have the schedule. I mean, no wonder y'all have the record that y'all have this season. So it's different with those, Shanahan and Kingsbury and McVay, those younger guys who I don't know what they would do.
Yeah, that's a good point. Let's pick that up on the other side. Stems and Seeds before we get out of here, including a couple of notes. Got an Aaron Rodgers update plus more injury stuff for the Bucs. It just won't stop. But we got to talk about them because they're leading a division at 5-6. Is that a real thing? I think it is. This is The Horn. All right. Got the shoulder lean going on. I wish I could tell you I recognize this song. It's a good song, though. I like it.
Yeah, I thought you
This is a
might be able to recognize the first part because he's a known rapper that you've guessed right a couple times.
I was going to say the first. Yeah, there's a little familiar.
The hook's about to come back up. I'll give you another chance.
All right. Give me another shot here. Here we go.
Here we go.
All right.
Oh, maybe not yet.
No.
Dang, man, how long's this verse? Red, black, and white ship. Red neon.
Oh.
Red neon.
I don't think it's.
All right, here we go.
This is going to be it.
It's coming.
I don't know if it's meant to be. Here we go. Hmm. $50 Cent?
Oh, no.
Sorry.
Yeah.
That's all I got. What you got?
Young Dro, which you had no chance of getting that.
I'll say you thought I was going to
Featuring T.I.
Oh, no.
T.I.
I missed T.I.
That was T.I. on the hook.
Damn it.
Yeah.
I'm supposed to know T.I. At least
Yeah,
I know.
that's real
to know
one-hit wonder.
Supposed to know a little bit of T.I.
Yeah, that's real one-hit
All
wonder. If
right.
T.I. wasn't on the hook, I don't even know that would have been a song.
Okay.
But Shoulder Lean, T.I., Young Dro, that's a classic.
All right. There you go. All right. Well, we got to have one disappointing music moment for me every day now, I think.
You said 50.
I know. Just throwing stuff out. You make me guess so you can laugh.
Yeah.
I guessed and you laughed, so it kind of worked. All right. Yes, somebody texted it in. See, I could have cheated, but I didn't even do that.
I appreciate you don't cheat.
I didn't even cheat with the text line. No, I got to either get it or I don't. But now that I'm turning into a complete old man, I just admit when I forget stuff or don't know stuff. T.I. On that track had a little Usher earlier, Pantera, Christina Aguilera, ELO, Howard Jones. It's all been on the show today. A great Dre beat to start this hour as well. We got stems and seeds for you, including some NFL notes. Let's go.
No stress, no seeds, no stems, no sticks.
Brought to you by AV Consultations, 255-8678, or go to avconsultations.com. This week was coming, and now it's here, and now it's official. Deshaun Watson has been added to Cleveland's 53-man roster. They got rid of Joshua Dobbs to do it, so now it's cleared the way for that debut on Sunday against, of course, the Houston Texans. The schedule makers could not have done this more perfectly.
Yeah, real petty of the NFL to make it this game, but we'll see what Deshaun Watson could do. Jacoby Brissett just got a big-time dub against your Tampa Bay Buccaneers, which Tampa Bay being 5-6 and somehow in the playoffs is a joke, but that's the NFL.
Yeah, great catch by Njoku. Browns made the
Oh, what
plays
a
when they
catch.
needed to. That was an incredible catch, man. I hated to see it, as a Bucs fan, but I got to give them the credit. Browns deserve that game. They played better. Aaron Rodgers, it was a rib injury last night. He even said he thought maybe a punctured lung with what he was feeling. So he had to go get it checked out, but they think it could just be just a rib injury. He says if he's able to go, he may go this week. Also, speaking of the Bucs, Tristan Wirfs, you saw that injury maybe yesterday, ankle and foot injury. They think he'll miss multiple weeks. Man, that Bucs offensive line has been smashed up with injuries all season long.
Yeah, you saw Myles Garrett. He got to, which he does this against a lot of people, but especially yesterday with that depleted offensive line. He was getting to Tom Brady like nobody's business.
It was. And you mentioned the thing with the Bucs. I think it's pretty simple when you look at the standings. If you're going to let a division winner in the playoffs, that's fine. But make them the lowest possible seed they could be. What's wrong with that?
Nothing.
You should not let them host a game unless they are top four. Your top four, this is one of the things the NBA has gotten right in the last decade or so, Zay, when they decided to reseed and said, no. Winning a division gets you in, but the best teams are going to host. That's the way the NFL ought to do it. So for those of you arguing right now, well, wait a minute, the Cowboys should actually be hosting the Bucs. No, the Bucs should be the 7 seed right now.
Absolutely.
Going to, what would that be, Minnesota? That's what
Yes.
it should be.
But instead,
They get to host?
the 7th seed is Taylor Heineke and the Washington Commanders.
Oh, there you go.
6-1 in their last 7. Heineke makes everybody believe he's going to throw a pick. He will throw a horrible pass, which he did yesterday against the Falcons, but he will still give you a chance. And if your defense plays as well as the Commanders' defense has been as of late, hey, I wouldn't want to see the Commanders.
So, as the president of the Taylor Heineke fan club, would you tell me on Underdog Fantasy if I have a choice of 0.5 interceptions, I should always go higher?
Oh, yeah.
On Heineke?
Oh, yeah.
He's always going to throw.
That pick's going to be thrown.
Okay.
That pick's going to, or he'll fumble. He'll turn it over somehow.
What did you think of the Washington Darth Vader Commanders in their all black yesterday?
I like the all black. I think it's weird. The names on the back, like the two lines in between the names on top and bottom, that's odd. Get that out of there. They'll be good.
Is that like a military thing they're doing?
I don't know.
I don't either. And the W on the front is a little weird.
Yeah, they're trying. They're almost there.
Yeah.
I like their uniform. They have some of the sharpest uniforms in the league.
They look sharp. Kind of more like the Steelers than they look like Washington.
Now, what they did with Sean Taylor, that's a joke. That's a joke.
Now, wait a minute.
They tried to pay tribute to him. I didn't like the tribute.
The tribute, the thing they have at the
It's
stadium?
a mannequin.
Okay.
It's a mannequin.
You didn't like that it was a mannequin?
No, like the pants are Reebok pants, the jerseys are Nike jersey. It's just, it's tacky. It's tacky.
I hadn't heard all those details.
It's real tacky.
That's not good.
Sean Taylor deserves more.
Yeah, I would agree. That's one of those guys that if you're going to pay tribute, I'd like to see him maybe. Is he a big enough deal maybe all over the league? You have people, like everybody wearing a sticker?
Like he was known for the tape on his helmets, on his face mask. They don't have that. So how much are we really paying tribute to this guy?
Yeah, that's fair. It's a good point. Also, if you're an Astros fan, you may get some good news today as well. How about a 3-year contract agreement with Jose Abreu? Because that's what the Astros need.
Rich get richer.
Another big-time bat. 35 years old, apparently going to become an Astro, so check that story out. We'll be back tomorrow for a Tuesday show. Ball Don't Lie coming up. Soccer Matters at 7 tonight. 8 o'clock, Instant Serious. We'll be back tomorrow. Hopefully grab Glenn Davis for a preview of that U.S. soccer match tomorrow about 12:30, so come on back. Have a good Monday. See you.
Welcome back to another edition of All Don't Lie right here on 104.9 The Horn. Oh, man, a victory Monday. It tastes so sweet. The Longhorns getting a big win over the Baylor Bears to cap off a season. We'll get into it, talk about 8-4, what it means. All right, if it is a successful season or if it's a disappointing season, we'll get into all of that and more. We also got the breakdown from Sark himself, your Monday press conference. You heard it live right here on 104.9 The Horn. We'll get to some audio of the head coach coming up here momentarily. Oh, yes, and the rumors, the conjecture, the rumor mill swirling about the transfer portal and what Longhorns could be in and out of the transfer portal. We'll get to that and talk about it. Also, bold projections, so we'll go behind the burnt orange curtain, spend a lot of time there as well. Coaching carousel, oh, it's a spinning. We'll get into it. A ton of coaching vacancies in college football. We'll get into it and break it down. We got the flex at 345. Cowboys, how about them Cowboys? Got another big win in the division over the Giants. We'll talk about it. Texans, well, the Texans do what the Texans do. All right, they lose. That's all right. They're tanking, so that keeps them in the number one spot for the draft. We'll also got an NFL Week 12 review. We'll get into that and break it down. Before we do, let's introduce you to the rest of the crew. He was a second-round pick for the Montreal Expos, but a first-round pick for the Austin Radio Network. He originally committed to the University of Texas, but decided to forego the 40 acres and chase his dream in the cheese. Pimping ain't easy, but for this man, it's a breeze. He is Mike Hardball Harge. What's going on, brother?
I love when you say Victory Mondays. That means that a lot of teams got the victory.
Yeah.
And you can even say that the Texans won because they lost, because they are still in the number one slot.
That's right, baby.
So you got to look at it as a victory. Even when we lose, we win.
There you go.
But let me talk about my crew right here. He hails from H-Town with the Get Down. He's a lifetime Longhorn and a proud card-carrying member of DBU. Legendary Longhorn Derek Johnson said he was the best cover corner he had ever seen. He's a former NFL DB that still has that passion for film study, but he's not a fan of white condiments. But he is a fan of you, the listeners. He is my man and yours, Rob Abels.
I appreciate the intro as always. And yes, the full Monty is together. Let's not waste any time introducing the real MVP. He's the Idealionaire, one of the hardest working members of the ARN family. The man's got a hustler spirit, period. We don't know what he's paid, but we damn sure know he's underpaid. He is Patrick Davis. How you doing, brother?
I'm doing good. Another week, ready to hit it.
Yeah, that's your Raiders? How'd they do?
Do you not remember the Raiders winning?
Yeah.
86-yard walk-off touchdown in overtime?
He walk them out.
I was like, Victory Monday. Hey, give you stage two in the Raiders.
The Raiders.
Yeah. All right, so we'll get into some NFL breakdown coming up in the top of the 4 o'clock. We'll talk some Cowboys and also try to do a little NFL whip around if we have some time there. All right, gentlemen, let's start with Texas beating the Baylor Bears. We're from Steve Sarkisian. He had his Monday press conference. Thanks to my man Patrick working hard for us. We do have audio from the post game and also from his Monday presser, so we'll try to play as much of that as we can from the head coach. But open it up initially to get your thoughts about things, guys. Harge, you up first. What were your thoughts about how everything worked out, how it played out throughout the game? It was interesting to say the least. And again, maybe Sark just wanted to make it interesting. But you know, they obviously put the exclamation mark on the season with the run game, their best player and their best leader closing out the game for them with Rojo and Bijan.
That's what we had all been talking about. That's what we wanted. That's what we expected. It took a roundabout way to get there.
Wow.
I mean, there were some challenges that were presented to this team, but in true Texas fashion, they giveth and they taketh away, and they took it away from the Baylor Bears. They gave it to the man with the plan in Bijan Robinson, and obviously Rojo with his stellar performance as well as he's getting ready to make that move. That hurdle was something to that was
nice.
beautiful.
Yeah.
That was picturesque. And I saw on Twitter right after that, somebody posted a picture of it, and then Eric Metcalf has a picture like that wearing the number 2 jumping over Baylor Bears.
I saw that tweeted out. I saw it on my timeline.
That was cold-blooded. That was
nice.
cold-blooded.
I didn't know why it was tweeted out, but I didn't see that. Okay.
Yeah, because it was Baylor Bears.
Somebody needs to paint that for Rojo. I'm sure somebody's
sure.
got a really good picture, and there are a lot of great artists in the Longhorn community. Somebody needs to paint that view of him coming right toward the end zone there.
Right.
And it was symbolic. I mean, Rojo
absolutely
on senior day, he's the one to cap it off with that big touchdown to seal the victory for Texas. For me, I thought it, Sark almost got lost a little bit.
Yeah.
Just a little bit.
Just a tad.
Early on in the game, first half, I believe Bijan has 7 touches in the first half. And Texas, if you look at the first 3 quarters of the game, the Longhorns, I think, had 23 rushes. Something like that total for 77 yards. Yeah. They obviously in the fourth quarter we'll get to it, talk about a wholehearted commitment to the running game. But what I thought was interesting is that Sark almost needed to be reminded to play complementary football.
Correct. I saw that.
It wasn't that they weren't moving the football, throwing the ball. They were. They made plays throwing the football. Quinn Ewers actually, aside from some, obviously untimely mistakes.
Correct.
All right. It's considered disastrous at times. He didn't have a terrible game. I mean, he actually was 12 of 16, 194 yards. He had the rushing touchdown. Shout out to Harch.
Yep.
But broke tendency.
Hey,
you've been talking about it. You've been talking about it forever.
Man.
Come on, man. Let the man run.
Let him run.
Sark told him on that zone read, just keep it. And
right.
I guarantee you, there's no way you haven't kept it all year long.
Not at all.
Nobody is expecting you to keep it. Everybody has been told it's going to be Bijan or going to whoever the running back was. He kept it, and it was a wide open lane.
It was so beautiful to see.
It was.
It was like, oh, look at that. You actually posed the threat, and you got into pay dirt.
It was beautiful.
I mean, that was perfect
at the right time.
Perfect timing of it. But you know as well as I do, that is something that now Sark is like, should we have done that a little bit more? Should we have tried that every once in a while? Not forever.
We had the injury early on, so I understand why. And I get why not. But no, he started running, to your credit. You said it. He started scrambling more the last couple of games in the season. You saw him, and they were.
We don't need you to take it all the time, bro.
Yeah,
just let them know, hey,
1 or 2.
I can get us a first down and keep the drive going.
I thought about you when he kept it. I was like, man, my man Hard's been saying, just let him keep it one time, and they did. But what I thought was interesting that Sark had to kind of come back to the complementary football. Like I said, they were making plays in the passing game, but disastrous things kept happening.
Correct.
It was almost like, what's that great quote from DKR, the late great DKR, that when you throw the ball, 3 things can happen and 2 of them are bad. And obviously there are more than 3 outcomes of throwing the football, but to his point, most of them actually work against you.
Correct.
All right? Unless the execution
is flawless.
Is on point. There you go.
Yep.
And for Sark, there were some big plays to be had in the passing game, but then you have the safety. All right, the intentional grounding by Quinn Ewers, just not recognizing where his check down is and where his outlet's going to be. You can throw it at his foot, whatever. He's kind of panicked there. Young quarterback, it happens. All right,
it happens.
The Jay Witt fumble. How often does that happen? Threw it down there. Jay Witt ends up fumbling. The sacks. I mean, you had 4. Quinn Ewers had been sacked, I think, 4 times the entire season, and he got sacked 4 times in the first half of that game. And some of those were on him. I mean, you can get rid of the ball. There are things you can do. To your point, you can try to scramble, make some plays. So some of that was on him. And then, of course, later on in the game, you did have the strip sack that ended up being returned for a touchdown. So, look at Quinn Ewers' stat line, 12-16, 194 yards. You go, oh, man, that's actually not bad. 1 rushing touchdown. But then if you watch the game, you go, man, you were taking unnecessary risks with the passing game. You were working harder, not smarter. And I think at one point after the strip sack specifically, that's when Sark decided, you know what?
Hey, man, I'm going to hand this ball off to my running back.
I'm going to slather this thing in Bijan. After that strip sack, one thing real quick, Patrick, before you go. After that strip sack, Texas ran 24 plays. They were all run plays.
Yup.
14 to Bijan.
Yep.
Sorry, go ahead, Pat.
Yeah, and not only that, you're also going, hey man, we put our defense on the bench for 2.5 minutes of game time, and then throw them back out there for a third to play drive or something like that.
Exactly.
So you're basically letting your defense just get killed because they're gonna have to keep going, and that's why Baylor can go for it on 4th down and think they can get it because your defense is tired.
They took the Joey McGuire recipe, and they were 4 or 5, but in Texas in the first half, to Patrick's point, they were overexposed.
Yep.
Because you're a big time of possession guy, Hart.
Yeah.
They were out there too long. They were overexposed, and Baylor kept keeping drives alive and kept the Texas offense off the field. And it took Sark probably 2.5 quarters to figure out, nah, man, you know what? No. Complementary football.
Yep.
Let's run the rock, keep our defense fresh, keep them off the field, and then we can just dominate this game running the football.
Yeah, I'm sitting here looking at the time of possession, to your point, 33 minutes, 24 seconds for Baylor. 9 minutes in the first quarter, 9 minutes and 40 seconds. In the second quarter, they had it for 11 minutes and 21 seconds. To your point, Patrick. They're like, they were gassed. Let's go for it on 4th down because they have no energy.
There was a point where it was like 16-4, and we're up.
Yeah,
exactly. And so you're sitting there going like, I get we're up, but this is not sustainable.
Correct.
And I mean, Sark talked about it today, but yeah, the thing, you're like, this is how you lose games in the 4th quarter.
Yep. Because
This is how you lose games because your defense is just done by the fourth quarter because you've been playing on defense, 70 plays.
Exactly.
That's too many plays.
It was like I said, I'm glad that it wasn't too late. Right? If he'd have waited, one more drive to wholeheartedly commit themselves to the run and slather this thing in Bijan, gratuitous amounts, it might have been too late. Baylor might have had another score because Baylor was actually up when Texas made that decision to start the fourth quarter to run the football.
Mm-hmm.
I believe it was Baylor was up 27-24 at that point.
And that's when everything just said, "All right, let's go."
He abandoned the pass.
Yes, he was like, "Nope."
What does it take for
bro.
Sark to abandon the pass? Think about that.
It took that.
He had to go against his. It was like the ghost of DKR came down and was like whispering to Sark, like, "No, man. You need to run the rock." And Sark's like, "What?
Who is this talking to me?"
Like, the ghost of DKR came because he never abandons the pass like that.
Yeah.
But it was that one drive that he came down on where they played hurry up basically and just kept running the ball with Rojo.
Yep.
And it was that one where they went, "Oh, we have a systematic advantage because they subbed out their defensive line's not in, the run defense isn't in. So we can just run the ball on them. And as long as we play hurry up and don't sub, they can't sub in their D-line, and we'll just go and walk it right down the field on them."
Yeah.
And when he realized he could do that, you saw it click in his brain, just go, "Oh,
But
I
that's the
should
thing.
been doing this forever."
But that's the thing. They could have done that to start the game.
I know.
You could have done that to start the season.
I agree
I
with
know
you.
you had to work in the young O-line, but literally my 2022 motto was put some Bijan on it.
Yeah.
Just
Right.
gratuitous, copious amounts of it. Just to the point where it's just, just slathered in the stuff. And he didn't really do that until later on in the season. It was like, you know what? So my point is this. It's taken Sark a little too long. And like I said, he's done a good job because you found a way to win the game. That's all we ask. That was a second half adjustment. That's also growth for Sark, adjusting in the second half and out-coaching Dave Aranda, a really good coach on the other side. So I love that. But it took them way too long to figure out what the identity of this offense was.
Yeah.
When everybody else
That's
knew
fair.
it. Everybody's like, what do you mean the identity of it? It's Bijan and then, put some Bijan on it with a side of Rojo. That's the identity of the offense. And I think for a while, he got a little enamored with Quinn Ewers and that golden arm.
We
and
all
started
did.
thinking, this offense is going to be so multiple. We're going to be able to throw it. We're going to be able to run it. And it's like, whoa, slow down.
Right.
Just give it to Bijan and make it simple. And I think that's probably where Texas got a little lost during the season. Think about TCU.
Yep. That's exactly what I was. That was the thought that I was going to. Was
That's the great
TCU.
example. It's like, well, how did Bijan get lost in the game plan when you forgot to give it to the best player on either side of the field?
Sometimes people get caught up with looking across the field as opposed to looking what's behind them. Sometimes, you know what I'm saying?
I could believe, too, at halftime that Rojo and Bijan could have both said, "Hey, man, this is our last game in DKR. You better give us the damn ball.
Yeah.
We will go win you this game, coach. But if you put it in a freshman and you put it in sophomore and you put it in their hands and not us, who have carried this team,
put
the ball in our hands, I will go. We'll get every offensive lineman a bonus when we get our signing bonus in the NFL. We'll take care of everybody.
Yeah.
But you give us the ball because this is probably our last game in this building."
I think that's what DKR, the
what he
ghost
was
of DKR
whispering.
whispered to him. He's like, "Hey, man, it's the last game for Bijan. You forget about that?
Last game
hey,
for
Steven.
Rojo. Last game for Bijan. Both of them.
Yeah.
Both Sark aside in the corner locker room. Give us the ball.
Yeah, no, I agree
the
with
other
that,
thing,
right?
too, that
unfortunately, that's the sad part. You're right.
The other thing that I really enjoyed was watching the growth of this offensive line. Because in that situation, they had to become the bearers of this. They had to go in there and execute because if they're not executing with the blocking assignments,
Agreed.
he's not going to give them the ball because he's realizing, I got to go do something else because my offensive line is getting beat. We talked about this at the very beginning of the season. The two strengths of Baylor was the offensive and defensive line.
Mm-hmm.
And the Texas offensive line went out there and did their job. Yes, were there some busted assignments? Yes, they happened all over the place, and we got a chance to see it all over college football this past weekend. People are going to bust assignments, but you keep giving them that opportunity to rectify that, and that's what that offensive line did. They started pushing around that Baylor defense, and I couldn't be more proud of those young kids.
Yeah, no, you're right about that. And they really had a lot of faith in those young guys. They lost a starter.
Yep.
Early on, Cole Hudson went down with an injury, and Campbell came in, and there were some moments, obviously, lapses, I think, in focus for him. But down the stretch, there's no question about it. Texas imposed their will, and they on a Baylor team that usually can not only, win, their fair share at the line of scrimmage, but oftentimes they dominate the line of scrimmage. Like we talked about, that's their strength. And Texas, down the stretch, and it's a stat I pointed out too before the game. If you go look at those Baylor teams this season, they actually have average their most yards per rush in the fourth quarter.
Correct.
Because they wear teams down throughout the fourth quarter. Yep. And that was not the case against Texas. Texas was able to wear Baylor down in the fourth quarter on both sides of the ball. So I think for Texas, they lost a couple of games this year, and we'll hear from Sark talking about the disappointment, because now looking back, reflecting on the season, you can't help but think, man, Texas could have been You know what I mean? Like they could have, they could have been, or they should have been. They probably should be 10-2.
Yeah.
But they could be 11-1.
Yeah, they could be 11-1.
Oh yeah, something like that, or even undefeated potentially.
Right.
Because all the games they lost were close. TCU, Alabama,
very fair.
And then Tech and Oklahoma State, you were better than those teams. Now looking back, you know it. And that's why it hurts. That hurts. Because now looking back, you know you were better. Oklahoma State's, they are that program right now is disintegrating.
Yes.
They get toward the end of the season. And Texas was the start of it. Now looking back, we know that was the beginning of their downfall this season.
And we just let it slip through our hands.
And Texas, you were supposed to be the first one to deliver the beatdown.
Exactly. So everyone else could have taken that approach and said, oh, thank you for showing us that. Now we're about to use it, and we're going to win on the way out. Yeah. So that was very impressive. But I'm going to go back to what we were just talking about, the time of possession. In the second quarter, Baylor had it for 11 minutes and 21 seconds. Texas, in the fourth quarter, back to your point, where they would normally be stronger, Texas dominated the ball for 11 minutes and 54 seconds. That is how they decided, we're going to start smashing you in the face, and I'm giving it to my running backs, and that's how this game was won in that fourth quarter. Unbelievable.
RTDB.
There it is, baby.
Run the damn ball.
Give it to me.
I love this texter here with some random rumor and conjecture. He says, it wasn't Sark that chased him out on his own. After that strip sack fumble, Coach Choice went up to Sark and said something to him. I'm assuming we have the best running back in the country. Run the damn ball. I only saw it on the live feed on Friday, not the LHN replay. Okay? I didn't see. I wasn't watching live feed. I actually did see live feed. I wasn't watching it.
You go back and forth.
Yeah. So I'll admit I didn't see that, but hey,
Tashard Choice always looked mad on that sideline. Like
I would not doubt he does have that. He does have testicular fortitude to go up to the coach. But yeah, listen, we'll give Sark a ton of credit. We don't know what happened. Goes to DKR. We don't know if it was Coach Choice went up to him. We have no idea. We don't know to Patrick's boy. It could have been Bijan and Rojo at halftime. Like, bro, coach, what are you doing here?
Yeah,
this is my last game. All right, I don't care about being in the doghouse. This is my last game.
Yep.
Give me the damn ball.
I'm up out of here.
All right. Yeah. It did. If we lose this game, it's because we didn't give the best running back in college football the ball and your best leader the football. That would be an indictment on the head coach.
Well, and then there's this whole thing with Siaki Ika not really playing much. And you go, well, he's kind of supposed to be their whole run defense.
He didn't play in the first half really
and didn't
at
play
all.
when we couldn't run the ball. And then he came in the second half. And then we ran the ball.
He was a little hurt. He was something's up with him. I don't know what it is because
there was something involved in that where I think they figured out something with him.
He doesn't.
And they were like, "Oh, we can run right at him, and he can't stop us."
He wasn't explosive though. He had no BGO really. Go back and watch it.
Yeah, but that's what I think there was something because there was that one drive where they were like, "As we keep him on the field," and they played hurry up, and that was you could tell it's hurry because they kept Rojo in.
Yeah,
because normally you'd sub Bijan in or out, but there was no subs. They just were like, "Go, run the ball," and then it wasn't until they get the review on the goal line play where Baylor can switch up their defense, and you saw a little bit better of a run defense on that last play on the touchdown that Rojo got. But that was where you saw them just that click of like, oh, no, but Baylor doesn't have the depth that if they sub somebody out of this D-line, we can dominate them pretty easily. Our starting O-line is better than their backup D-line by a mile.
Yeah. No, Siaki.
And it's going to get better, too.
Yeah, I don't know exactly what was going on with him, but he didn't play really in the first half at all. And in the second half, when he did play, he wasn't an impact player for him.
No.
So he's dealing with an injury of some sort. Nobody really knows exactly what it is. But getting to the Texas defense, to give them a ton of credit, first half, obviously, they had their struggles in the first half. And Blake Shapen, to his credit, he was delivering on some money throws, on money downs in the first half. 12 of 20, 153 yards, 2 touchdowns in the first half. Second half, Texas adjusted, and it was a hell of an adjustment. He was only 6 of 16 for 26 yards and did have that interception. You go look at the Texas defense in the second half. On 30 plays, they allowed only 56 yards 4 in the fourth quarter.
4 in the fourth quarter.
That is crazy.
Yeah.
One of 8 on third downs in the second half.
I know that when you look at their yards per play for the entire game, 3.7 yards on the ground, average play. That means that defense came to suffocate them. They were suffocating them on that defensive side of the ball. And it goes back to what we've been talking about. A lot of these older players were like, this is my last game at home. Rod, you was out there. You played in a game where it's like, it's the last time I'm going to take the field at DKR, man.
Mm-hmm.
I got to go out here and show something. I'm going to show out for why all these people keep coming out here cheering for me. I'm going to show them something. And that's what those older guys decided to do, and the true leaders decided to come out there and play. When you can, as a defense, you can have them 2.6 yards per rush during the game, and then their average completion was 9.9. That still ain't a first down. Total of 3.7 yards in the game for their average play call. You did something.
Yeah.
That's rare, bro.
101 net yards rushing for Baylor was the season low for them. And, coming off a dominant performance, your rush defense versus the Kansas Jayhawks. And going back to, my point that I think it took the Texas coaches a little too long to figure out the identity of the team. The identity of this team is you're a great rushing team because you got the best backfield, most talented backfield in college football, and a really young but talented O-line. And they're huge, right? Big humans, as Kyle Flood likes to say. Yep. And on defense, because of your interior D-line, the guts of your D-line, and the experience, and you go 5 deep, how talented it is, you actually have one of the better rush defenses in the country. And that should have been how you built everything. You lost that Oklahoma State game because you didn't believe in your rush defense enough. I said it time and time again. You should have been able to stop the rushing game of Oklahoma State because it was abysmal. Right. All right, with a light box, which you could because your defensive line has been that good, and then devote numbers and allocate resources to stop the passing game in the 3 spots where they were killing you: wide receiver screens, slant routes, and those bubble routes or those swing screens for the running backs. And it was something simple, but, man, that's the win that would have had you in the Big 12 title game. Like, that's the difference. Like, that's what we're looking at now. And I think that's what Sark will be looking at, too. As a matter of fact, let's hear from Sark. We got Sark from his Monday press conference here. He talked about moving forward, and that's exactly what he's trying to do, move this team forward to being a championship contender. Here is Sark from earlier today. All right, that's Sark talking about moving forward. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot to be proud of with this group. No question. The improvement has been phenomenal, and it's been at almost every level, in every phase, every position group. Hard to see a ton of a regression. It's just nothing but progression, nothing but development across the board. Got to give the coaches a ton of credit for that, no doubt about it. But yeah, I mean, I think he said it's natural to look back now and go, man, had that one got away.
Yeah,
one of those.
That one, that two. You know what I'm saying? Because you're sitting there and you're looking at all of those games. Because let's not forget, every one of those games you had a lead in. So that's the other part of that, too. You had a lead in those games that you end up losing. So, and some of them are double digits. So you're sitting there and you're like, we let that one get away. We let that one. And a lot of it had to do with maturity. It was even him, as you were just talking about, not realizing that we don't have to continue to throw the ball when we got this Maserati in the backfield. We can find a way to get him involved. You brought up the TCU game. there's so many moments that you could sit here and say, we're 8-4. Is this an improvement? Absolutely, it's an improvement. You brought up the fact, if you look at each position, how they got better. I believe in that. I saw it. But you still, let's be honest about it. We all predicted 8-4. We thought 8-4 was a reasonable number, but we didn't know what 8-4 was going to look like getting there.
Yeah.
So we say it, and it sounds good. Oh, yeah, that's an improvement. But you look at those moments, and you're like, 9-3, 10-2. 11-1 opportunities that were missed, or they could have went the other way too.
Could have went the
and
other
then
way.
we could be having a totally different conversation.
Could have lost the Out-of-State game.
Yeah.
I mean, that could easily happen. You had guys running
it was
wide open
headed
towards
that
the
way.
stretch.
Yeah.
Down the stretch.
Yeah.
If not for Jalen Ford, hell, you might be a 5-win team.
Hey,
Exactly. Jalen Ford's individual development. I mean, Jalen Ford, you talk about a guy that's got
oh my gosh,
Iowa State game. He gets the clutch interception in the end zone, but also the fumble recovery at the end.
Yep.
K-State, he gets the fumble recovery, but then the interception at half, which was big to give Texas a chance to score again before the half, and then the Baylor interception.
Yeah, dude, 4 interceptions this year.
But 3 of them have been clutch.
Oh yeah, it's not just an interception at the beginning of the game.
3 of them have been almost game-defining interceptions, game-defining moments.
Yes, I couldn't agree more with that. I mean, every week you and I are coming in here, I'm like, you see that dude, man? He's just making plays. He's always around the ball. And remember, he didn't do anything in game 1. And we talk about week-to-week improvement. He's an example of week-to-week improvement.
He's the biggest example of week-to-week improvement. He is. There's no better example of week-to-week improvement.
And by the way, he just turned 21 today. I saw his mom tweet out, "Happy birthday to my baby." So he just turned 21 today.
He has 109 combined tackles, the most since Jordan Hicks in 2014 with 147. First player since 2000, so in 20-plus years, to have at least triple-digit tackles and double-digit tackles for loss and 4 interceptions and 3 forced fumbles in a single season. And he still got a bowl game to go. He also has 2 sacks. 4 interceptions, by the way, tied with Derek Johnson for the most by a Texas linebacker in a season. He is having an unbelievable. If he's not Defensive Player of the Year in the Big 12,
problem.
I don't know how you can justify anybody else over him.
You can't because the numbers. If you just went by the list, that what embodies a Player of the Year,
just playmaking.
He's right there.
He's second in the conference in tackles, in interceptions, top 10 in tackles for loss, and leads the Big 12 in forced fumbles.
Come on, man.
Yeah,
I mean,
I don't know how you
impact. That's impact, right?
Yeah, I think usually I don't put on the homer glasses, but I would for Jalen Ford.
Hey, right there was some starter shades right there. You got on, dog. Put
I just
them
don't see
starter shades
how.
on.
I'm gonna look around. I'm sure there are some other good players, but man, tell me they made as many clutch plays as that guy. Texas,
very few.
Texas got 8 wins. They got 6. 5 maybe if Jalen Ford ain't balling out.
Right.
Okay.
Yes, I do know that he drives the Lamborghini, not the Maserati.
Harsh knows that. Harsh knows every damn body. All right. We'll get some more of that Sark sound a little bit later on. And we'll also get to rumors about transfer portal. So, matter of fact, Sark was asked about the transfer portal.
Yep.
I love these questions now.
Yeah. Oh.
These are just regular questions. These are usually things that members of the media would tiptoe around. No tiptoeing.
No, not no more.
Asking you about.
Because it's all out there.
Wow.
So it's not like you got to dig it up too much. It's
New
like,
era.
hey man, look, I saw it in the paper today.
New era.
I saw
Right?
it on the social media today. It's
crazy.
Let's talk about it.
So we'll talk about that transfer portal rumors. Hear more from Sark. Got bowl projections, all that coming up. Top of the 5 o'clock. Talking more Texas football. Coming up next, coaching carousel starting in college football. Why hasn't this man been hired yet? We'll get to that coming up here right here on Ball Don't Lie. 104.9. Hey, what's up, folks? Lifetime Longhorn Rod Babers here. It is Monday, and a lot of you out there may have a case of the Mondays. Well, no need to worry. The best way to get rid of a case of the Mondays is with a nice ice-cold case of Bud Light. That's right, folks. Bud Light is the world's favorite light beer, my favorite light beer, and for good reason. The perfect beer for any occasion, especially those weekend occasions. As a matter of fact, I just had a great weekend. Holiday weekend. Hope everybody out there enjoyed their Thanksgiving holiday. And for me, it was filled with football, family, great food, and a lot of Bud Light. That's right. Basically, Bud Light was kind of the unofficial beer sponsor of my holiday festivities. So I want to thank my friends at Bud Light for that. But they're always around for any occasion. Doesn't matter what it is. But football and Bud Light, that is a championship tag team. America's favorite game and America's favorite beer. You cannot get better than that. And speaking of great tag teams, now Bud Light is the official domestic beer sponsor of the University of Texas, Texas Exes, Lifetime Longhorns like myself, and the Red River Showdown. So now when you're cheering on your favorite team, like me, the Longhorns, and also you can do it with your favorite beer, Bud Light, brewed right here deep in the heart of Texas since 1982 by Texans for Texans, and proud of it. Smooth Soul Monday right here on Ball Don't Lie. I think I feel Patrick on this one. The thrill is gone. The season's gone.
Season's gone, man.
Season's gone.
It ain't over.
Just that day. It ain't over.
It ain't over.
We got one more left, but that's an exhibition,
I know exactly.
Man. That's bowl games are exhibitions. It ain't the same. Y'all know it ain't the same. You know what I mean?
It's
Bijan
never the
may not
same.
even be playing.
Rojo
Rojo might not even be playing.
If them dudes walk out there, I'm going over there and tell them, man, if you don't get yourself off this doggone field, get yourself up out of here,
Get
boy.
on out here and go get some money.
Go
man.
get your paper, man.
He's getting some paper here, but
but come on, keep it moving.
I think we all want to see Bijan playing at the next level.
No doubt about it.
And but that I get my man Patrick on that. Smooth Soul Mondays. I felt you on that one, Patrick. Yeah, the thrill is gone. It goes by so fast.
It does. I was talking about it at Bevo Boulevard. We were sitting there talking to some friends, and I was like, we've been sitting here excited about football season, and just like that, it's gone. And the problem is, it takes forever to get back.
Mm-hmm. That's true.
That's the sport that takes forever to get back.
College football takes a little while to get back. That's why you need to expand the playoffs. At least you'll get a little bit more.
Yeah, we'll get it every week.
You get that added playoff. You get like 3-4 more weeks of it, so that'd be pretty good. But all right, let's get to so speaking of the thrill being gone, for some of these coaches, the thrill is definitely gone because the coaching carousel has begun. And gentlemen, it is moving at a rapid speed right now. At this point, actually, take that back. You're at 29 29 total. 16 head coach changes right now.
Yep.
You had 29 last year. I take that back. So 29 total last year. You got 16 currently, but of course, there are still things being sorted out. That's at the FBS level. And some of the most prominent names that have been mentioned, some of these have already been announced and have been actually confirmed by the schools and the programs. Luke Fickell to Wisconsin. That is a done deal.
Yep.
Done deal, Harsh. Luke Fickell to Wisconsin. Remember, he is, he's from Ohio.
Yes.
He's from there. Remember, he went to university, went to Ohio State, and he was actually there as a player, and he was there as a coach for like 15 years or something like that, too. But looks like Luke Fickell deciding to leave the friendly state confines of Ohio, where he's done a great job there at the University of Cincinnati and done a phenomenal job there. Had 13-0 season last year, took him to the college football playoff. They're 9-3 this year, 6-2 in the AAC, but he looks to be moving on to bigger and better things.
Cincinnati is one of those universities that they always seem to be the stepping stone for another coach. Mm-hmm. You go there, you get yourself ready to go, and somebody big comes and gets you. I like Cincinnati. I think it's another one of those schools that is a lot better than what people want us to give it credit for. Mm-hmm. They produce a ton of NFL talent. That's what
Ohio,
they do.
Baby.
I mean, you getting it in. Mm-hmm. And now they're coming to the Big 12, and now they won't have Luke Fickell. That was one of the biggest reasons why I wanted him in the Big 12 is because he's a doggone good coach. But he decided he wanted to go to the Big 10. We've all just talked about Wisconsin and how we think that's a great college to be at.
It is.
As far as coaching, you're going to get those big humans, as they like to talk about. You're going to have a good running game, and you're going to get a decent quarterback. They always have just the right level of expectation there. Now, he's going to be able to bring in some really good play callers. He's going to bring in some really good coaches with him.
Oh, yeah.
So they're going to be a problem in that Big Ten. They're going to be to be reckoned with because they're a team that I've always liked. Every time I look up, I'm like, I'll pick Wisconsin to be in there. I'll pick Wisconsin. This year, not so much. I mean, they had to go through some things. Obviously, they fired their coach. But I think he's going to be the guy to help turn it around. And I guarantee you, it's not going to take him as long because there is talent there.
Yeah, and then there wasn't a huge the long drought or anything going on there. It was kind of like you said, they were recently very competitive. Talking about for the Big Ten title competitive. So I agree with you on that. There's a lot of rumors, guys, that Urban Meyer may follow up Luke Fickell.
At Cincinnati? Oh, my goodness.
Remember, I think he's a Cincinnati guy.
I mean,
he's a Cincinnati graduate. He went to the University of Cincinnati.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh.
He's a Cincinnati graduate, I thought.
Here we go. Let's see what happens. I can't wait.
His son, Nate Meyer, is a student assistant under Fickell.
Well.
And Cincinnati's going to the Big 12, as you mentioned.
Oh, here we go. He wanted to be in the Big 12 anyway, right?
This is what the rumors mills are saying up there.
Pony up that money.
Yes, true. But he's looking for a reclamation. He doesn't want to go out the way he did as a laughing stock with the Jaguars. He doesn't want to do that.
No.
Yeah, he wants to. So I could see him maybe for 2 or 3 years saying, hey, man, I'll give y'all 2 or 3 years. I'll try to leave on top. I'll get y'all to,
I'll get y'all into the Big 12 on good, decent footing.
Yep.
So you're not
What about this
exactly.
thing? What about Brian Hartline? Well, not Hartline. Yeah.
Oh, Harsin?
No, Brian Hartline.
The wide receivers coach. Okay.
What about him? He's Ohio State guy.
They love him.
But Brian Day is not going anywhere, it doesn't seem to be. Although all these people keep asking for him to get fired because they lost to Michigan back-to-back years. But, that's the game you got to win.
That's why it's a spoiled fan base. That's one of those games you got to win or you can't get beat. Like, you can't have a streak of getting beat in that rivalry game. It hurts. Ask Mac Brown. I was here when Mac Brown had that streak. People were like, Mac's got to go. It's like, Mac's winning 10 games. Oh, man, he can't beat Bob Stoops. He's got to go. And that's a reality.
That is the truth.
That's a reality.
That is the truth. So, there's another name to think about. I know what you're talking about, Urban Meyer, but he's from Ohio as well, big-time recruiter. He's done a great job with the recruiting. You see the wide receivers he keeps bringing in to Ohio State. They all show up.
Yeah.
They all make plays. So that's another name to pay attention to.
How about this one, guys? Colorado reportedly has offered Deion Sanders the head coaching job. I don't think this is the thing. I think Deion could go there and be successful, but I think Deion's waiting for a bigger shoe to drop. I think Deion knows that somebody out there. Remember, Charles Barkley has recently said there's an SEC team that highly coveted Deion, but I don't know how many SEC.
It can't be Auburn.
It can't be Auburn because we'll get to that in a second.
Yeah.
But Deion was offered the Colorado job.
And he said there was others as well.
I'm sure there are. I mean, I would hire Deion. This is the reason I would hire Deion. It's pretty simple. First of all, he can recruit like a son of a gun.
Mm-hmm.
He was able to get the kid, was it Travis Hunter?
Yep.
Who was basically kind of a Florida State. Everybody saw him as a Florida State guy. Ended up getting flipped to an HBCU, Jackson State, which is seen as unfathomable to get the number one recruit in the country. Hell, he got game day.
Yep.
To come cover Jackson State and HBCU. He can definitely get him to come to your Power 5.
Wherever that
is. So the guy can promote like a son of a gun, man. He really can't. So he
went 26-5. He went 26-5.
He actually can win. But I'm talking about, so I'm just assuming he doesn't win.
Right.
Because the thing is like, well, he hadn't coached at the highest level, so what if he doesn't win? So let's just say he doesn't win. Let's say he's a disaster that way.
There's a lot of people
My
that
point
go
is,
through that.
He's gonna get more promotion for your university than any other coach before then. Added value. You know you're going to leave with your coffers full of talent if he just fails there miserably. You have so much talent there, the next coach is going to come in and win right away if you hire the right guy.
Yeah.
You also know he's going to bring in NFL caliber coaches. Already got Zimmer there, all right, at Jackson State. He's going to bring in.
He's got your boy
Brewster.
Yep.
He's got Brew.
Yep.
So he can bring in high caliber recruiting, an assistant coach at the college level too. And think about this house. He's got a recruiting footprint in every major recruiting mecca in the country. Georgia. He drafted by the Falcons. He's from Florida.
Yep.
He's in Mississippi right now. And he was in Texas with the Cowboys. He can go anywhere in the country and recruit because of his name, but he's got footprints, literally, in some of the best recruiting grounds in the country. I'd hire him right now. Because like I said, even if he fails, we're going to fail upward with him.
Oh, for sure.
If he fails, we'll fire him because he only won, 25% of his games, whatever. But we're going to have so much free publicity and we're going to have so much talent from Deion that we'll be better off anyway than some other coach who I would have hired and he'd have failed and we left, SOL.
Yeah.
Starting from point zero or negative point.
And I agree with you through all of that. The one thing that I don't agree with you with is, let's say he does go there and fail. How many times do you give all these other guys a chance to fail? Let him fail and continue to fail until he can turn it around.
Because
like you said, he's
saying
going
worst
to
case
bring
scenario.
it in.
Yeah, I'm with you. I don't think he's going to fail. But
no, and I think for him though, Colorado may not be the right, because you're like, all right, well, this was a program that's really down. So I got to start out.
But he would look like a miracle worker.
But I mean, like, if you say he's going to recruit well, you're still sitting there probably getting, a 4 or 5 win season next year, 6-win season, maybe get bowl eligible. And then you're like, all right, if he goes in his third season, he has a 9-10 win season. Now he's 3 years in and nobody cares, and he starts to lose a little bit of that shine because they're just like, oh, now he's just another coach now. We don't love him as much. I think if he goes to a bigger program, he can make bigger impact and stay being Deion Sanders and being that guy.
Yeah, I think
it's just Pac-12 too.
Like, I was just about to say
Pac-12,
that would be the only
conference,
way.
like
Because
that.
he's an East Coast guy.
I agree.
He's on the East Coast.
Yeah, I just think he wants to go to a more relevant. He wants to make a bigger splash. And I think he knows he can do it. And he may not. You may have to wait out one more year to do it.
Yeah.
You may have to wait for another cycle of coach.
Yeah, but I think if he went ACC even. So even if you're not saying it's SEC, if he went ACC, I think he could do something there.
His stomping grounds, right?
Yeah.
Georgia, Florida, man, Deion acting the fool up there.
Yeah, he knows exactly what to do.
Oh, man, I don't know what's taking. I'm with you. I don't know what's taking so long. I'd hired Deion quick, fast, in a hurry for a lot. But I'm a Deion. I'm obviously
We're
biased.
all Deion
I grew up a
fans.
Deion
That's
fan.
right.
I wore 21 because I'm a Deion fan. So let's talk about the other Matt Rule, the other big hire. Matt Rule. He has been officially hired as the Nebraska head coach. What do you say, gentlemen? Agree? I think it's a great hire.
I think it's a home run hire.
Okay.
I think it's a home run hire. I know that we've seen him build programs up. Now, people can say, well, he tore down Carolina. No, Carolina was trash before. Don't forget they fired they had to get rid of the owner. They had to get him out of there because of some stuff that was happening off the field. So I look at Matt Rule as one of those guys that understands what the task is at hand. Look what he did to Temple. Look what he did to Baylor. And now he's going to have that opportunity at Nebraska. 8 years. He's got an 8-year deal. $72 million.
It's hard to get coaches up there, though, I think.
Right.
I think that's why they had to sign him to a big deal.
They had to.
Yeah.
Because it's going to take some time, too. I mean, it's not like Nebraska's that bad. It's just that the coaching style, from what we were hearing before, was he wasn't doing his job. That's Frost. Frost was in love with players that he shouldn't have been in love with. So now there's another opportunity to bring in a guy that's going to understand what it's like to be in the transfer portal, number one, because that was going to be the thing that I was going to say about Deion. Deion going to be able to get some people on the transfer portal.
What?
Wherever he ends up.
Sell sand to a beach.
Yeah, exactly.
Man, for
You're
real.
going to believe in what we talking about here. Got to believe.
No, I'm with you. I totally agree. I like the Matt Rule hire for a couple of reasons. We've seen Matt Rule, and I always said the NFL game and the college game are just two different games altogether. I mean, ask guys like Nick Saban, it just is. Some guys can have success at both levels, but some coaches, it just doesn't fit. Their mentality just doesn't translate. But Matt Rule, what I really like about it, if I was hiring a coach, one of the little things I would look at if I was a GM or if I was an athletic director, right? Because everybody's got their certain traits they're looking for in a head coach that they covet. It's like, oh, man, I think this could lead to a really good program builder. I like what I call the kind of the Belichickian trait. Most coaches in football at the highest levels, college and pro, they've only coached one phase of the game. That's it. They have coached offense, defense, and special teams. They never venture outside of that phase. Their entire career is spent in one phase of the game. There are a few coaches, though, that hop around.
Yep.
You know what I mean? They end up going to different phases. They'll coach, special teams, and they'll coach defense. They'll go somewhere, coach offense. And I think it gives you a more well-rounded knowledge of the game, right? It's like that person that ends up becoming a manager of a hotel, but he started out as a busboy and started out, cleaning the rooms, and started out working in the kitchen, and then he went to work in service, and then he went to concierge, and worked his way all the way up to top. He knows how to work every area of that hotel. He knows how every part of it works, all the inner workings. And I think some guys, when they can get a more well-rounded, knowledge base of the game, I think it helps them. Belichick is the most famous example. Belichick, at one point for the Lions, he coached wide receivers and DBs. He was he coached a lot of different spots. He went special teams. So basically, he's coached every phase of the game: special teams, offense, and defense at the NFL level. That is extremely rare. Matt Rule's one of those guys too. That's what I love about him. Matt Rule has coached, you go look at him, he's coached linebackers, D-line, special teams, been a run game coordinator, associate head coach, quarterbacks, offensive line, been an OC, tight ends coach, head coach. He's coached everything except DBs, wide receivers, and running backs. Yep. And I think it helps him have these kind of program rebuilds like Temple and Baylor.
Yep.
I think it helps them construct these programs from the ground up and manage them from the top down because of his well-rounded knowledge base of the game. There are a few guys. John Harbaugh's one of these guys.
Yeah, Harbaugh's great.
He's one of those guys. Brian Dabble actually kind of fits in that category. Pete Carroll does too. And it's not a lot, but early on in their careers or at some point they went into a different phase of the game. And I think most of it's to seek knowledge. Belichick actually makes his coaches do it. That's why Brian Daboll, he did it on Belichick's staff. On Belichick's staff, that's when he was on as a defensive assistant, and actually Josh McDaniels. It doesn't always work out.
Yeah, Matt Patricia. Matt Patricia.
It doesn't always work out. Right. But it's just a trait I like. Yeah, Josh McDaniels was a defensive assistant too.
Sometimes you got to pace yourself.
That's not really working out for him. Yeah, it's just one of my things. Anyway, let's get to the flex coming up on the other side. We'll talk some Central Texas high school football playoffs and give you some of the great content over there on the flex right here on Ball Don't Lie, 104.9 The Horn. Hey, what's up, folks? Lifetime Longhorn Rod Babers here. Let me tell you about Dr. Greg Eckert and his wonderful team because they can do anything that you may need that has to do with your dental health and your dental hygiene. Trust me, they are the folks that you want to go to. Dr. Greg Eckert, they handle anything, and his team can handle anything from general dentistry, teeth whitening, dentures, porcelain crowns, veneers, dental implants, full mouth reconstruction, even root canal therapy. They can do whatever it takes to ensure you're getting the best quality dental care available. Speaking of the best quality dental care, my friend Dr. Greg Eckert is always on the cutting edge of the technological advances in dentistry. He's always trying to give you the top-notch dental care. And as a matter of fact, right now, he can give you a brand new smile in just one day, permanently secured to your dental implants. You'll spend no time without teeth. You get temporary fixtures until they can complete your permanent smile, and you'll smile again with confidence and eat freely without pain or discomfort. We're talking about a lifelike permanent solution. So if you've been told your teeth need to be replaced, call Dr. Greg Eckert today to learn about this revolutionary alternative to dentures. It's a brand new smile in just one day. New teeth in one day. I know it sounds too good to be true. It's not. It's just Dr. Greg Eckert with AU. Call him today for a complimentary consultation at 512-345-3166. That's 512-345-3166. Or visit dreckert.com. That's DRUECKERT.com. Welcome back to Ball Don't Lie right here on 104.9 The Horn. Smooth Soul Monday edition of Ball Don't Lie. And right now it's time for, speaking of ball not lying, time for our Flex 45 segment. We're going to get into the FLXATX.com website. Got some great content up there for you, including, it's time, folks, the All Flex Top 3. That's right. We're rolling it out right now. The All Flex top three, the top three players at each position in our All Flex area here in Central Texas, which is most of Central Texas. But make sure that it's got to be in our All Flex area. So if you don't get some love, sometimes it's because they're not in the All Flex area. We'll be announcing the All Flex team, the All Flex top three, I should say, at every position all throughout the week. We're starting with the O-line and D-line today, so give the O-line and D-line some love. Top three, Ian Reed, the Vandergrift offensive lineman, makes it. Harker Heights offensive lineman Jaden Chapman makes it as well, and T.J. Shanahan, the Westlake offensive lineman.
Big dog.
That's our all-flex offensive lineman, our top three, all-flex top three offensive linemen. D lineman, Ansel Nadore, the Round Rock defensive lineman. Westlake defensive lineman Colton Vasic. And the Maynard defensive line prospect Prince Will Umanmielen also makes it. That's our all-flex top three defensive line. So go to FLXATX.com and you can go check out the all-flex top three.
Some big boys over there. Some big boys over there.
Yeah. I mean, some pretty talented defensive prospects, actually.
Yeah.
I mean, all these guys are going to be playing at the next level. I do remember Snoop saying that was one of the top talent areas, top talent-rich positions, I should say, in the Central Texas this year was a D lineman. I remember talking about that early on in the season. So congrats to those guys who end up making our all-flex top three for the O-line and D-line. Ansel Nadore. I told you that Round Rock defense was going to be good this year. They were really good, man. Obviously, season ended a little sooner than they thought. But, man, that defense was honestly, they were the lifeblood of that team most of the year. And we know Colton Vasic's story. He is now going to play at the next level and made a good decision for himself.
Oh, yeah. I mean, ain't nothing like it, right?
Playing now flipping his commitment from the Sooners. He will be pledging his commitment to the University of Texas.
Okay.
Yeah, and Prince Will Umanmielen. I know he's got good genes. He's got a brother that plays in Florida, I believe.
Yeah.
And he's going to be playing at the next level too. Is he already verbally committed?
That I do not know. I've been waiting to hear that even more so.
Right.
I'm sure that the Flex crew will hit us and let us know.
We'll do some research.
Yeah.
But go check out FLXATX.com. And they got some great content up there for you. Those guys are working really hard. Shout out to my man Snoop, JJ Dunn, my man Zach Lucero working hard, Nolan the Seed working hard over there. Those guys have been doing great work. Also Derek, of course.
That's right.
Also working really hard for those guys. So they've been doing great work all season long. And doesn't just end with the football. Remember, when we're done with the football, they also are going to be having an all-flex volleyball team. We did that to show some love to the volleyball players in the area, and they're trying, I believe, to make sure that all different sports get representation.
We're going to have basketball and baseball, I believe, is going to be happening here pretty soon.
Exactly. So it's not just football. Don't just think that. I mean, the Flex crew cares about high school sports, period, and making sure young people get their just due. All right, we'll get to the break here. We'll come back, get into some Cowboys news, notes, and nuggets. Big win over the Giants. We'll talk about what that means for the Cowboys. Also, NFL Week 12 review, and Odell Beckham Jr. What happened? Wait, what was that? That's a weird, strange story, isn't it?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, we got to get into that because that affects the Cowboys. Because the Cowboys, I'm assuming, were into Odell Beckham Jr. sweepstakes. Maybe they were. I don't know if they're in it anymore.
They still are. They better be.
All right.
They better be.
We'll get into that on the other side right here on Ball Don't Lie. 104.9 The Horn. Hey, what's up, folks? Lifetime Longhorn, Rod Babers here. Let me tell you about my friends at Twin Peaks. You guys know I'm a big fan of Twin Peaks. I know you are too, for so many reasons. And it starts with that scratch menu. I love the delicious menu at Twin Peaks. A delicious scratch menu. As I said, every delicious dish on the menu is made from scratch. So if you're thinking about a new favorite spot for lunch or for dinner or those late night eats, folks, don't forget about Twin Peaks. And also what I love about Twin Peaks, folks, it's the perfect place to watch all of your sporting activities. Maybe it's the World Cup that you're watching, maybe you're a fan of soccer, you can watch your World Cup games right there, World Cup matches right there at your local Twin Peaks. Also, if you're an NBA fan, you can watch your NBA games there at Twin Peaks. They got plenty of screens up there for you. You also, if you're an NFL fan like me, whether it be Monday Night Football, NFL Sundays, your college football Saturdays, all of that action is just that much better at your local Twin Peaks. I love the 29-degree man-size drafts. Another thing I check off my list that I'm a big fan of at Twin Peaks. Every time I go, it sets up my Twin Peaks experience. And trust me, folks, it'll set yours up as well. For me, it's all about Bud Light, but whatever beer of choice you like, trust me, that 29-degree man-size draft, it is just that much sweeter, folks. Don't forget about their happy hour. Twin Peaks, whatever your preference. They have everything from tequila cocktails and extensive bourbon categories to top shelf spirits and cocktails. They serve them over ice balls. They got low craft beers and handcrafted whiskey cocktails. Round out an adventurous drink menu second to none. And don't forget, like I said, about their e-club as well. Go to TwinPeaksRestaurant.com if you're a big fan of Twin Peaks. They keep you updated with everything happening at your local Twin Peaks, but also they give you free stuff, and we all love free stuff. So go to your local Twin Peaks, Stastny, or the Twin Peaks at San Marcos or the Round Rock location. That's TwinPeaksRestaurant.com. Twin Peaks Eats, Drinks, and Scenic Views. Smooth Soul Monday right here on Ball Don't Lie. I'm in Patrick. Woo, he's on it today. And that's a good thing for y'all.
Because he love football, but it ain't good to be right.
If loving you is wrong, I don't want to be right. That's probably the Cowboys fans out there motto.
Yep. Yes.
All right, Patrick, what inspired you for this jam right here?
I don't know. I mean, this is just a good jam.
It's a good jam.
It's a good jam.
You know, it's good Smooth Soul. Well, you don't need a reason.
Smooth Soul Sunday is usually done, or Monday is usually done by me playing on like Soul playlist and going through, and then you're like, oh, pick this one and play this one.
So you're like kicking it on a Sunday in a Sunday state of mind, coming up with Smooth Soul Mondays.
I like that.
Yeah. I feel that. Yeah. No doubt about that. Hey, we all enjoy it. So whatever you're doing, keep on doing it. We appreciate it. My man Patrick, the real MVP. You can reach him via Twitter at It's Patrick Davis. My man Harge at Hardball Harge. I'm at Rod Babers in the Twitterverse. Specs text line wide open as well. 512-337-3776. Hope everybody had a great Thanksgiving holiday with friends and family over the weekend. Well, we know Cowboys fans had a damn good holiday weekend because the Cowboys got a win in the division, making it that much sweeter. But I think the sweetest part of that win is that you held Saquon Barkley, a top 5 rusher.
Come on.
And you're talking about a team that's stubborn and bullish about running the football, the New York Giants. And you held Saquon Barkley to 39 yards rushing on 11 rushes. And he was averaging over 95 yards rushing a game going into this game. His longest run was just 10 yards. Hell, Daniel Jones, who was actually averaging almost over 40 yards per game rushing, the quarterback, he only had 14 rushing yards. Cowboys basically shut down the Giants' rushing attack. And to me, that's the biggest story of the game. We know that's the Achilles heel for the Cowboys. If they don't improve that by the time the playoffs roll around, they won't be in the playoffs for long.
No.
And that was a gutsy performance. And it showed a lot of resilience by the Cowboys, and it showed their ability to, to fix some of the issues that may be plaguing this team down the stretch of their playoff run.
And they overcame 2 interceptions by Dak. I mean, he threw 2 interceptions.
He did. Ugly ones.
But, they came back. The defense, being what the defense is, kept him in a position to where he could get the ball back and get some points on the board, and that's exactly what he did. And the thing, too, for me, Rod, is great by that defense, but I think they're starting to figure out everything on offense. They're starting to figure out, kind of like what we talked about with Sark at the first hour. When you have this running game that has been very good to you, and Zeke came out and ran the ball well.
He felt good.
16 carries, 92 yards, and a touchdown. And Tony Pollard, 18 for 60. He didn't have those explosive.
Yeah, this is the Zeke show.
That was.
I think it's a matchup thing. Zeke matched up well with whatever the Giants are trying to do.
Exactly, but recognizing that and realizing, okay, we can do this. We can get explosive plays on the outside. There was one play where they ran. It was an unbalanced. It looked like an unbalanced line. They took the tight end in motion. They were going from left to right. Tight end came in motion. Dak handed him the ball, got around Zeke somehow, and put the block on for him. I was like, how did that even happen? And there was nobody on that sideline. Yeah. I'm like, how did that even happen? Was that a design play? But it worked. But it worked.
Whenever you're ready to give Kellen Moore a little credit.
Is that what you waiting on?
I'm just
that creativity.
You keep bragging about the Cowboys offense, and yet you want to give credit to the guy that's called the plays.
I don't.
It's so funny.
You've been
bragging about the Cowboys offense for a month. I was like, he never mentions Kellen Moore. He will brag about it, talk about how Dak is a game. He's a game changer when he comes in. His presence is an impact player, and you love Zeke, and you love Tony Pollard and CeeDee and Henderson.
The way they're moving the ball around.
And you will not give Kellen Moore one bit of credit.
You've been hurt before.
Exactly.
I'm not going to get hurt again.
Like, can you please say Kellen Moore's doing a good job now?
He's managing the offense the way he is a great game manager.
You won't do it.
I refuse.
I've been noticing this for like a month. I was like, I gotta call her job. I called you out on the broadcast this past weekend. I was like, I'm calling him out. You've been bragging about. You are right though to brag about. How about this? I'll give you a number.
Oh my gosh.
We remember when Cooper Rush was the starting quarterback. They averaged 21.4 points per game when he was the starting quarterback. You know what they've averaged since Dak's return? 33.
I was going to say 33. Yeah.
33,
I was going to say 31.
Almost 34, but 33 points per game.
Yep. It's amazing what you could do when you got a great
difference, and you still don't want to give credit to Kellen Moore. How about Kellen Moore? Dude, how about
Rod did call me out, Patrick.
Oh,
he called me out smooth too.
In front of everybody on Bevo Boulevard, I was like, all y'all Cowboys fans, just so y'all know, Horace does not want to give Kellen Moore any credit for how good the Cowboys offense is doing. None at all.
Oh my goodness!
When they come out in 14 personnel package.
Yes, he did. Yes,
14
he did.
personnel.
Yes, he did. 4
tight ends. And by the way, that was it ended up being a great play for him because at the handoff too, they got out of a Hendershot.
Right.
From the 13 or 14 personnel package.
Yes.
It was a jumbo package, I should say. But he's getting creative, and you don't want to give the man any credit.
I mean,
okay.
He should.
All right, wait. Is it harder to give Kellen Moore credit or Mike McCarthy credit? Yeah, it's Mike McCarthy's hard to give credit to. Yeah, it's harder. Yeah, I'll go Kellen Moore because at least then I can be like, all right, well, then I'm right. Mike McCarthy's not a great coach. We can get there.
You got to get. I'm gonna give some credit to both. You know, I'm a big Kellen Moore fan. They do. Point. I know, but
I will give Mike McCarthy credit.
Yeah, yep. This is why you give him.
He's done a good job.
Give him credit for this. Give him credit for this. No, seriously. He said in the offseason, we want to be a physical football team.
He did.
We're basically tired. We got pushed around. I know his texter F. McCarthy. Okay, that's how that's what I'm saying. I do.
Say it with your chest.
Giving McCarthy credit, I knew that was gonna come. It's okay. All right, that's what Specs text line is for. But he said they want to be a tougher, more physical football team. No doubt, guys.
Yeah.
They push people around. The Cowboys push people around a little bit, and they do it on both lines of scrimmage. They play with jumbo packages and multi-tight end sets. And they're scoring points. Presenting a lot of power sets and power personnel packages. So anyway, you don't have to give Kellen Moore a ton of credit, but I do think Kellen Moore has been really he's been adaptive. Right?
He's been diverse. He's been diverse.
He's been adaptable. He's adapted his game plan to their current model. I don't think this is what Kellen Moore wants to be.
Kind of like what we talked about with Sark.
I don't think it's what he wants to be. But as I've always said, life and football are both constant struggles, deciding between what you want to be and what you need to be in order to survive. All right? So plan accordingly. And I think that Kellen Moore is like, nah, you know what? What I need to be right now is running this rock. And they commit themselves to the running game.
They've been committed to it. 169 yards on the ground. And like you said, they even got it to the tight end. On a reverse. On a handoff.
It's like a jet sweep with a tight end. It's like, what the?
Yeah.
I was like, who's calling these plays?
You know why? Because nobody thought he would have been able to hand it to a tight end on that. He's not Kelsey.
I agree.
He's not Kelsey.
But those tight ends look good, though.
I told you, I'm a big fan of Jake Ferguson. I've been a big fan of Ferguson.
They use 3. 4. They love their tight end.
They used every one of them that was on the roster this past weekend. They all got some run in there. But again, the story of this team, yes, the offense has done a great job, but the defense is what's going to end up carrying them in the long run.
But to Sark's point, it's a complementary football thing.
Yep.
I feel like Sark's like the Sark vocabulary is penetrating the Cowboys conversation. But that's what they're playing.
Parallels.
Yeah,
that's their parallels.
They're playing complementary football. When you run the ball like that, it does. It energizes the defense. And that Cowboys defense, man, it plays with a ton of energy. Micah Parsons, once again, gentlemen, 2 second-half sacks.
Man,
he's now got 12 on the season. 12.
Oh man, he's ridiculous.
And he's
ridiculous.
He's gonna be getting close to 20.
He's pushing that envelope as much as he can. And just think, he keeps saying he's not 100% either.
He's not.
He's playing injured.
Like he was.
And playing through this all and still applying that pressure. His relentlessness of chasing the quarterback is something that is unparalleled. The way he's been going after these guys from one side of the field to the other, anytime they try to escape him, he finds a way to get to them.
No, he's a Tasmanian devil.
He is.
He really is. He reminds me of a cartoon where he's like, when he comes off the ball,
tearing stuff.
I just spinning and doing
just tearing up stuff.
Ripping stuff. He really is, man. He's unbelievable. And, the Cowboys defense, I think now, depending on his health, you'll start seeing him more on the edge. One of the things that helped out their rush defense, they loved Damone Clark.
Yep.
They love Damone Clark. When they put Micah Parsons on the edge now, you'll see, of course, LVE. LVE's getting a lot of snaps. Matter of fact, LVE's played more snaps than Micah Parsons because Micah Parsons, they bring him off because of the injury, and they're using him situationally on the edge so much. But Damone Clark, he's playing more off-ball linebacker, and I think it's in anticipation, I should say, of Micah Parsons playing more edge as they get closer to the playoffs. Yeah. I think in the playoffs, he's going to be playing edge most of the time.
If you're not
rushing off the edge most of the time.
Yeah, that would be the perfect way to go about it.
Right? right?
He's that kind of person.
He is. So remember, Damone Clark played 51% of the snaps versus Chicago. That was like the debut for him. But he only played 7 versus Green Bay. I think that was matchup specific. They wanted to play a lot of sub packages versus Green Bay. But since then, since that Green Bay game, he played 43 snaps. In week 11, that's 75% of the snaps. And this past week, he played 46% of the snaps. 46 snaps, which is 72% of the snaps. So the last 2 weeks, he's played 75 and 72% of the snaps. And I think they're basically trying to transition him to be that other off-ball linebacker.
Yeah.
And then they can. So I don't know what they didn't like about Jabril Cox, but he's almost not even a factor anymore.
Well, I don't think his energy is matching
Well,
what everybody else is doing either. I don't think he's not bringing that same intensity, because if you go back and watch all the games that he played in and now look and see what's happening now, the way that these guys are flying to the ball, he didn't have that same that tenacity to get to the
crazy
football.
He definitely got the speed. He's definitely got the speed for it, but you're right. And I think they prefer Damone Clark versus the run.
Yes.
And I think they're looking for run defenders now to help them versus the run. And I think one of the things that helped them was Damone Clark is a better run defender. And by the way, he's just as freakish.
Yes.
As Micah Parsons. Like, he's freaky.
He's faster.
Yeah.
It's
like, what? Yeah, he's been clocked at a faster speed on the field in pursuit than Micah Parsons, which doesn't seem possible. And also, basically, you go look at it, Damone Clark has now played, this is his third 40-plus snap game in the last 4 games.
Yeah.
So they're
working
transition. They're working.
Well, remember we talked about it too. We couldn't wait for him to get back on the field.
Well, they couldn't.
They were like, okay, let's see what he's going to bring, and obviously he's been bringing a lot to the field, which is why the way that they are separating all this plays is most important. But I do want to give LVE a lot of love too, because I was very critical of him during the draft. So much so that when we went to the football game, I got a chance to go to the football game when Gil Brandt was inducted into the Ring of Honor. And it was a Thursday night game against the Saints.
Love me some Gil
I
Brandt.
was standing behind him, and I was like, I got to start howling like the wolf, because that's what they kept calling him. I got to start howling at him, because he is showing me each step of the way that he's getting better and better. And most of it was because, number one, he was coming from Boise State and he hadn't played a lot of football, number one. Number two, he was still dealing with that neck injury. And I was like, he's never going to be that kind of guy.
Yeah.
I never thought he was going to be that guy, but he's proven me, once again, him and Kellen Moore sitting side by side laughing at me.
Both Boise State. Boise State.
Boise State. That's
Come on now.
right.
Yeah. So maybe
right.
you hate on Boise State now?
No, because I liked Orlando Scandrick. I liked him. And I liked DeMarcus Lawrence.
DeMarcus Lawrence also. Yeah. All right. Let's make it show. But I love how you're willing to eat the crow about LVE,
Still not,
but not about Kellen Moore.
No.
All right, we'll wait. I think
we'll wait.
We got time.
We got time.
This is going to continue, so we'll have time. We'll just wait till the crow adds up, and you can eat a big old.
And then I'll have it
big
be
old
like
pot
a turkey.
of it.
Be like a turkey. It's going to be so big, it's going to look like a turkey.
You can fry it up.
Right.
That'll be good for you.
No doubt.
Okay, let's get to one other little nugget here about the Cowboys offense, though, that I think is interesting that we haven't talked a lot about. You know what? Speaking of eating crow, a lot of people got to eat crow about this. Tyler Biadasz.
Mm-hmm. I like
it's time to start eating some crow about Tyler Biadasz for some folks. I mean, a lot of people thought last year, man, he was in over his head, and Texas needed to draft someone to replace Tyler Biadasz. He just wasn't the guy, wasn't the answer. You know, the Cowboys really believe in their draft picks.
Yep,
we like our guys.
We love our guys.
We like our guys. And he's one of their guys, and they drafted him. How about this? He's played 720 snaps this season. He's allowed 0 sacks.
He's doing his thing.
Goose it.
I mean, I'm still looking at Tyler Smith. He's doing way better than what I expected. He's still getting penalties here and there, but they're not as many as there once was. But I'm with you with Biadasz, man. And if I'm not mistaken, I believe Biadasz is what? A Wisconsin Badger.
Oh, that's right. Yeah,
you know how they do those offensive linemen up
that's
there, man.
That's true, too.
That's what they do.
Yeah.
So when you start looking at him and the meat of it all, how they go about their business, that's how I look at it. I'm like, yeah, offensive lineman. He's from Wisconsin. I think he'll be okay.
Yeah, no, you're right about that.
I think he'll be okay.
They do have a culture of offensive linemen. But yeah, I thought that was an interesting nugget when I saw that doing research.
I didn't realize he hadn't given up any sacks.
No sacks this year. He's played really, really well.
Wow.
He actually, you could argue he's been the biggest reason that they've been able to stabilize the O-line because, they've had some turnover. Tyron Smith obviously going down. Tyler Smith coming in. That was big. But Tyler Biadasz had fallen off there at center.
Yep, he sure did.
That would have been an issue, but no regression. He's played really, really well for them. So that's something to think about, too. So Cowboys, also, I didn't throw out this nugget. The Cowboys Thanksgiving game, apparently the most viewed game in basically regular season history for things.
Come on, dog. That's what we do.
That is crazy.
That's what we do.
Because
but it was two teams that were 7-3.
Yeah, I mean,
you know what I'm saying? And it's a divisional game, so you're looking at it and saying, "Oh yeah, this is the game to watch." Because the rest of them, you were like, "Huh."
No, I mean, it's turkey time, so everybody's sitting around, family around. But they said the Cowboys-Giants game was the most watched regular season game ever.
Yeah.
138 million Americans watched at least 1 minute of the football game Thursday. They said they put music acts at halftime that helped, I don't know, Jonas Brothers in Dallas.
Yeah, we were still trying to figure that out.
Is it BB Rexa and Daytra? I have no idea. Don't ask me.
No, don't ask me.
But either way, you got monster ratings for that game. So basically, the NFL proving once again they can own a holiday.
Mm-hmm.
They're coming for the NBA's Christmas. Remember they wanted Christmas. I bet Adam Silver was like, you.
Yeah, you can't be doing this right now. We're letting y'all do what y'all want to do, but not right now.
Yeah, the NFL is always trying. Basically, NFL looks at the sports calendar like a monopoly board. They're always trying to just own more property.
Yeah.
They're trying to take the NBA's property now, which always has been Christmas. Not anymore. They want to not only own the Lord's Day, and now they want to take the Lord's birthday too.
Exactly.
Come on, NFL, you're too damn good.
Got to be thankful.
Got to be thankful for that kind of stuff. Okay, let's talk about this Odell Beckham story just really quickly, man, because this is a bizarre story, and I don't know what happened here, but Odell Beckham Jr. has been cleared. So as a result of him being cleared, he is now taking visits to different teams who are, courting him and would like to sign him as a free agent. Mm-hmm. And we assume one of these teams will be the Dallas Cowboys, of course. So apparently Beckham was reportedly escorted off an American Airlines flight bound for Los Angeles after the flight crew observed him, quote, coming in and out of consciousness on the aircraft before takeoff. The incident necessitated police interaction and the deplaning of all other passengers. According to Tom Pelissero, Miami-Dade police were dispatched to the scene in response to a medical emergency. The flight crew had reportedly tried to wake Beckham so that he could fasten his seatbelt for departure and worried that he was seriously ill at the time, with a condition that might worsen during the 5-hour flight. The airline confirmed to Jory Epstein of Yahoo Sports that a customer on Flight 1228 failed to follow crew member instructions and refused to put on a safety belt, and also said Beckham reportedly refused to exit the plane as requested by the crew. Only after officers arrived and the plane was emptied of all other passengers and their luggage did Beckham finally leave the aircraft under escort. Without incident, by the way, they said. No incident, just weird. No incident,
I saw
just
a video
strange.
of him. I saw a video of him coming off with 2 officers walking behind him as he's leaving the plane, and everybody was videoing him because they were mad at him because they had to get off the plane too, because everybody got deplaned off of there. So as I look at this, I'm always saying, did he take something to go to sleep? Because if you're going to be on a long flight, sometimes that's what you do, especially you've been on flights where people got their kids on there. I got kids, so I'm not talking about people with kids, so I totally get it. But there's times where you've probably been out all night and all you want to do is just get on the plane and go to sleep. And he was probably having one of them hard sleeps where people try to wake you up and they can't because you're so deep into your sleep. Yeah. I've been there.
Okay.
I've been there, but not where it's like. I've woke up one time on the plane, and that was after a long night, where I didn't know that I was even on the plane. So it was like, wait, where am I? Where am I? Oh, I'm on the plane. Yes, sir. Can you please fasten your seatbelt?
Yeah.
Oh, it's not on? You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm
just
sorry.
disoriented.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what's happening and why all these people looking at me.
Yeah, no,
You know?
I mean, you're right. I think you're right about him taking something.
Yeah.
I don't know what he took, but he definitely probably took something. And on top of him probably having an all-nighter or being tired, whatever it may be, Yeah, he
He
was
probably
just,
took some Nexevo Naturals. You know what I'm saying?
Well done.
You know what I'm saying?
Well done, ready to get a plug in there,
There it
brother.
is,
Get
bro.
that plug in.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know what that was. That was just strange that it had to. Like I said, usually it's, hey sir, could you wake up? Could you do this? And then you comply and go, okay.
Yeah.
But then he was so out of it,
Right.
that
You're still
they
trying to
were
figure out who are
concerned
these
about
people.
his health.
Yes.
It wasn't that they thought he was dangerous or he
Yeah.
was unruly. It was like, no, this dude's like just going in and out of consciousness and he's not even responding to us. We don't want to be held responsible. Someone's like, that's Odell.
Right.
He's like, oh no, that ain't gonna be on us. No, he ain't gonna down our flight. And they be like, why y'all call somebody? So they just called the authorities.
Yep.
That's crazy.
I mean,
He's on that. Whatever he's on, I would,
Yeah,
I'd
don't
like
know.
to know.
I think it might have been on the stuff where they're like, "Hey man, you need to get off the plane." He goes, "Well, if you could kindly find my legs, I will be bored."
I don't think he was. Somebody said I don't think he was drunk because I think people recognize drunk, right?
yeah.
I don't know.
No, I don't think it was.
I think he was. I think he took something, whether it be to go to sleep or whether he's on that.
Yeah, he just mistimed that.
He mistimed that.
He just mistimed it.
See, that's
Yep.
also man. Hang around musicians.
Yep.
They always try to time it out. Like,
Time,
oh,
yeah.
I'm gonna hit my buzz at the perfect time.
Either that, or he did the old trick of where the doctor or whoever gives it to you and goes, "Take one of these." And you go, well, I'm a professional athlete. I'm a large man. I'll take 3. One was the right number.
Oh, that's easy to do with like the CBD stuff and all
there's
the
stuff. So you could believe
edibles and stuff.
maybe he overestimated his tolerance.
That's very true.
Yeah.
I think we've all been there before. Yeah. All right, what you got coming up for the people on Hard Knock Life?
Well, with this carousel that is going on in the college world, we got our man Chris Hummer of 24/7 Sports to kind of break it all down, because not only is he dealing with the coaching carousel, he's also got some inside information on the transfer portal, and he's always giving it out.
I like that.
Yeah.
All right, we got an insider coming up next. Chris Hummer of 24/7 Sports on the other side, right here on Ball Don't Lie on 104.9 The Horn. Hey, what's up, folks? Lifetime Longhorn Rod Babers here. With thousands of sports books to choose from, you need a platform that's simple and easy to use like MyBookie. Stream games and live bet while you watch it, so every hit, sack, and touchdown could be another shot to put money in your pocket. That's right, straight cash, homie. Sports betting is intense enough. You shouldn't need to sweat your payouts. Use the promo code HORN, HORN, on a deposit of $50 or more, and you can receive up to $200 in cash instantly to your MyBookie account. MyBookie has a no-strings bonus that lets you cash in and cash out quick. MyBookie has the biggest online selection of odds, prop bets, and contests to fill all of your sports betting needs anytime, anywhere. Will CeeDee Lamb have 2 touchdowns, or will Tony Pollard rush for 75 yards or more this weekend? You can build your own prop bets at MyBookie.com. It's that easy. Use the promo code HORN, HORN, to claim your deposit bonus and give yourself the competitive edge. Bet anything, bet anytime, and bet anywhere. As long as you're betting with my friends at MyBookie, you're betting with the best.
Welcome back to Smooth Soul Monday edition of Ball Don't Lie. It's your boy Hardball Harge. You can follow me on Twitter at Hardball Harge. You can follow my man Rob Babers at Rob Babers. And you can follow the man behind the glass that's in charge of all these great days that we have during the week at It's Patrick Davis. We also love it when you're part of the show and hitting us up on the Specs text line, 512-337-3776. And joining us right now on the Vaqueros Cafe and Cantina hotline is a man that we've had on here before. He is a national college football writer and a transfer portal for 24/7 Sports. You can follow him at Chris_Hummer. Chris, how you doing, my friend?
What's up, y'all? I'm doing great. Thanks for having me on.
I'm glad to have you on, man. This is the perfect time. I saw the action that was happening over the weekend and watching all these great football games, but then it hit me like a ton of bricks, and it was like, football season's, regular season's over. There's a lot of people that are about to be making some moves, and a lot of coaches are being changed and moved around. So what have you been hearing about the transfer portal, but most importantly, as of right now, the changes that are happening in college football with the coaches' positions?
I'm hearing a lot. A lot's going on. I mean, just today we've had Hugh Freeze hired at Auburn. We've had guys like Luke Altmaier from Ole Miss go in the transfer portal, Cade McNamara, quarterback at Michigan, go in the transfer portal. A ton of really good Texas State players are in the portal today after the coaching change that happened there over the weekend. Today's Monday, right? A lot going on.
Yeah, so we sit here and we're looking at that, and I'm glad you brought that up about how it just constantly changes, and the portal doesn't officially take place until Monday, if I'm not mistaken, the 5th, correct?
Yeah, it's the 5th for FBS transfers, but grad transfers can enter at any time. And if you're at a school who had a coaching change, so if you're at Liberty now, if you're at Auburn, if you're at Texas State, you can enter the portal for a 30-day window after your coach leaves as well.
Wow. And so that's been a constant movement right now. So what are you hearing about David Shaw? Obviously, he resigned as Stanford's head coach after 12 seasons, and a lot of people are saying that it just kind of got stale, or he felt like it was getting stale and things weren't happening the way that he wanted to. What are you hearing about what's next for him?
I don't know what's next for David Shaw, but I think with Stanford, it's really important to point out, like 10 years ago, that was one of the best jobs in the sport. But with the way the sport is trended now, it's a really difficult place to win. Like, Stanford really can't bring in transfers the same way as everybody else because of their academics and their admissions process. Stanford really can't keep their transfers because they're upperclassmen, because they're graduate transfers. Their 5th year and 6th year seniors have a hard time getting into grad school. And Stanford really can't get in kids for the early signing period, at least frequently, because their admissions process doesn't usually know if a kid's even going to be accepted to Stanford until early in their senior year. So that really decelerates the timeline for them. So when you put all those factors together, Stanford's just a really tough place to play. And I think David Shaw saw the shifting landscape with that a little bit.
Hey, Chris, are you noticing that the transfer portal is almost like a recalibration of talent at times where, you got some guys who are playing at a lower level and they obviously overachieve and prove they can play at a higher level. Some guys at a higher level underachieve and they just want to get on the field and they go down to a lower level and play. Are we seeing the balance, or are we seeing a lot of these guys end up in purgatory with nowhere to go? They think they're going to end up going where the grass is greener and they end up kind of stuck.
I think it depends on who you are. I mean, I've definitely written about the idea of transfer portal purgatory before. I think 2 cycles ago, I would have to pull up the exact numbers, but like almost 40% of FBS transfers, actually more than that, I think it was almost like 60% of FBS transfers didn't actually stay on the FBS level.
Wow.
So a lot of these guys don't end up finding homes. I think that lessened last year, and it'll at least in part lessen this year because teams can now sign up to 85. They don't have to worry about the 25 initial counter rule. I realize that's a little bit in the weeds, so I'm sorry about that. But yeah, I mean, it's a really dangerous place potentially if you're not making a good decision and getting good advice. Like, the best players are going to find a home. Like, the really good G5 players are going to find a home. The really good P5 players are going to find a home. Really good FCS players are going to find a home. But if you're not a really formally elite recruit and you haven't played much ball in your career and you enter the portal, no matter where you come from, there's a pretty good chance you might get stuck or you have to drop down a level that you weren't expecting. You really have to have your information.
Yeah, we're talking to Chris Hummer of 24/7 Sports. You can follow him at Chris_Hummer. And Chris, you brought it up just a little while ago when we were talking. Rod and I have been talking about this for quite some time. The way that college football and the landscape has kind of shifted, it's kind of the haves and the have-nots, right? It's like everybody now believes that they are going to be the player that is going to be able to get more money or they're looking for a better place. How can the NCAA, which I don't think is ever going to step back into this because they had their opportunity to govern this at the very beginning, but now that they've made it all pretty much free agency, can this ever change, or are they going to try to find a way to change the landscape of college football again?
I mean, I would imagine in a couple of years we'll be at a point where players are getting paid salaries, and some of this NIL stuff isn't as big of a deal because everybody's going to be getting paid and everybody's going to get a piece of the pie. I think Kevin Warren, the Big Ten commissioners, even said it, like he expects the sport to trend this way, and I mean, it's been inequitable for a very long time. Both of y'all know that. And I think the landscape outside of the NCAA is pushing that way. We've seen the Supreme Court say as much about the model. The NCAA can't step in and make rule changes about the transfer portal, or at least enforce its rules, largely because it's afraid of getting sued in court. And they're more than likely going to lose those court battles if they go. So that's why we're not seeing a lot of hands-on from the NCAA. It'll take either the conferences, the FBS, to kind of step in and make its own rules, or Congress coming in to make its own rules. So I don't think it'll be immediate, but I definitely think we're trending towards a place where eventually players are legitimately getting paid a fixed salary every year, and that'll slow down at least some of the NIL aspects of this.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. I don't know the timetable, but I definitely think that we're heading in that direction. Chris Hummer of 247 Sports joining us right now on the Vaqueros Cafe and Cantina Hotline. Hey, Chris, let me ask you this about as it relates to Texas. Does it seem to you, because you seem to be on the inside of this world, the new world of NIL and the transfer market, as I like to call it, and they seem to be almost inextricably linked now as well. How does this affect Texas? It seems to me that Texas could be in an advantageous situation with this changing landscape in college sports with NIL and the transfer portal, that this could be almost the perfect storm to bring Texas back to prominence.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen Texas's collectives. Texas has been extremely aggressive from an NIL standpoint, and I think you have to be to win right now. Just frankly, for example, there's a player in Missouri, Dominic Levitt, who finished third in the SEC in receiving yards this year, and a guy reported he was leaving Missouri on Sunday, and in large part that's due to him wanting to get paid more from an NIL standpoint. Last offseason, several Texas players were potentially poached by other schools, and Texas had enough money to bring them back. And it's just the reality of the landscape right now in college athletics. And Texas, with the firepower it has, what's the old McCombs quote, I believe, more money than the Son of the Vatican or whatever.
The Catholic Church, yeah.
yeah. So Texas is in an advantageous position from that perspective. You obviously have to rally your boosters to invest in something else, and it used to be projects, and it still will be projects and improving things like the South End Zone, but now it's also having a boatload of cash to keep your roster intact and to also be able to pursue other players. It's definitely different, but it's kind of just the reality. And I think Texas is really well positioned to succeed in that, as long as everybody is kind of aligned in the same direction with how they approach it.
Chris, before we let you go, I wanted to ask you this too. All these colleges are now trying to go and get the splash higher. But one of the biggest things that we've continued to talk about is making sure that hire that you get, you support them. And some of these facilities, to your point, Texas has the advantage of being able to fix up its end zone and still have that type of money. But some of these other schools, to your point of what you said earlier, they're not able to keep a lot of these kids on their roster because of NIL opportunities. I know you were talking about possibly seeing some kids get paid salary and all that good stuff, but what about those smaller schools that are trying to get into the game? I know we're going to have a lot of shakeup with the conferences and things are going to happen, but some of these schools that don't have the budgets as some of the bigger powers, they're going to have a tough time.
Yeah, I mean, it sucks for smaller schools. If this was just like NIL in its face, I think smaller schools might be okay. Like, if you're a smaller school and you're the most important thing in your town, like, conceivably your businesses can rally around a certain player. You can have brand endorsement deals. Like, you can pay your players a decent sum of money, but we're not really playing in that sandpit. It's a totally different conversation. What is happening is players are getting paid for their athletic abilities and getting paid a lot of money to go different places. And that just comes down to your bottom line dollar figure. And a lot of those schools can't compete. So we saw last year, like, we see it on the Power 5 level. Like, Jordan Addison left Pittsburgh to go to USC. Like, that was in part because of NIL. Like, anybody who says otherwise is just lying to themselves. And, like, some schools just have more money than others. And it really is unfortunate for some of these smaller schools that are going to lose some of their better players because they don't have the firepower to keep them. But that's the messy system that we've created in college athletics by not regulating and maybe having a more forward-thinking mindset 10 or 15 years ago. But just kind of where we're at.
Man, it is crazy where we're at today, and it's going to continue to happen, and we'll have more next week as some of these names start to trickle out. And if you want to find out more about it, get over to 24/7 Sports. You can follow my man Chris Hummer at Chris_Hummer. He's the national college football writer, and he also controls the news when it comes to the transfer portal. Chris, man, I know you're about to be busy. Football season is just starting for you right now.
Yeah, it's definitely getting going. I missed the season already, man. I missed just normal Saturdays watching ball. So,
no doubt.
It'll be fun.
No doubt. Appreciate you as always,
Thanks,
man.
Chris.
Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Anytime, y'all. Thanks.
Man, it is true. All that stuff that's going to be happening now. If you're a smaller school and you're trying to compete with this and you're thinking you're going to get those top-tier 5-star players, you're going to have to try to sift through a lot of it because it's not going to be the same. The playing field is not the same.
Yeah, no, the separation of the have and the have-nots is probably now more glaring than ever before. It will continue to be that way because, the transfer portal and NIL are feeding each other.
Yeah.
And now
it seems like they're working together.
It is. I mean, like I said, they're really linked. A lot of guys that get in transfer portal to pursue name, image, and likeness opportunities and to try to get there what they believe their market value is.
And then the other part of it is these coaches that are leaving one school or going to another know what to expect from these other players. So they're going to probably bring their own guys with them now.
The Lincoln Riley model is
exactly.
That's it. I mean, that's what every coach is going to do now from now on. That's the Lincoln Riley. When Deion goes to a place, he'll probably bring his son with him.
Yep. Yeah,
his son is the starting quarterback there for Jackson State.
And he's nice.
Yeah, I mean it makes sense. And look at Lincoln Riley. It's worked out really well for him.
Worked out really well. And again,
it hasn't worked out well for Oklahoma.
Right. And Lincoln Riley now will take another Heisman Trophy quarterback to the meeting in New York.
Isn't that crazy? Spencer Rattler's the only. If you're Spencer Rattler, you got to feel bad about yourself. You're like, dang it, I'm the only one that Lincoln Riley couldn't get to New York as a Heisman finalist. Every other quarterback East Coast ends up as a Heisman finalist, and I couldn't get there.
And so people kept holding that against Lincoln, saying he couldn't develop quarterbacks. He actually recruited Caleb Williams, so that counts as his quarterback.
I know.
Too.
That's what I'm saying. Like every other, it's a Spencer Rattler thing now.
It's
the trend now it points his finger at Spencer Rattler as the problem, not Lincoln Riley. Ooh.
And Spencer had a good weekend the last 2 weeks, though.
He was smoking a cigar in the locker room after the win.
Like he was Joe Burrow.
It's like, come on, dude.
Come on, man.
Don't be
forget,
copying that man's swag like that.
We saw you, bro.
He's copying his swag
you
like that.
You got benched twice against Texas.
He didn't copy the national championship swag.
That's true.
That's the swag you're supposed to be copying.
That's a different swag. So I guess he had a different cigar then. He probably had a Black and Mild. He should have had a Black and Mild, not whatever Joe Burrow was smoking. All right, we'll get back to some NFL news notes and nuggets later. When we come back, I want to get to the NFL, but off the record story about Kyler Murray. Was he throwing Cliff Kingsbury under the bus? We'll talk about that on the other side, right here on Ball Don't Lie on 104.9 The Horn. Hey, what's up, folks? Lifetime Longhorn Rod Babers here. You hear me on these very airwaves often bragging and boasting about Steiner Ranch Steakhouse. As a matter of fact, every time I talk about Steiner Ranch Steakhouse, it makes me hungry. My mouth is watering just thinking about Steiner Ranch Steakhouse. The best views, along with the most exquisite cuisine and the best service of any restaurant in Central Texas. It takes an exceptional team to make the Steiner Ranch Steakhouse experience truly special. And now my friends over at Steiner Ranch Steakhouse, they're hiring at all positions, including managers, hosts and hostesses, servers, line cooks, and kitchen staff as well. Steiner Ranch Steakhouse will be offering competitive wages for all new employees, and we know that Steiner Ranch Steakhouse is synonymous with exceptional style and impeccable standards, and that's because the Steiner Ranch Steakhouse staff is an extraordinary group of men and women, and now you have a chance to join this all-star team by joining the staff at Steiner Ranch Steakhouse. For employment inquiries, please give them a call today at 512-381-0800. That's 512-381-0800, or visit steinersteakhouse.com to submit your resume and contact information. That Steiner Ranch Steakhouse isn't just a steakhouse, it's an experience, so experience it for yourself today at Steiner Ranch Steakhouse. All right, welcome back to another edition of Off the Record right here on Ball Don't Lie. This is actually a story from the NFL. So apparently the struggles for the Arizona Cardinals continue, gentlemen. They had another loss, this one to the Chargers. And
my side team. That's cool.
I'm telling you, man, your side piece, your wife is finer than your side piece.
For sure.
The Cowboys are a way better team than the Chargers.
I don't talk about them much anymore.
I think you got to change up your rule, man. You got to find a side piece that's hotter than your wife. Otherwise, why cheat on your hot wife?
At least get a coach you like better than Kellen Moore then.
I was in love with my quarterback. This was when Dak got hurt. Y'all keep forgetting that. It was when Dak got hurt.
I know. I'm just saying now you don't need that. You got a side piece that's a 6. And your wife is a 9. Why are you banging this 6?
You're like, I did while she was out of town, and she's like, she's been back in town for 2 years.
Exactly. She's been back in town forever.
2 years.
What are you talking about, man? Come on.
Carry on.
All right. Anyway, sorry about that. Anyway, but yeah, they got the. But there was a very controversial 4th and 1 call that ended up being an interception by Kyler Murray. Yeah, they threw it deep on a 4th and 1. Ended up being a pick. Is basically what happened. And Kyler Murray wanted to explain it. So some people believe in his explanation of this 4th and 1 interception that he was throwing his head coach, Cliff Kingsbury, under the bus. Here's the sound. We had to bleep it because he dropped an F-bomb, but here it is. Basically, he said schematically, we were effed on that 4th and 1. And sometimes when you're pointing at the scheme, schematically, if we were effed, you're pointing at the person who was dialing up the scheme, the person who drew up the scheme, and that would be Cliff Kingsbury. But I will say that if you look at the play, the 4th and 1, it was just a perfectly called defense by the Chargers.
Right.
They were right there. They really had.
They understood what was going on.
Yeah, it was an RPO with a quick flat route. Supposed to be a rub route by the Twins receiver side. There was no rub. The Chargers played a good job of undercutting the rub route. So he took away the quick flat route, and it was an RPO, and he decided to pull it. Once he pulled it, there was nowhere to go with the football.
So that couldn't have been his fault, right? I mean, because
it seems like it was more the play call itself.
Did the RPO look like it? Did the run look like it could hit for a first down?
No, that run wasn't going anywhere either.
Yeah.
The Chargers had that dialed up, and they had the RPO snuffed out. And that's why they went to what was basically a double move to DeAndre Hopkins. After he was supposed to rub that linebacker or pick that linebacker, then you can see Kyler Murray almost gesturing him, go deep, because you can see DeAndre Hopkins in all of his football knowledge and football IQ understands, if the RPO didn't hit right away,
then I got time.
The fit hit the sham. Yeah. Something went wrong. I need to go make a play. And he goes try to make a play, threw it deep, ends up being intercepted.
Yeah.
So it ain't. My point is, things are bad with the Arizona Cardinals.
Awful.
And you guys know it is being reported now that Sean Payton, that one of the teams, or he's got 2 teams reportedly that he may be interested in. And it has been reported that one of those teams is the Arizona Cardinals. The other team that it has been reported that he could be interested in is the Chargers. I'll give my man Patrick credit about that, because Patrick also thought that'd be a great idea.
Yeah,
because he's got quarterback
beginning of the season.
Yeah, because why would you not want to go coach Justin Herbert?
Right.
Yeah,
that's exactly.
You're right. If that worked, that's scary for the league. Honestly, I think which one would you think would work out better? Sean Payton with Kyler Murray, Sean Payton with Justin Herbert.
I think it would be definitely with Herbert.
Okay.
Because I think that defense is a lot closer to. Like if you just put the whole program of what the Chargers have there. They should be a much better team.
Okay. You know why it might be better to go? It's a good point, but it might be better to go to the NFC West, strangely enough, because Kansas City, they run that division.
I get
and
that.
They've run it with an iron fist. Nobody has been close in that division in 10 years to what Kansas City. Ever since Andy Reid got there, nobody can touch him.
Yeah.
And now he's got Mahomes. Nobody can touch him. We thought they were going, the Broncos. Let's ride. They got Russell Wilson. Let's ride.
Don't
Man,
ride.
they're like a dumpster fire over there.
They ain't riding nowhere.
The Raiders are a playoff team. The Raiders, they're a playoff team. They're going to challenge them. No. They got no challenges right there.
Yeah, but that doesn't have as much to do with Andy Reid as it does have to do with you hired a bad coach.
There's a bunch of bad coaches over there.
It's been dominated by the one team. I think with the Cardinals, at least you got it's a different team every year. One year's the 49ers, 1 year's the Rams.
I do.
It's the Seattle this year. It's a different team every year.
It is,
Well,
but yeah,
Kyle
I just
Shanahan's back.
Ain't no different
They
team
back.
in the West. A different team. That's Kansas City's division. Everybody needs to pay them rent because they own that division.
But I could see you going to the I could see you going to the Cardinals, and then they're still just at best a wild card team. Like, because they're a pretty old team. They're a team that's picked up scraps a lot along the way. Like, they're like, hey, we'll get J.J. Watt. We'll get Zach Ertz. We'll get a lot of those pieces. We got A.J. Green.
Yeah.
Like, you got a lot of that stuff. Where you're like, we're going to go in and rebuild developmental projects.
I agree with that.
So it's going to be a longer process. Whereas the Chargers, you're like, man, if we can be healthy.
Because think about it. You got
We're
Khalil
close.
Mack. You got Derwin James on that back end. They just signed Justin Jackson. Bosa's still there.
No.
And on the offensive side, they got playmakers over there.
They do.
Even if you still look at Keenan Allen's always hurt, but they got big Mike Williams.
They do.
He's out there. Austin Eckler.
Yeah.
And they have a lot that's
Kansas
there.
City's still whipping on them.
Yeah.
Kansas City's like, Kansas City lost this and lost that and lost
that's
this.
the thing.
And Kansas City's still shrugging along.
If you're Sean Payton, you can sit there and go, well, I can fix that.
Right.
Because you're like, if the one piece is missing as a coach.
My point is, I don't think you're going to win either one of those divisions, really. You're probably going to be a wild card team either way.
Either way.
You ain't going to win.
But if you told me, hey, I get to pick which roster I want to go to, the guy who just threw his coach under the bus but hasn't done anything for himself, demand a new contract 2 years early, probably not the guy I want to go deal with.
No, I'm playing devil's advocate. I take the Chargers too.
Yeah, but here's the other thing. Did you realize, and I didn't realize this until last night, that Herbert is 6'6"?
He's huge.
I did not realize he was 6'6", and he can run.
Yeah.
And he's fast. I didn't realize he was that big until yesterday. I was like, wait a minute, this dude is 6'6". You know, some people, they kind of look the part.
Yeah.
But he looks the part. And then I found out he was 6'6". I was like, damn.
No, he plays the part.
Yeah.
Trust me, I'm with you. I agree with both of you guys. I think he is the quarterback that I would invest my future in right now. And it's more like the attitude than anything else.
Oh, for sure.
I don't like
100%
I don't like Kyler's attitude right now. Okay, let's get to some Texas football discussion. We'll go behind the burnt orange curtain and also do that in Roger Rand of the Day on the other side right here in the Ball Don't Lie on 104.9 The Horn.
Mike Harge here for Quick Roofing. Let me ask you a quick question. How often do you think about your roof? Probably when it rains, high winds, but I guarantee you it's not often enough. Do yourself a favor, go to quickroofing.com. You can find out a lot more there. The story of Quick Roofing is inspiring. Jeff Quick started Quick Roofing with one roof in 1984. Now, 38 years later, he's got over 200,000 projects. You can't stay in business that long if you're not taking care of your customers and have a great reputation of customer service. Here are some of the reasons you should choose Quick Roofing today. Free, no obligation inspection. You get 7-year workmanship warranty. Quick Roofing is fully insured and has all state and local licenses. Quick Roofing doesn't even require any money up front until 100% completion and, of course, 100% satisfaction. Quick Roofing always has a project manager on every job site, ensuring that the customer gets everything that they were promised. So what are you waiting for? Reach out today and get that free inspection. Go to quickroofing.com. That's quickroofing.com.
Welcome back to Ball Don't Lie right here on 104.9 The Horn. Smooth Soul Monday edition of Ball Don't Lie on 104.9 The Horn. And my man Patrick, in rare form today, because he's knocking it out of the park, if you ask my man Harge. He's been pleased with every song choice of Smooth Soul Mondays.
Oh, yeah.
That's basically, because Harge's got that voice for the midnight DJ.
Show you right.
And this is basically Harge's like, hey, man, I'd play this whole damn playlist.
For sure. My man did his job.
Yeah, no doubt. My man Patrick always doing a great job. You can hit him up via Twitter at It's Patrick Davis in the Twitterverse. I'm at Rod Babers in the Twitterverse. My man Hardball Harge is at Hardball Harge in the Twitterverse. You can also hit us up via the Specs text line, 512-337-3776. Okay. Let's get into this Texas-Baylor matchup once again. Texas pulling out the win, an impressive win for Texas over the Baylor Bears. And the way this played out, and we'll hear from Sark because Sark had his Monday press conference. You heard it live right here on 104.9 The Horn. We'll also talk about bowl projections and, yes, the rumors about the transfer portal. If we don't get to that, we'll just postpone it, and we'll get into it in Rod's rant of the day and just continue our look behind the burnt orange curtain. But what I loved most about this game, guys, is because we texted early in the game, Harge, and I wasn't feeling good.
Right.
Because it seemed like Sark had lost a little bit of his way. Now, Texas, they weren't playing terribly. I mean, they were still in a position to win the game, obviously, midway through the game at the halfway point. But at halftime, my biggest concern was that Bijan Robinson had only 7 rushes at that time. And, of course, still had a lot of time left in the game. But to me, that was more of an indictment on the game plan and the game planner. And Texas was still moving the ball, and they were still scoring points. But the late, great DKR always had a great saying that, when you throw the ball, 3 things can happen, and 2 of them are bad. Now, of course, more than 3 things can happen. But most of them, to his credit, most of them are bad. And for Texas, to me, that quote really summed up that game early on for Texas. It was the late great D, and maybe it was the ghost of the late great D. came down and whispered into Sark's ear, "Hey, it's Bijan's last game here at DKR, and by the way, he only got 7 carries at halftime. You might want to change the game plan a little bit." Yeah, because after the last kind of disastrous play Texas had as a result of calling a pass play, which was the fumble strip sack return for a touchdown by the Baylor Bears, Texas, to Sark's credit, he ran the ball 24 times. They ran 24 plays. All of them were run plays. After that, 14 of those to Bijan. Those 14 rushes accounted for, I think, 99 of his 176 yards. It took him a little longer than I would have liked, but he definitely learned the lesson. Just put some Bijan on it. And if you put Bijan on it in gratuitous amounts and copious amounts, good things will happen to your offense.
Yeah, and I think that was what 27-24?
That's
when they were 27-24,
the
right?
Beginning of the fourth quarter, it was 27-24, and that's when Texas basically abandoned the pass. They took it out in the backyard and shot it and buried it.
Yeah.
And they never heard from the pass game again.
Yeah, it's beautiful because Bijan up the middle for 9, Bijan up the middle for 7, Bijan rush up the middle for 4, Bijan for 12, Bijan for 4, Bijan for 2, Bijan for 8, Bijan to the left for 23, Bijan up the middle for 1, Bijan up the middle for 2, and then they got a delay of the game penalty, and then they got it again. Bijan another 1-yard run. And then boom.
It sounds like
touchdown.
The Cupid shuffle. Bijan to the left. Bijan to the right.
Yeah.
Bijan up the middle.
Yep.
Like it's where it should be.
Yep.
I mean, I'm glad. He called 11. How about this? They ran 11 straight times.
Yes.
At one point.
Yeah.
11 straight times.
Yeah.
I love.
And then they got the ball back, and then they said, you know what, Rojo, I'm gonna let you show out now too.
Then they ran it 6 straight times on the second drive of the fourth quarter.
Exactly.
They essentially, you're talking about 17 straight rush plays in the fourth quarter to close, not to close out the game, to go win the game.
To win
because you were behind.
Yes.
And so the fourth quarter, I'll give Sark a ton of credit. Like I said, it shouldn't have taken him that long to figure out, especially after the Kansas game. And to Patrick's point, it was the last game for Bijan and Rojo at DKR, or at least a lot of us believe that to be the case, for him to say this is the identity of the offense and we need to be a ground-based running team. And I think that might have just, that being almost a microcosm of the season, that mentality, Harge, probably cost him 1 or 2 games this year. It might have cost you a chance to play in the Big 12 title.
I would
Right?
agree with you. I would agree with you on that. And those are some of the things that, as the season's gone on, and we all take the look back to what's going on after. I think that's where Sark is as well. He's sitting there saying, "Okay, I just had probably one of the greatest running backs in our school's history in the backfield. Everybody across the nation knew that as we go with him."
Mm-hmm.
And I decided that I want to put it in a freshman's hands and let him throw the ball in some of those games where didn't need to. We all understand that there's going to be times with the one-on-ones that you got to take those shots.
Yep.
We get that. But if one of those shots isn't to your running back, who's probably one of the best players in the nation, who should be the Doak Walker Award winner, who should make his way to New York, you missed the opportunity. You missed it, and you missed it big. And I know you brought it up earlier. You thought of the TCU game.
I did.
But I was still thinking about the Oklahoma State game when you had a lead. You had a huge lead.
Fair.
And you could have learned to run the ball. And what that does is it eliminates the clock. The clock is in your favor. We just talked about Baylor had it for 11 minutes and 30 seconds. Texas had it for 11 and 54 in the fourth quarter. And that was the difference in the ball game.
Yeah, Texas had 9 minutes of first half possession.
Right.
That was it. And to Sark's credit, he says it often. It's one of his sarcasms. He wants complimentary football. He at first wasn't playing complimentary football,
right?
because he was exposing or overexposing his defense. First 3 quarters, the Cowboys. I feel like I'm talking about the Cowboys a lot of times. The Longhorns had 23 rushes for 77 yards, and essentially they were the defense. In my opinion, they were being left out there, exposed, being on the field too long. A lot of that's on them. They got to get off the field. But the game plan for Baylor really resembled that Joey McGuire model where they wanted to go for it on 4th downs and stay on the field and keep drives alive. I believe they were 4 of 5 on 4th downs, and even early on in the game, they were 4 of 8 on 3rd downs in the first half. So Texas just lost its way to start this game. I mean, they started the game terribly anyway.
Right.
It was a bad start to the game,
was.
which also is uncharacteristic of a Sark team. Usually Sark teams have good starts. They had a bad start, which, by the way, growth.
I would agree.
Usually the team is they're almost over-dependent on their good start to lead them the rest of the way so that they can kind of hang on the rest of the way to win the game. No. Bad start. Had to go find a way to get back into the game after falling down. I believe it was 9-0. Came back into the game and then ended up in a bit of a street fight to the 4th quarter. And then Texas decided, you know what? If it's a street fight, we're gonna let the big uglies, the big humans. We're gonna put them out front. If it's a street fight, then don't let them win. Let's lead the way with the big uglies, and that's what they did.
Well, it goes back to your point of what you said too about learning on the job. He was sitting there realizing that we have to mature as a football team, and that's a credit to this team too, because there were times before where we were like, this is not good. They're not going to be able to rally back from it. Not at all this year. There was not a game that I didn't think that this team fought the entire time.
No doubt.
And that to me is a huge growth moment as well, because you never saw turmoil on the sideline. You never saw guys not engaged into the game at all. That was a huge thing that we saw previously. And even last year, because remember at the beginning of the year, Sark was talking about the fact, yeah, man, we got a clean house. There was 38 new players on this team. 38. Think about that. And trying to get everybody to buy in, that's why he said he respected Rojo so much, because he made those people that came in buy in. And if you didn't buy in, you had to go.
Yeah.
And that's big.
No,
that was big.
I mean, it's you can tell that it was a culture win. Number one, because of how they had to win the game. They had to close it out in the 4th quarter. And the way they did it by imposing their will, running the football, winning the lines of scrimmage against one of the most talented lines of scrimmage teams in the Big 12 in Baylor. But also I like the fact that Sark, something he's been criticized for, I been very heavily critical of Sark in this department. His lack of in-game adjustments and him being able to win the chess match within the game. He did it. Now, it may seem some people, well, yeah, he did it. It was simple. Just give it to Bijan. Yeah, but he still did it. Because I think when you look at Quinn Ewers' game, he was 12 of 16. For 194 yards passing. Shout out to my man Hard. You've been saying they should run Quinn Ewers a little bit more. Not a lot.
Just a couple.
Just a little bit.
Getting a little taste
exactly
out
what
there.
they did, and they got a rushing touchdown out of it, and nobody thought he would keep it. They broke Tennessee first time he had kept it on that quarterback keeper zone read all year long. But he was 12 of 16, 194 yards passing. He was 5 of 8 for 111 yards, I believe, in the first quarter. So he wasn't terrible early on, but he did have crucial untimely mistakes.
Yeah.
He had the intentional grounding that ended up being a safety. All this stuff is not his fault, by the way.
Nope.
There were 4 sacks, I believe, in the first half. Quinn Ewers had only been sacked 4 times the entire season, and some of those sacks were on him. All right, they were racing to get rid of the ball, on the ball a little too long, and he had the strip sack fumble, of course, that was on him that ended up resulting in an actual touchdown for Baylor. And then they threw the ball to Jay Witt, beautiful throw on an over route, and then Jay Witt fumbles, which is rare for him too. So it was the microcosm of the late great D. Carroll's quote that when you throw the ball, 3 things can happen and 2 of them are bad. When they threw the ball, bad things kept happening. Yep. Like, so it wasn't that Quinn Ewers was having a bad game. He wasn't having a bad game, terrible game. He had some untimely mistakes, but he's a freshman. We expect those, part of the growing pains. But you kept working harder, not smarter. Right. It's like, if you can run the ball.
Be efficient, man.
Yeah, you can run. Yeah. Why are we putting ourselves in a position with unnecessary risk if we don't have to?
Yeah, I agree.
And you're giving Baylor a chance to make plays when you drop back and pass, when you could have just been running the rock the entire time. And I think he came to that conclusion, like I said, later rather than sooner, but got to give him credit for coming to that conclusion. And then basically Texas flipped the entire script against them in the second half.
Yeah. I sit here, and to your point, he ended up getting sacked 5 times. And there were some times he could get rid of the ball, get out of the pocket, throw it into the stands, live to play another down. You don't always have to look to make that big play all the time. I know you try to extend it. That's what quarterbacks do. They think, I can make a play. That is important to me. No, sometimes just live for the next play where you're not putting yourself in those bad situations. So I think that is going to be something during this offseason that Quinn Ewers is going to have to work on too, knowing, then feeling that pressure of understanding that get rid of this ball, huddle back up, let's get ourselves together, let's get ourselves composed and move on. Now, you're not going to be able to give it to Bijan Robinson 25 times a game. That's done.
Yeah.
But you're going to have to learn how to, as you said at the very beginning, complementary football. Mm-hmm. You're going to have to complement each other, because don't make this all about him. Make it more about the team, as far as don't try to showcase Quinn. Like you said, everybody got enamored with that arm. Mm-hmm. Everybody loved it. It was just, oof, here we go. Look at this thing. But what we forgot to look at was how that ball was coming out of his hand. The setup. Was he working on his footwork? He admitted he got lazy this year. And that's a big step for him too.
It is.
That's maturing as well. So now we got to see, all right, we're going to have a good offensive line that's coming back. I would think that they're going to be better. Mm-hmm. I would hope that they've learned from this experience.
They'll be better.
They're going to be better. And now you're going to have a quarterback in year number 2. Plus, you're going to get pushed a little bit because he said he's opening up the competition. There's a lot to unravel with this Texas football team.
Yeah, and I think him having adversity this season is going to help him in progress a lot. Yeah. Just because it's like he didn't have adversity in high school. He sat out his senior year. He didn't play at Ohio State. So he has never been on a losing quarterback in his life.
It's true.
And now you have that adversity. And so for me, that when he took those sacks and the things where you should have thrown it away, there's at least part of me that's like, look, you should be further along in your progress. But I'm happy you're not throwing it into double, triple coverage.
Right.
Because 5 weeks ago you would have. That ball would have been out, but you would have thrown it into double coverage.
Yeah.
And it could have been a pick.
Yep.
So you not doing that, was you trying to make progressions and find an open guy? Now the next step is, okay, no, when you have to bail out on a play.
Yeah.
And, that's coming. But there was progress.
It was.
So you're like, look, I think he made more progress in the last 4 weeks of the season than he's done in 2 years.
Correct.
That's a great point, because I think a lot of the issues in the game versus Baylor were almost panic moments.
Yeah.
Like he panicked in the intentional grounding. Just find your check down, throw it at the feet of the check down.
Yep.
You know what I mean? In the strip, sack, obviously you got to hold on to the football, and some of the sacks too. So I think those are, you get more experience, you get more reps in a situation, and all right, don't panic. Sometimes it's better just go down. Live to fight another day.
Right.
We can punt. We can make a play. It's better than giving up a touchdown or having a turnover or something like that. So I'm with you on that. I 100% agree. And I think Sark has made the offense more user friendly. For a young quarterback.
Yes.
I think the degree of difficulty with this offense, I think he has now decreased that down to a certain extent. Now it's easier for him. It's more compatible with a young, inexperienced skill set. Trust me, one day that once-in-a-generation arm that we keep talking about, Quinn Ewers, you're going to see it unleashed in a fully, a fully realized Sark offense. It's going to happen. Right. It's just not there right now. All right, life and football are a constant struggle, deciding between what you want to be and what you need to be in order to survive. All right, so adjust accordingly. And I think Sark, we know what he wants to be, but in this game, he figured out, and at Kansas game too, what he needs to be in order to win games. Right. And my only criticism of the Texas coaches and the squad this year is, I think they figured out their identity too late. Coaches mostly, not the players. They figured out the identity too late. You should have known that the best running back room in the country, and with an inexperienced quarterback like Quinn Ewers, that you were going to be a team that ran the football. That was going to be your identity. If you had figured that out sooner versus Tech or versus Oklahoma State, you probably win those games. Your identity on defense, we know now. Oh, the rush defense. It's the most consistent part of this Texas defense. It came to play every game. You had one game where you could say they lapsed in the rush defense, and that was versus TCU. And that was more the dam breaking because the offense provided you no moral support or or points at all. If you got any type of support from the offense, hell, man, I think they probably held Kendre Miller under 100 yards too. But
because they wouldn't have been on the field so long.
They wouldn't have been on the field so long. So to me, that's where this Texas coaches could have won one or two more games, got you to double digits potentially, or at least got you in the Big 12 title game. They realized their identities on both sides of the ball. Too late.
Okay, moving forward. So let's put this out there right now. Moving forward, playing for a Big 12 championship, as long as you're in this conference, as long as you're left in this conference, you have to play for a Big 12 championship next year. No ifs, ands, or buts about it.
Oh, you saw for Sark?
Yeah.
I mean, because first of all, you got to win more than 8 games.
Right.
You win 8 games next year, we all agree that's going to be considered a disappointment.
Yeah, fair.
You got to win more than 8. You probably got to go to 9. Most people probably be expecting 10 wins next year.
Oh, for sure.
But
let's go with reality because of what we've seen.
Then go 9-3 in the Big 12 title.
I believe they have to be playing for a Big 12 championship next year.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at this season and you can say Texas was outplayed in one game this season, and that was still pretty close in the TCU game.
Mm-hmm.
Every other game, Texas outplayed the other team and just made bad decisions.
Right,
but they were the better team in most. Even the Alabama game, they outplayed them for most of that game.
They did.
And so you can say, so if you look at it that way, and you go, well, we don't think Oklahoma's going to have an amazing rebound next year with all the best talent. There's not talent in the Big 12.
The transfer portal too, by the way.
Yeah, then I don't know that you can say, hey man, look at what you were able to do this year. The talent that you have, the talent you bring in, and another year of development. Which you've actually started to develop these players.
Yes.
Which hasn't been done in a while in the 40 acres. This team needs to take that next step. And if you're a 10-win team, you're playing for a Big 10 championship.
Big 12.
Yeah.
Big 12, sorry.
Yeah.
But yeah, if you're a 10-win team, and that's what you need to be.
No question.
A 10-win team.
No, I'm with you on that. I totally agree. I think Hard, you're right. I think Longhorn fans now adjusting the expectation. Matter of fact, next segment we'll get into it in Roger on the day. What 8-4 means, right?
Yep.
And we'll hear from Sark too, talking about disappointments and now looking back in retrospect at the season. And we'll get into that on the other side. And also, we'll talk about the transfer portal rumors. Sark actually was asked about that, so we'll play that sound as well coming back, and we'll look ahead to bowl projections. Some of those are out there too. So we'll continue staying behind the burnt orange curtain and talking Texas football on the other side right here on Ball Don't Lie on 104.9 The Horn. Hey, what's up, folks? Lifetime Longhorn Rod Babers here. By now, everyone knows my favorite tequila is Hot Cat Tequila. With the holiday season right here upon us, it is best time for you to break out the Hot Cat Tequila. That's the best way to bring in the holidays, folks. The cat stands for cinnamon, agave, and tequila, and the recipe is just as simple and just as delicious. Cinnamon, agave, nectar, and tequila. Turn your holiday gathering into a party and turn your family get-together into an unforgettable celebration with Hot Cat Tequila. Be the hit of your holiday party and turn up your holiday party with Hot Cat Tequila. Once you try Hot Cat and make it a part of your holiday season, you'll understand the reason it's my favorite new tequila. Hot Cat Tequila also makes a great holiday gift for all the tequila lovers in your life, and Hot Cat Tequila is best served cold for a quick round of shots or to sip on the rocks, so make it a Hot Cat holiday season. Once you try Hot Cat, you won't go back to that old cinnamon whiskey, so this holiday season, bring home Hot Cat for the holidays. Visit cattequila.com to find a store near you that sells Hot Cat Tequila or to find a bar near you that serves Hot Cat Tequila. Toast and turn up your holiday season with Hot Cat Tequila. All right, welcome back to Ball Don't Lie right here on 104.9 The Horn. Time for Rod's Rant of the Day. We were just talking. We'll hear from Coach Steve Sarkisian from his Monday press conference. We'll hear from him talking about the transfer portal a little bit, also talking about NIL, but also talking about the disappointments. And I think that's where we're all at now. It's hard not to look back on the season. Of course, you look back at the great development, the strides that were made. This team, the culture is changing. Like I said, the development at every level, every position, almost every phase, you can point to positive progress. But I, as a player myself, as a lifetime Longhorn, it is hard. I'll say it's hard to call 8-4 a success. I'll admit that. That's tough. Some of you probably out there already doing it. Good for you. But as a player, I couldn't do that because I played on teams where we won 11 games, and that was considered a disappointment and a failure. And I listen, that's cool. I carry that with me. I carry the fact that in 2002 we won 11 games. Failure. Sorry, you lost to Texas Tech when you had a chance to play for the BCS title.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, fail. Yeah, you beat Alabama. You beat Nick Saban and LSU in the Cotton Bowl that year to end the season. It was great. We put an Old Testament-style butt whipping on them. But considering the expectations and the type of talent we had championship-level talent. There's probably only 2 or 3 teams in the country that had more talent than we did. We were loaded with talent. Fail.
Yeah, we saw Ohio State fans that are used to having a good program. They're freaking out.
Yeah, they're like,
they want to fire their coach.
Yep.
Were they losing 1 game a year?
Exactly.
But it's Michigan.
Exactly.
So you know what?
Michigan.
Get rid of the coach. Lost 2 games in 2 years. Fire him.
Yeah.
But that's what a program that wins a lot.
Ask Mac Brown. Mac Brown's winning 10 games. Like, you can't beat Stoops. Man, he might need to go.
Yeah.
Like, that's so listen, I think it's about expectations, number one. But don't let your expectations change my standard. Don't let your expectations change the standard. The standard is the standard.
Right.
Now, 8-4, that's different. That's all good. I'm happy for him. Don't let your expectations change the standard because the pride and the winning tradition of the Texas Longhorns will not be entrusted to the weak nor the timid. So don't be a weak and timid fan. All right? You can say this team is really good. They showed a lot of progress. We are happy and proud of them. All right? And you can still say that and in the same mind say, not a success.
No.
Because as Harsh mentioned earlier, unless Texas is playing for a championship of some kind, can't say. We had a successful season probably in 2001. We played for the Big 12 title, played Colorado. We lost, but at least we were playing for a championship.
Yep, for sure.
Playing for title.
And that's what it's supposed to be about.
It's supposed to be about.
That's what you come to this school for.
So
I'll sign to play baseball because they go to the College World Series and they win Southwest Conference championships at the time.
Exactly. Texas baseball.
Exactly.
Ain't no dogpiling until we win.
Until we win the championship.
The whole damn thing.
Exactly.
So listen, I know where we are as a program. I get it, and I am not trying to belittle and demean what these young men did out there.
Absolutely not.
I am so proud. I ain't gonna lie. I'm proud. I'm extremely proud of this group. The turnaround from last year, because I know what it was. I know the beating that their morale took all offseason. They had to look at Twitter and look at everybody mocking them. I understand it. Trust me, I've been there before. And I understand the work they put in, and these guys all got better. All right, so I think we should give them a ton of credit, give the coaches a ton of credit. Hey, BMDs, big money donors and boosters, I'm giving y'all credit. I've been hanging out with y'all. Y'all are focused. Y'all are focused. All right? Hey, y'all, Hard, you know, they focused.
Yeah,
they are ready.
They are driven.
What?
They are driven.
The one fund, they are ready to roll. They are on it, man. Trust me. So they are focused. So I'm giving a lot of credit to everybody around CDC. Are doing a great job. Bo Davis did a great job at the lines of scrimmage last year. That was one of the worst D-lines we'd ever seen. Now you're one of the best D-lines in all of college football. So
one
give
of
them
the most
credit.
improved.
Yeah, so I ain't taking credit away. I'm giving tons of credit.
For sure.
But don't let your expectations change the standard of that great football program. The standard is the standard.
Mm-hmm.
It stays that way. We still show love. We still show them how much we care, how proud we are of them.
Yep.
There's work to be done. They did a great job this year, and still work to be done. Right, you still got another game, but don't drop that standard. Don't do it. Not around me. So you call it what you want. Don't do it around me. Like I said, I played on 11-win teams, and we walked away saying, "Damn, man, we failed. We failed those fans. We failed the best fans in all of college football. We failed the best boosters and donors in all of college football. They gave us everything we needed, and we failed because we lost 1-2 games. That's it. That's the standard, though.
Remember I told
That's
you.
why you come to Texas, for that standard.
I was mad at Mac because he kept saying, well, we're going to win 10 games. And I'm like, no.
Sorry.
You're supposed to win championships.
Mac knew that. Mac was telling y'all that. Trust me.
Yeah. In the locker room, that's not what he was saying.
That ain't what that locker room. Nah, Mac already knew. He already knew them 10 wins. That was some hollow 10-win seasons.
Right.
Because they weren't for championships.
Correct.
Got to be playing for titles, baby. That's what it's about.
Correct.
That's what it's about. So this team, great. But let's keep the standard the standard. Just throw it out there. Okay.
With that.
Yeah, all right. Let's hear from Steve Sarkisian about disappointments really quickly. Can we hear this sound from Steve Sarkisian talking about disappointments? Because I think one of the disappointing things is that, now looking back on it, man, this team was in every game, and you win one of those, and you change your pathway to the Big 12 title. Here it is.
Naturally, for me, I'd probably say two areas where I want us to really improve upon that I know we can be better is obviously the passing game, and there's a lot of layers to the passing game. Saturday I thought there were some things there and Quinn was throwing it good. We didn't protect very good. There's been other games we've protected great and we haven't thrown the ball very good. There's been other games we've done those two things. We haven't caught the ball very good. So inevitably the passing game, like the running game, it takes all 11 and it takes precision and execution. That's an area where I know we're gonna spend a lot of time on and cleaning that up. I think third down conversions play a part to that. We were not nearly as good on third down this year as we've been historically, systematically, and definitely compared to last year. So to extend drives, to stay on the field, we need to be better on third down. And then ultimately on defense, as good as we play really good. And I'm so proud of these guys for the leaps and bounds they've made. Just statistically, when you look at last year's stats to this year's stats, how far they've come, I think we can look back at games and say, man, just don't cut that guy loose on that one route, and that's 50 more yards that maybe we would get back in a touchdown that kind of has reared its ugly head a little bit. So, again, just that communication in the back end. So those are all high-level things. I mean, we haven't drilled down hard enough into all the particulars on a lot of these things, but just some high-level things that come to mind.
The beauty of that, that piece of audio is that we all as fans who've watched this team this season, we can see those moments in those 4 losses and go, damn, man, that moment right there, it had been different. That lapse, that missed tackle or, the misdiagnosed play or the miscommunication on the back end, the busted coverage, whatever it is, like that would have made a difference in the game. That is growth and progress.
Right.
Because last year, it was too many plays.
Oh, my goodness.
We had to speak on a macro. We had to speak in about vague, kind of vague concepts because we couldn't get specific. There were too many isolated incidents of ineptitude and lapses in focus. Not this year. Very few. We're being nitpicky.
Right.
I'm like being nitpicky to get after this defense. I love it. Okay, let's hear about.
But that's the beautiful thing about it, though.
That
is the beautiful thing
that's
about
the development.
it. That's the development that we've
better.
been talking about. Yeah. Because we can find those glimpses of success and say, this kid got better. This kid improved. This group, this unit improved. And that's what we've been waiting for because what's been the biggest knock? Nobody gets developed at Texas.
Well, they do
now. Now they saw it.
Now
they're
they
like, ooh, the writing's on the wall.
A guy who also was being developed too, and I thought on a pretty good trajectory, Xavier Worthy. There are reports and rumors that Xavier Worthy may be looking at greener pastures potentially. Straight cash homie by greener pastures, I mean. There is a report from Hook'em Headlines that he took off all the Texas signage off of his Instagram account. And it may be for something that has nothing to do with the transfer portal at all, but people are now asking questions about why he would remove all the Texas signage off of his Instagram account. Here is Sark. Sark was asked about Xavier Worthy and whether he was happy and whether Xavier Worthy felt like this year was a year that, that he thought that he actually improved his continuity and chemistry with his teammates and with the quarterback. And here's kind of what Sark had to say about X-Men.
Well, I think the one thing about Xavier is this. He's a highly competitive young man. And from the moment he arrived on our campus, he came to work. And he came to work to earn an opportunity to play. He came to work to become a starter. He came to work to be the best receiver he could be, whether that was in our conference, in the country. So I think the guy's got a high sense of competitiveness and drive to be the best. And he works that way every day. And so sometimes when you don't get the actual result of it, that can become a sense of frustration. I would much rather have a receiver that's frustrated that he didn't contribute more to a win than a guy who's content of going on the field and playing and the ball not coming his way, because I think he values his ability to get open. I do too. I get it, So again, addressing the passing game is going to be a critical component to what we do. But I'd be hard to argue, find a guy in his first 2 years of college football at the Power 5 level who's got 21 touchdown catches in 2 years. So he's been off to a pretty good start, but I think his best days are ahead of him.
Well, Sark and I at least agree on that. I've been saying I think X-Man is the best receiver in the Big 12. Numbers obviously this year don't reflect that, and neither does his production or his play, because I think he has lost a little bit of focus. And I'm going to be critical of Brennan Marion, a guy who I advocated come here to Texas, and I'm a huge fan of Brennan Marion. Not too many of them who ain't the Marion family are bigger fans of Brennan Marion than me, but the wide receiver room has not necessarily gotten better. I'll admit that. I mean, you ain't found your third wide receiver, and X-Man, your best wide receiver from last year, regressed.
And that was one of the things, too, when everybody kept talking about this third wide receiver. I'm like, he told us this was the deepest room that he's had in years at the wide receiver position. And if we were just banking on Isaiah Nayor to be that guy, we were failing anyway.
It's true. Yeah.
You should have been able to get somebody developed within that group. Whatever happened to Troy O'Meary? Maybe he's not healthy. Casey Kane. Never saw him for a while.
Yeah.
Then we had Savion Red came in, and he lost some opportunities. Brendan Thompson. I mean, there were guys there, but what was missing? Unfortunately, we don't get a chance to go to practice, so we don't get to see that on that day-to-day, but where was that?
That's a good point. I don't know what happens to the wide receiver room. I thought they would all excel under Brennan Marion's coaching, and that hasn't really been the case. But Jay Witt has gotten much better. I don't know if he's gotten better so much. He's now been durable and healthy the entire season, and probably getting what we expected from a guy like Jay Witt. But I'll say this about X-Man, because the reports are that with the new transfer portal rules that you can transfer without penalty, and of course name, image, and likeness, and them being inexplicably linked, essentially, that there is nothing right now substantive about reported about X-Man, but through the grapevine there's a lot of people saying that essentially he wants market value. What he believes his market value may be. That's what he wants. And I don't know what his market value is, but I think that's determined by who's willing to offer the most.
I was going to say, that's how you determine your market value.
And I think that's why, and I don't know if he's going to actually go into the transfer portal or whatever, but if he does, and that's what he's trying to get. He's trying to get market value. Even if he ends up coming back to Texas.
Right.
He would like Texas to essentially up the price tag, basically. NIL money. Yeah, I mean, that's the new world we live in, though.
I was just going to say, that is what we're seeing across the nation.
Yeah. And Sark says he's not going to do that, by the way.
Right.
Sark says he's not going to do that. Sark says he's not going to operate in that manner. And I believe now that Sark and the coaches do have a direct communication, at least line with the collectives.
Yep.
Right, because of the new rules by the NCAA as it relates to name, image, and likeness, so they can talk to these collectives who are now endorsing these young men and say, "No, man, we don't. No, don't give him more money."
Right.
I don't know. We're not working like that. We're not gonna.
We can't be in that business.
We're not gonna be re-upping players every year. They're not. These aren't contracts for us to re-up with them every year.
That is the part right there. It's like you said it perfectly though. What is the market value for yourself? And again, if you got it once, you can't keep coming back and asking for it again.
Well, if you have better, but that's what kids are doing, right? That's what Jordan Addison did. Jordan Addison was at Pitt. He's like, "Nah, man, y'all can't pay me market value. I'm going to USC where they can." And we just had Chris Hummer on. He said another young man. So everybody's gonna do that.
Yeah,
that's gonna. Honestly, I don't know why Jalen Ford ain't doing it. Jalen Ford should definitely get paid more money. Don't we agree?
Oh, for sure.
So if Jalen Ford should go to Texas and go, guys, I think I'm the Big 12 Defensive Player of the Year. I think I should be compensated accordingly. And what are they going to say? No? You already got yours?
Yeah.
Well, I got mine as a guy who wasn't playing at an all Big 12 Defensive Player of the Year level. Now,
that's
I want to re-up. Now we come exactly.
That's negotiable.
That's what I'm saying. Like,
but the other one,
it's a new world.
You were already in. I get it, because if I was on the other side, that's exactly how it would be going down.
You can say X-Man. You had 3 less touchdowns. You're averaging 3 less yards per catch.
You're going to arbitration.
You're averaging 300 yards yesterday.
Yeah.
You know what? No, you had a down year, so we should be taking back some of your wins. So no, you're not.
And that's when he's gonna go. Well, my roommate wasn't throwing me the ball in the right spot.
No, that's when he's going to go, well, Lincoln Riley says, I'm worth this much, so peace,
that's
I'll see
definitely
you.
where he's going to
That's what I'm saying. Like, you ain't got, this is the game.
I saw the piece already.
This is the game now, gentlemen. If y'all don't like the game, don't play. But don't hate the player. Don't hate these young men. Don't hate them. Hate the game. This is the game. Your NCAA wanted to ignore it. This is what they want.
It's
this is
happening.
it. This is free market.
Yep.
So you can't get mad at them for saying, I had a good year. I want to get paid for it. Wouldn't you?
You got to start signing these kids.
Harsh.
I just told you. I would have been in there already.
I know you. You did it anyway. You probably went to Texas and went, how much y'all give me for a baseball scholarship?
Yeah.
Oh, that's it? I'm going to take that second
In the
round.
wind. In the wind. Put it in the wind.
Right?
Yeah.
So it's a strange world, strange time that we're in, man. But there you go. That's the latest on X-Men. All right, we'll come back. We got off the record on the side. Apparently, somebody tried to release some dirt on Jerry Jones. Y'all hear this story?
Mm-hmm.
All right, we'll talk about that on the other side. Right here on Ball Don't Lie, 104.9 The Horn.
Hardball Harge here. Let me tell you about my friend, the home loan dude, my man Sam Dude. That's right. Interest rates are crazy, but there's still options out there to help you. And from my friend Sam Dude, the mortgage guru with American Financial Network. You can find him at homeloandude.com. If you're a self-employed borrower, Sam Dude will help you with your home loan. That's right. You may be writing off a bunch of stuff and you don't think you can qualify. Sam can help you with that. Also, you don't have to have a perfect credit score, and you don't need to be a first-time buyer. Sometimes you can get 100% financing without any out-of-pocket down payment needed. What that means, instead of paying 10 to 20% over the asking price plus your down payment, you can actually buy a home with little to no cash out of pocket. And you don't even have to refi to take advantage of your home equity. Don't forget about that as well. You can do a second lien on your home and pay off some of that debt. Your credit card interest rates are probably over 20%, and even at today's home interest rates, you'll still be saving a lot of money. Now more than ever, if you have any questions about your loan or you want to buy a new home, get with Sam Dude, the mortgage guru with American Financial Network. You can find him at homeloandude.com. That's homeloandude.com. NMLS 299345.
All right, welcome back to Ball Don't Lie right here on 104.9 The Horn. Smooth Soul Monday edition of Ball Don't Lie. Just want to thank my man Patch for doing a great job. I mean, that conversation about the transfer portal and how it's linked with NIL is really interesting stuff, man. It's crazy. We want to get somebody else on to help us break it down a little bit more, too. But something tells me that in the upcoming weeks or maybe even days, everybody's going to be affected by transfer portal. It giveth and it taketh away.
Yeah.
And I think for Texas,
just pay attention on the 5th.
Exactly.
Just pay attention on the 5th.
Texas is going to be in a position to win when it comes to name, image, and likeness. Win more than they lose in name, image, likeness, and in the transfer portal. But every now and then they're going to lose.
Yeah.
Every now and then they're just going to lose a guy. I mean, it's just the way. Hudson Card's going to be gone too.
Oh, yeah.
Hudson Card ain't sticking around.
Oh, man. And
for that open quarterback competition, that's what I'm talking about. It's like, ain't open for me.
Yeah, exactly.
He's like that Magic Johnson.
The writer's been on the wall for me for a while when you ain't even put me in the game at the end of the game.
It's like that Magic Johnson gift. He's like, not gonna be here. Not gonna be here.
Not gonna be here.
So it just I mean, we're gonna see a lot of that coming up. So we'll be keeping you guys abreast of what's going on there. Okay, how about this? So the Washington Post unearthed a photo of a 14-year-old Jerry Jones.
Mm-hmm.
And apparently he is standing among a group of protesters at North Little Rock High School, blocking the path of 6 black students. Now, he's in the background. He does not look like one of the main agitators here. He almost looks like somebody who just like, hey, let me see what's going on over here. You know, he's more of just a onlooker. But he was there with this group, and of course, now that some people are trying to call out Jerry Jones for his 14-year-old decisions, which I think we do all too much around here. I mean, we don't give people credit for changing, and we don't give them credit for evolving. We don't give them credit for we basically have decided to rid our society of redemption for some reason. So I mean, even if Jerry Jones was there for the wrong reasons and was just an onlooker, I think it's pretty obvious that Jerry Jones is a changed man these days. If he was indeed there for some sinister reason, which nobody knows because you don't know what the hell 14-year-old Jerry Jones was thinking. He might have been look at some chicks there or something. You don't know.
He talking about, I was just curious.
Is that what he said?
Yeah. I was just curious. See, they did an interview with him, and they asked him about his time there, and, you know, Jerry being Jerry didn't really answer the question.
He says, I don't know that I or anybody anticipated or had a background of knowing what was involved. It was more a curious thing.
Mm-hmm.
There you go. Yeah. I will say this, though, because it's have you ever seen a movie called Best of Enemies?
No.
Oh man, it's actually
I saw Mississippi Burning though.
I would recommend Best of Enemies. It actually has, I forgot who plays in the movie. Okay, here I just put it: Sam Rockwell and Taraji P. Henson.
Ooh.
It's based on a true story. The true story is about a Ku Klux Klan leader, C.P. Ellis, and a civil rights activist, Ann Atwater. Essentially, the Cliff Notes version of it was he was a leader in the Klan for a long time, and he started working with this group, and they made like an interracial kind of a town hall committee, if you will, because they were trying to have some progressive change in the town. He was basically put there to put the kibosh on everything, and he was going to sabotage everything. But he ended up becoming really good friends with this woman, this black woman, even as a member of the Ku Klux Klan. He quit the Klan. He quit the Klan and became a civil rights activist.
Nice.
One of the wildest stories in the history of civil rights. He was a Klan leader who made really good friends.
This is based on a true story?
True story.
Okay.
True story. You go look it up right now. It's based on the book. The book is called The Best of Enemies, Race and Redemption in the New South. Great story. Well, it's obviously sad and troubling at the beginning.
Right.
But then he changed his life. And he had to deal with a ton of hardship because I think it was like either North Carolina or South Carolina, one of the Carolinas, he basically disowned all of his friends. They were all Klan members.
Right.
So when he became a super, he had to disown all his and his family. He was basically like the white Clayton Bixby. Like you know what I mean? He was a former Klan member that became a civil rights activist. And then everybody was like, dude, what are you doing? So he had no friends, he had no family. His only family became the civil rights people that he was working with. And they took him on his wing, and the rest is history. He's still one of the great civil rights heroes and stories in the civil rights movement. Great story. But my whole point is redemption.
Oh, I'm all for redemption.
You know what I mean? Like,
I'm
just
all for
redemption.
redemption.
I'm not saying that we don't wander down the wrong path. It happens. But we got to still leave the door open for redemption. And my point is, if Jerry Jones was a 14-year-old, whatever, redemption. It's there. It's there for all of us.
I like
Even
it.
Klan leaders.
I see.
All right.
I see. I'm gonna have to look up the best of enemies. I'm gonna check that out.
It's not a bad story. All right, let's go to the Cowboys. In fact, speaking of Cowboys, we'll talk Cowboys and them beating the Giants on Thanksgiving. We'll also talk Texans NFL Week 12 review. All of that and more right here on Ball Don't Lie on 104.9 The Horn.
Mike Harge here, and I want to talk to you about my friend Kenneth Banks. Are you tired of your financial advisor's only game plan is to tell you to ride it out? When standing eye to eye with market volatility, you want a financial advisor that won't tell you to just ride it out. Instead, you want someone working alongside you to help you navigate through today's market roller coaster. You want Ken Banks with Equitable Advisors Austin. Ken works with his clients as individuals, not as dollars and not as stats. Does your financial advisor communicate with you regularly? Kenneth Banks does. Kenneth Banks will return your call within 24 hours. Talk with Ken today at 901-679-9157, and together you can plan your future that reflects more of what you are. Don't just ride it out with the other guys. Talk to Ken at 901-679-9157. That's Kenneth Banks with Equitable Advisors Austin, 901-679-9157.
Welcome back to Ball Don't Lie. It is Smooth Soul Monday. And usually, I believe the intent of Smooth Soul Monday was to soothe the tortured soul of sports fans out there whose team may be dealing with an L over the weekend. Not the case for Cowboys fans, not the case for Longhorn fans. So we want to talk some Cowboys here. And also, coming up next segment, college football coaching carousel. Got some updates. Auburn's already made a move.
Yep.
We'll give you the latest on the Auburn move. We'll also go over all the other reports from the coaching carousel at the college football level. We'll get you that coming up next segment. Let's get to these Cowboys. And we just talked about, actually, Jerry Jones and I guess the dirt that was apparently released on Jerry Jones. And we were talking in the break, and Patrick made a good point. I believe some people are speculating that this is the Dan Snyder dirt. Remember that Snyder was like, he got dirt on everybody. Some people are speculating this might be
You know what,
the dirt.
though? That would make sense. After the Sean Taylor thing, everything Dan Snyder does comes out like a fart in church. Nobody cares, man.
What was the Sean Taylor statue?
Oh,
it's
do
a
you call
mannequin.
it? I was
It's a
going to say, you
mannequin.
don't call it a statue.
No, it
bro.
looks like, they're selling a jersey in the gift shop, and they put that up in a.
He bought a cheap statue?
No, it ain't even. It ain't even a statue, bro.
I'm using the wrong term. It's not a statue.
It is wires.
I gotta go look on.
Oh
this.
yeah,
It's
you need to
online.
look it up.
I haven't
It
seen
is
this.
absolutely awful.
Oh, so
Yeah,
it basically it's more.
nothing was good about it.
It's more disrespectful to
Yes.
his memory than
Yes.
paying.
So
him
that's
tribute.
whoever
Okay.
buys the team. I guarantee when they build that new stadium, we'll build something nicer and be like, yeah, this is why we want a Dan Snyder.
Why not just have? Yeah, I don't understand if it's that trashy.
It ain't even a face. It don't even have a face. It's a helmet, a jersey, pants, and shoes.
Oh,
It's all like he said. It's
the
damn
big-
near a mannequin.
It's like we go to the Big 12
Yes.
conference.
But it ain't- but it ain't
media
even
days,
there.
and
It's
they
all
have the
wire.
No,
the
it's like
mannequin
when you
dressed
go
up.
to the gift shop and you're like, man, I want to get a Sean Taylor jersey. They
Wow.
put that in a glass case.
Yeah, that's sad.
And it doesn't match. The jersey's a Nike. The pants are Reebok. And he had on Adidas shoes, soccer shoes,
That's not real. That's not true.
and a helmet.
That's not true.
It's 100% true.
Are you serious? Are
That's
you
how
joking?
bad.
Are
and
you
they-
making a joke here? Are
and
you serious?
No, I'm being 100%
Wow.
serious. And they had it unveiled, like it was in a case.
Yeah, they had a whole thing. They had the sheet over it.
Yes.
Like when they pulled it off, expecting everybody to go, ooh, and everyone pulled it off and they went, wait, is he behind this?
Wow.
Yeah,
Oh.
it was a wire sculpture. That's exactly what it was, without a face.
Okay.
Without nothing. Like, it is so embarrassing. I'm angry for them, and I don't even like the Washington football team. I don't even like them.
Yeah.
But when you're gonna honor somebody that put that on the line for you, that everybody talks about still to this day,
Yeah.
and that is what you put out there for him, like, it was a production. Everybody was there. It was an unveiling of nothing.
Of an embarrassment?
Of an embarrassment.
Well, it's a
that goes-
microcosm of the franchise.
Exactly, 100%.
And it's got nothing to do with the actual players like Sean Taylor or the
Exactly.
guys in the locker room. This embarrassment is coming from the top of the franchise, from the
Exactly.
ownership down.
Exactly.
Actually, the most respectable part of the franchise is what's happening in the locker room with the players.
What another win.
With another win, Taylor Heineke
Taylor
got the juice.
Heineke,
But
man.
you're right. Obviously, Snyder and what he's done to, taint his tenure there and also taint the rest of the league is unfortunate because, and I think his ownership days are done. I mean, so
Right.
they're gonna have Jeff Bezos' group or some other group buy the Washington Commanders. Hell, hopefully Matthew McConaughey, Minister of Culture,
Yeah.
can get in
And
on that.
Kevin
joint.
Durant.
And
Don't
Kevin
forget.
Durant.
Don't
Yeah.
forget.
Apparently, we're gonna have a lot of Longhorn ties to the Washington
Yep,
Commanders
yep.
if that ends up coming to fruition. All right, let's talk about the Cowboys, gentlemen, because Cowboys look good. There ain't no way around it. And I posed a question. Maybe it was that last week or 2 weeks ago. How many teams in the NFC do you take ahead of the Cowboys? I believe we were all at 2.
Yep.
San Fran and Philadelphia. Are we
Correct.
still at 2?
I'm still sitting right
Yeah.
there
Okay.
right now.
Yeah.
I mean, after last night's performance, Cowboys did not beat Green Bay, and Philadelphia did beat Green Bay. So you're still chasing that ghost because you're 2 games behind now. You're still 2 games out, and look at what San Francisco's doing now. They're starting to, as we've talked about every week, once they get healthy with all the talent that they have. Although I just heard Elijah Mitchell is going to be out 6 to 8 weeks.
I saw that.
6 to 8 weeks. That's going to hurt them a lot.
He's been their closer.
Yes.
They've been opening up with Christian McCaffrey a lot in the game plan, and then they'll close with Elijah Mitchell down the stretch.
Yep.
That's going to hurt them.
Yeah. So that's going to be one of their biggest faults right now, but they're still playing better football. And every time they take the field, you're looking at them like, golly, they're figuring it out. And they always figure it out at the right time.
Yeah. No, the 49ers are scary. And honestly, Philly now with Ndamukong Suh and Linval Joseph on that defensive front, Jordan Davis is coming back. So they're going to have
depth too.
They're going to have depth on the defensive front, and their issues against the run, which similar to the Cowboys, have been one of the only weaknesses and vulnerabilities of that defense all year long. I think that's actually going to be something that they remedy or something that they end up figuring out by the end of the year, by the playoffs. I think the Cowboys are on that road too, though. Cowboys are they've shifted some things around, not so much schematically, more personnel wise with some of their moves has made them much more stout against the run. We all know about the trade to bring in Hankins. That has helped them out against the run. But against Saquon Barkley and the New York Giants, I got to tell you, that was one of the most impressive performances that we've seen all season from the Cowboys as it relates to their rush defense. Held Saquon Barkley to 39 yards on 11 rushes. This guy was coming as a top 5 rusher in the league, averaging over 95 rushing yards per game. Hell, his longest run was only 10 yards.
Yep.
Daniel Jones also been killing folks this year in the run game because Dabo's been encouraging him to scramble a ton. None of that happening versus the Cowboys. He only had 14 rushing yards. He came into the game averaging over 40. So you're talking about between Saquon Barkley and between Daniel Jones, those guys came into this game averaging, close to 140 yards between them. And now you're talking about what 50, a little over 50 yards between them in this game.
Yeah.
Unbelievable, 53, I guess. Yeah. It's unbelievable.
That's the balance we've been talking about, right? That's what we've been looking at. And then you start looking at the NFC East. I think all of the teams would be playoff teams in the NFC East. Think about that because of Taylor Heineke and what he's done. He's brought them in. I think, what are they now?
No, you're right. They've won like 5.
Yeah,
4 out of the last 5.
Yeah, 4 out of the last
4 out of the last
5.
5.
And so you're sitting there and going back to your point of the balance that we got a chance to see. But Philadelphia is 10-1. The Cowboys would be 5-7. I mean 8-3. 8-3. They would be number 5. They would be number 5. The Eagles would be number 1. The Giants would be number 6. And right now, if the season ended today, the Washington Commanders would be the 7th seed.
That's crazy.
Think about the NFC least.
Wow.
Is now the NFC best.
I mean,
that's how we're doing.
I bet historically.
I don't think this ever happened.
I don't think we've ever seen a division this good this late in the season.
No.
I'll go do the research.
That was supposed to be the AFC West, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's what we thought about. That's right.
That's right. Did y'all see did y'all see the defensive player that confronted Russell Wilson on the sideline?
I think there's probably been more of that. I think there's probably going to be more of that.
That was ugly.
Yeah.
That didn't look good.
And he had just got a penalty. That D lineman had just got a penalty.
Why do you think he went off on Russell like that?
Because
did Russell say something to him?
We out here trying to move this. We're trying to win this game, and your offense is putrid.
I mean, and Russell wanted no part of it. Russell was like,
that was big. That was Big Brother coming through.
But when you're the quarterback, usually quarterbacks they go back. They go back at somebody. Like we've seen that with Brady. We've seen that with Aaron Rodgers.
The coach didn't even move. That was Nathaniel Hackett standing right there. And he didn't even look at him.
And usually the coach will put his hand up like, "Hey man, calm down.
Keep it moving."
So the coach has no power. He's got no respect in the locker room. Nathaniel Hackett's a one and done. We all know that. And Russell Wilson. So basically the two people who are supposed to have the most leadership and the most street cred on your squad in the locker room have none at all. And that's Russell Wilson, Nathaniel Hackett.
Right there. That was that. Like you always say, that encapsulates everything that's going on in their locker room. That argument, Russell not doing anything, and their team still being awful. Like
I was, and everybody was wrong about that. Nobody saw him being that bad.
No.
Whoever that was, please go buy a lottery ticket because that was unbelievable.
You know, I bet thought that some of the ex-Seahawks players.
Yeah, that might be the only people.
They're coming out and be like, "Oh, y'all didn't know."
What did you say the other day? You're looking at Pete Carroll, and Pete Carroll's like, let him cook.
Just a correction. Tex wants us to know that the Washington team has won 6 of their last 7. So
Okay.
give him some credit.
We're
Thank you,
going to
Texter.
give it to him.
My bad,
All of
Texter.
it.
I ain't been following him long enough. I
6
apologize.
and 7, they get it.
6 and the last 7. I do like Heineke, though. He brings some juice.
Energy.
And this texter actually calls them by their old name, too. The
I saw
Washington
that.
racial slurs.
I
How
saw
about that? Okay, let's get to some more Cowboys stuff. Okay, so I had a texter here, and I love this text. Says that 33, Clark, looking better every week, y'all.
Yes, he is.
You got a good eye, texter, and I'll tell you why. Because I saw the same thing, and I went and started cataloging his snaps because I was like, man, Damone Clark's playing a lot. And I believe the Cowboys believe Damone Clark is better against the run. They think he's a better rush defender. That's why he's playing more. That's why they've decided, Jabril Cox, you're a special teams guy. Damone Clark is who we're investing in to play this off-ball linebacker next to LVE, especially down the stretch when Micah Parsons is going to be playing more defensive end on the edge just because, that's where he's most effective.
Yep.
He had 2 sacks in the second half of that game. Now he's got 12 on the year. But I digress. Getting back to Damone Clark. So remember, his debut was against the Bears. And he played 51% of the snaps versus the Bears. I remember Harge and I kept saying, man, they really like him. They played him half the snaps, and he just got off of injured reserve. They didn't even give him time to acclimate or adapt. Nope, get out there. We need you and we want you. He didn't play much versus the Green Bay Packers, only 7 snaps. I believe that was a game specific. I think that was team specific. They play a lot of sub packages, dime in that game, so I think they probably wanted to play with some of their other DBs, and maybe in that game more LV or maybe Micah at off-ball linebacker. But then, after that, since that Green Bay game, he's played 43 snaps in Week 11. That was 75% of the defensive snaps. 46 snaps in Week 12, 72% of those defensive snaps. So he has basically, he's basically had 3 40-plus snap games in his first 4 NFL games.
Right.
So they like him.
Well,
They
remember
want him
they
to
kept
play.
talking about it. They kept saying, okay, he's getting better. He's gonna get some reps. We can't wait for him to get back. They love their doctors looking at him, and they were like, no, he's gonna be back at the right time. Now he's back. They're starting to increase his workload. But to your point, if that's the truth about the run stopping,
That's
that's
my
what
theory.
they no, but
This is
that's
my
what they
theory.
need.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's my theory.
That's what
yeah.
they need.
Yeah,
He is better against the run.
I think so.
Jabril Cox is somebody that we all thought was going to be a lot better. He's still a quality NFL linebacker, and he's going to continue to grow in this system. But you know as well as I do, if Dan Quinn is looking at you in a certain light, he's going to make sure that he's going to use you to the best of your ability. He's not going to put you in a place where you're not going to have success.
Yep, that's why I think he's expediting the development, if you will, of Damone Clark. He knows he's better against the run, and I think they want to start playing Micah on the edge more as they get closer to the playoffs.
Yeah.
So it's situationally, of course. Okay, another thing we brought up about the Cowboys, which I think we all have been really complimentary of, is the offense and how well the offense has looked since Dak's been back. Love this stat. With the Cowboys now, since Dak's been back, his return, they're averaging 33.8 points per game. And before that, with Cooper Rush, they were averaging only a little over 21 points per game. So you're talking about nearly a 12 points per game difference with Dak in there now. And I think a lot of it is about creativity, and a lot of it is about, give Kelly Moore some props. He's being very adaptable in his scheme. He believes they got a good group of tight ends. So you see the Cowboys playing 13 personnel, 14 personnel with 3 and 4 tight ends on the field. And what I also like about it is that he's still sticking with the run. We haven't seen him abandon the run. We haven't seen him drift away from it. Even in this game, Zeke had 18 rushes. Tony Pollard ends up with Zeke had 16 rushes, I believe, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and then Pollard had 18 rushes.
Yes, he had more.
So he switched it up.
Pollard had more.
But Zeke was more productive, actually.
Correct.
Zeke averaged nearly 6 yards per carry, and I just think it's because of the matchup. Some weeks, I think Zeke might end up being a better matchup as a back because he's a better power back.
And that's the beauty of them having the 2-back set right now, because they can use that to their advantages. They can move depending on the situation, because we've all talked about the explosiveness of Pollard.
Yeah.
When he gets to the outside against certain teams, it's to the house. Last week, he couldn't get there. That was not his main focus. But Zeke got out there, believe it or not, he could get through there and get to the outside. So yeah, he was 16 of 92 for a long of 22 yards, and that was that one play that I was talking about. But I don't know how. I have not still understood how Dak got outside of Zeke and was able to seal the outside for him. It was a crazy running play, but it was pretty cool. And then, of course, Pollard was able to do his thing for 60 yards on 18 carries. The long was only 13, though.
They ran a speed option, too, with Zeke. All right, do you remember this play?
That might have been it. That might have been the play where he pitched it and got in front of him.
Yeah, okay.
Exactly.
Yeah, it might
he gave it up early and got there.
Yeah, I remember the play. Well, either way, I like the Cowboys' offense. I think it's actually a really creative offense. I know. I will wait for you to give Kellen Moore some props. I won't even pressure you to give Kellen Moore some props, but I will. I've been a Kellen Moore fan for a while, and I think he's having one of his best seasons as a play caller. And also give some props to Tyler Biadasz. I brought this stat earlier. Tyler Biadasz has played 720 snaps so far this season, 0 sacks allowed. They're planning on getting Tyron Smith back on his O-line, too.
Yep, and they were talking about moving Tyler Smith down the guard and bringing in Tyron Smith on the outside. So,
I don't.
And don't forget, they still have Peters, Jason Peters.
I forgot all about Peters because he's been dealing with an injury of some sort, right? So he hadn't played a lot.
He's supposed to be a swing lineman for them now.
Especially if they get Tyron Smith back. And they get him back for the playoffs, and they got Jason Peters, and Tyler Smith is playing really well. That O-line's going to be a force. And they could go out there with 3-4 tight end packages.
No doubt.
Better watch that power sets from the Cowboys, man. They're legit. Okay, that's enough Cowboys talk for now. I want to get into some Texans talk. Just real quick.
Really?
Yeah, I know.
No, I'm just kidding.
I know. Trust me. I don't want to talk too much Texans, but the Texans did lose to the Miami Dolphins. They were essentially dominated by the Dolphins. Can I just say this? Because I watched the Dolphins, so I'm talking more about the Dolphins and the Texans. Dolphins are dangerous, man. They're going to be a problem in the playoffs. The only thing the Dolphins have to worry about is going to cold weather places to play in the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
But if the Dolphins play in somewhat of a controlled environment and they don't have to deal with the weather and potential snow and wind and all that and elements, ooh, that speed is scary. So
there's a lot because there's so many weapons that they have.
Man,
the fact of what your guy McDaniels is a guy that is drawing up stuff in the dirt. It looks like they're in the outside and saying, "All right, man, you just run over here. He's gonna roll out this way, and then he's gonna throw it back across here because." Nobody's going to even know you're on that side. I'm like, he's doing the things that your guy Kyle Shanahan is doing.
Oh, yeah.
Creativity.
He was he was in the think tank with them all the time, and they said that he was one of the parts of the secret sauce that Shanahan had there. Okay, let me ask you this. We put the question out there for the NFC. How many teams in the AFC are better than Miami Dolphins?
Buffalo's kind of trending in the wrong direction. Kansas City's it. Kansas City's it.
That's it?
If I have to, Kansas City, I thought.
I'm going to still say Buffalo, but they beat Buffalo already.
Yeah.
I mean, so that'd be me just saying it because I like Buffalo.
And they're both 8-3, but you look at it, Buffalo's defense has been better. I'll say that. Buffalo's defense has been better, and Buffalo's projected to have 12 wins.
Yeah, and I think Buffalo has that point now with all of us that when it gets to the playoffs, we think they have the experience. That's going to be a bit more important than some of these teams that are playing really well. But you're like, yeah, man, Buffalo was that team 2 years ago.
Yeah.
And that was when Josh Allen made mistakes in the playoffs, and that's when that team wasn't experienced enough. They added Von Miller, who's another veteran in that locker room.
Yeah.
I think that's where I still give Buffalo such an edge that a lot of people may not.
I agree with
they don't look great right now. They have a lot of problems, and people are exploiting the fact they don't have a running game.
Yeah. And not only that, they're still having guys coming back from injury as well.
Still banged up.
And you know, this is another team that when you lose that offensive mind, sometimes teams take a hit. But yeah, it's just they have that experience in the playoffs that can be so valuable. And like a team like Miami, you go, yeah, you got Tua, who, I mean, that dude ain't been a part of a winning season since Alabama.
Right.
So
you're right.
There's something to be said about once you get to that point, are you going to have, is Tyreek Hill going to be the leader to go in there and say, hey, man, I played in Super Bowls, I can tell you how to do it? Or do you need to have a couple years to get used to the playoffs, and then you're all of a sudden running for it?
I agree with that point. I mean, I guess Mike McDaniels has been on the staff that went deep in the playoffs with the 49ers, but now you're right.
Yeah.
I mean, that's considering the totality of the roster, can't be many guys on that roster with a ton of playoff experience.
No, because of who they are and what they've been through
so
for such a long time.
No, I'm with you, Patrick. I'll keep the Bills and I'll keep Kansas City ahead of Miami. Do we think that when the Bengals get Jamar Chase back, they'll be a team that could be dangerous too in that conversation?
Yeah, because they've got the experience. They went to the Super Bowl. Joe Mixon, he's in concussion protocol right now.
Okay.
But look at what Samaje Perine, Hendrickson, Holla, Look at what he did yesterday and what he's been continuing to do the last couple of weeks. I think he's got like 4 touchdowns in the last 2 games. He's just been that guy, that workhorse back.
It's not a lot of drop off.
Not a lot of drop off. I mean, he's more than, again, both of them Oklahoma running backs.
That is weird.
Golly.
That's where I'm with you.
I just thought about that.
That's
I'm
very
like,
strange.
man.
Yeah, it's very strange.
I was trying to look for this stat that I had of what you were talking about, Patrick, with Tua. And I think his record was something that was ridiculous.
I think they're undefeated right this year with Tua when he's healthy.
When he's healthy.
Yeah,
when he starts and finishes
When he starts
games.
and finishes a game. Yeah, great point. Yeah, there you go.
was,
But I know I'm with you though. I watched Miami, and I've watched them a couple of times this year, but just watched them. I wanted to try to get a more thorough evaluation. They are dangerous.
They are.
And they're going to be the team too that, like, with a guy like Mike McDaniels, it's, we talk about with Sark, but a lot of these really, really good offensive minds and really creative people, if you go up against a defensive-minded coach that just calls you what you think, like they think what you think enough that they figure you out, can you make those in-game adjustments and fix it and get ready in the second half, or do you just spiral out of control? And as a young head coach, we don't know how he'll react in that situation.
Yeah.
But you don't know if you end up playing a Patriots team and Bill Belichick just comes out and goes, I don't know. I know how to do this.
Yep.
Like we saw them struggle against the Patriots this year because Bill Belichick just goes, I know how to throw so many different looks at you and throw so many things that when I see what works and I see what throws you off, I can throw that in 20 different ways.
Oh, yeah.
And you don't know how to deal with it.
We saw that with Cincinnati last year. Remember that defensive coordinator got hot, started throwing stuff at Patrick Mahomes that he hadn't seen.
Yeah.
Patrick Mahomes looked confused out there. And to
Must have been that 3-high safety.
Him and Sark struggled with it. But no, and to Patrick's point, you start looking at the way Miami looks right now. They look great, but it's still relatively new, right? With Tua in that scheme, with those weapons. By the end of the year, way more sample size out. You got 11, 15 games or something to be able to game plan for an opponent. And right now, there's still a relatively new offense. It still has a quality about it that makes it unique because nobody has seen a lot of it.
No, and when you talk about that, when you talk about the Bengals defensive coordinator, you see that with Sean McVay, that he had more experience because he'd gone a few times and been like, man, that game plan didn't work. And part of it is, hey, man, I need a quarterback that when we got to change things on the fly,
he can go.
I have a quarterback that can change it. Because with Jared Goff, I can't change the playbook.
Yeah.
At halftime and walk in and go, they figured us out.
Yeah.
And he was able to do that with a quarterback and go, hey, man, if they can throw something at us, we're able to if they zig, we can zag.
Yeah, no, the whole point of the Patriots game plan versus Sean McVay, the first time we went to the Super Bowl with Jared Goff was, remember, he was the first coach to use the actual headset communication to his advantage because he would tell Jared Goff, get to the line of scrimmage as quickly as possible before they turn off the headset at 15 seconds. Left on the play clock, so I can talk you through the defense. So Jared Goff would get up there like with 30 seconds left. So basically, Sean McVay would be talking him through the defense for 15 seconds. Like, all right, watch that safety. When he comes down, you do this. And that's how he talks his way through it. And Belichick decided, okay, I'm going to have a different defense. And at 15 seconds, my defense is going to change.
Yeah.
As soon as Sean McVay can no longer talk to you, I'm going to change the entire defense. So he put in 2 defensive calls. There was a pre-15-second defensive call. Everybody would line up in a pre-snap shell snap look.
That's cold-blooded.
And then at 15 seconds, everybody would shift. And then Jared Goff had to figure it out on his own. And he couldn't figure it out on his own.
And so that's the thing you worry with young head coaches and young quarterbacks, which is why we go back and go, why I like the Bills still. So you go, man, there's just experience there. Would you like the Cowboys? You go, man, there's some experience there now. Those teams, San Francisco, there's experience. They've been through those.
Good point, man.
And it means a lot in the playoffs.
It does. It matters.
And the Bengals made the Super Bowl last year with 0 experience.
Yeah.
So it's possible to go either way. Just say history will tell you.
I was gonna say if I had to bet on experience or inexperience, I'm with you, brother. I think it's a good one there. Good take. All right, we come back. We'll talk about the college coaching carousel. A lot of names out there. Breaking news from Auburn. We'll get to that and more right here on Ball Don't Lie on 104.9 The Horn. Hey, what's up, folks? Lifetime Longhorn Rod Babers here. Did you know the average home in Austin sells for way over the asking price? You're talking about one of the most competitive housing markets in the country. Well, my friends at Orchard, they want you to take advantage of this competitive housing market because they're going to give you a chance to win twice. They call it their win-win program. Here's how it works, and it's really easy. So first, my friends at Orchard, they're going to make a solid guaranteed cash offer on your home. That's right. We're talking about a real serious cash offer, one that reflects the market value of your home. They're not trying to lowball you. They don't want to get over on you. They want you to win. That's why they call it their win-win program. And here's where it gets even better for you. Orchard will handle the sale of your home, including the upgrades, the listing, the showing. But not only that, when Orchard sells your home for more than your cash offer, you keep the extra. That's right. Orchard not only guarantees the sale of your home, but when it sells for more than they offered you, you keep the upside. I love that, and you will too. Orchard calls it their win-win program. So get over to Orchard.com. That's Orchard.com, and take advantage of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to sell your home, get maximum value for it, but also not to worry about the hassles and the headaches of doing it yourself. So reach out to them, Orchard.com. That's ORCHARD.com. Welcome back to Ball Don't Lie right here on 104.9 The Horn. It is a Smooth Soul Monday, and I think we brought this song up last week, actually.
We did.
Yeah.
That's what we be doing.
And I think we all know what he's talking about. I think
yeah.
that was my concern. I was like, what is he talking about? You're like, you know what he's talking
You
about.
know what
is
he's
it what I
talking
think
about.
it is? Like, yes, exactly.
Oh yeah, he gets way less hidden about it by the end of the song.
So there's no discretion here.
No,
It's like,
there's some lyrics at the end of the song that are just chef's kiss. Great lyrics.
Like, you surprised they're PG-13?
Like anytime you do a couple things where you rhyme a word and everybody knows what word's coming, and then you go, "Hey, I'm stroking," so everybody knows. I'm about to say something really, really dirty.
You know what song actually is like that, and it's not a surprise at all. I think it's Sexual Healing. Have you ever heard the real lyrics of Sexual Healing?
Oh yeah, Marvin Gaye.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yo,
like at the end of it, it gets really graphic toward the end.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, you got to look up the lyrics. The lyrics, most of the time, it cuts off before the end because the end is really graphic for some reason. I don't know what got into Marvin there, but he was all about it at the end. But it's Sexual Healing. It's the name of the song. So I guess you should expect to get a little graphic there. All right. Let's get to college football coaching carousel here, gentlemen. All right. Big news coming out of Auburn. All right. You let me know about this. Is it official?
It's official. Hugh Freeze has been named the head football coach of the Auburn Tigers.
All right now.
Yeah.
There you go.
So here we go. At 5:15, it was announced that he was the hire.
I love this tweet. Auburn hired a former Arkansas State coach, fired him, replaced him with a former Arkansas State coach, fired him, and then replaced him with a former Arkansas State coach.
How crazy is that? It looks like that's where the ground is, right?
That's wild, right? I guess you want to get the job at Arkansas State. That's the real
that's
moral to this story. That's a great job right there, man.
Exactly.
But what do we think about Hugh Freeze?
I mean, on the field, he does a great job.
Okay.
You know, off the field, he's had some controversy and some things.
So you
that
like
have
this
happened.
hire though for Auburn?
I think. If we're just gonna go strictly for the field stuff, then this is something that is going to be really, really enticing for a quarterback, especially when you start thinking about it and how you're going to compete in the SEC. You start with the quarterback, and you need to put some points up on the board. Now the biggest story is going to be: are you going to keep Cadillac Williams, who's a former Auburn Tiger, who's done a great job?
That'd be a good move,
right?
Yeah, it gives you
he's
street
a great
cred.
and he's a great recruiter
Got
as
good energy.
well.
Yeah.
Yes. And so when you start looking at those types of things, I think it will be. But like anything else, and this is something that you and I have talked about, when you get these jobs at these Power 5 schools, you're expected to do something, and you're expected to do something quick.
Yeah,
the fan base is as excited as they are about you. They are ready to help you pack. So you need to get, especially there. Think about it. They got rid of Gus Malzahn, and Gus Malzahn had a winning record. He just couldn't beat Nick Saban.
And beat him, but didn't beat him enough.
It's kind of like what you were talking about at the beginning of the show when you were talking about Mac Brown.
Yeah.
People were like, you won 11 games, but did you beat Oklahoma?
Did you beat Bob
Yeah,
Stoops?
exactly.
Nope. Well, you might need to go.
Yeah, we might need to pack you up. We need to find somebody that can beat him.
Ryan Day's doing it now.
Ryan Day.
Lost to Jim Harbaugh twice. Now
Back
people are
to
like,
back.
I don't know if he's the guy. He's like, he's 40-5.
And look at how many draft picks you got. I'm like, what are you talking about?
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah, this is that time, though. Just like we talked about the free agent market for college athletics now, it starts with the coaches. Now it's moving around with the players.
You're right.
So there's a lot that is going to have to be in play. He looks like he's going to do okay because he knows how to use the transfer portal as well, because look what he did at Liberty.
And that's why there's no patience either.
Right.
The transfer portal.
Right. That's
You can
exactly
pull in talent that can help you right away. You don't have to, I need 4 years to recruit my guys, develop my guys. Like, nah, sorry, you don't get that.
You can get a couple of them.
Yeah, you don't
but
get,
right
we
now,
don't
I
give
need
you
you
that.
to get to winning.
Get to that transfer
That's right.
portal and
That's
get
right.
to work, no doubt about
That's
it.
right.
Another big name, Luke Fickell to Wisconsin. That is also a done deal. He coming from Cincinnati, 13-0 last year, 57-18 his time at Cincinnati, 9-3 this year. I think that's a hell of a hire. I do too. That's just a home run for Wisconsin. And Wisconsin, by the way, they don't need a lot of help. It's not like you're having to rebuild the program. You really just got to tinker with it. You got to tweak it.
That's
exactly right. But you got to keep players now too.
Yeah,
that's a big one because when you have a good team, all these coaching hires take on a new meaning because everyone can transfer out.
Yep.
So you need to get a good enough hire that he's got to go re-recruit that entire team and then bring in some more people.
That's fair.
But that team was projected to be a possible Big Ten winner this
You're
year.
right about that. And he'll probably bring some guys from Cincinnati he think can play on this on this team too, on this roster.
Yep.
But you're right.
Hey man, you want to make more money? Come on over to Cincinnati.
That's right.
You want to make money? Play on the bigger stage? Come on.
Come on.
No doubt about it.
Come to death row.
That was Lincoln Riley's pitch.
That was
to
it.
USC, man.
Yeah.
Come to death row. That's
Come
basically
to
how they
death
did
row.
it, man. Death
That's
row
right.
style. And matter of fact, that's how everybody should copy the Lincoln Riley blueprint.
Why not?
Bring every
Bring
good player
your
from that
guy.
roster, which is why, getting back to Patrick's point, like, man, you better be working because a lot of coaches are stealing. If you come into a new job, probably the chances are that, 30% of the really good players are going to be gone either because they wanted greener pastures on their own or the coach decided if he left and he wasn't fired, he left for a better job, he was taking those guys with him.
Right. That's the name of the game now. Everybody's able to move around. So let's just see what happens now.
Philip Montgomery was relieved of his duties there at Tulsa as the head coach. He was 45-53 in his time there. And guys, one of the athletic reports are saying that Brennan Marion, who's a former Tulsa Hurricane himself, that he's going to be up for the head coaching job there potentially. His name has come up a lot. I was talking.
Good for him, though.
Yeah, I was talking to some coaches in the college ranks, and we were basically having a random conversation about, hey, what offensive minds, what coordinators, offense and defense, hot young names right now, do you think are going to be, been mentioned a lot in this hiring cycle? Brennan Marion's name came up probably as much as any other coordinator.
Rightfully so.
As any other assistant coach and coordinator in that conversation. Now, and I was talking to 3 college coaches.
Yeah.
So he's a hot name.
That is something that should be happening. I mean, we talked about this before. He left being an OC play caller to come and be a wide receivers coach. Partial play caller, maybe. I don't know how the meetings went.
Yeah,
and
he's a pass game coordinator here at Texas.
Yeah, so you're sitting there and you're thinking, okay, I probably need to continue to spread my wings because what we talk about, you don't want to get pigeonholed as that guy, especially if you were standing on that stage at one point and now you decided to take a step back, come and help the University of Texas, did your thing. Now you might have another opportunity to make some moves around. That's important right there.
Yeah, a key to being a fast riser is to keep rising.
Yep, exactly.
You get stuck at one place too long, and everybody's like, they forget about you. And his name has been hot. The one thing his agent will tell him is, like, don't let people forget your name.
Right.
Keep rising. And that may cause you to have to go. We were just talking in the break about, A&M's going to hire a new OC. That's pretty obvious. They need to hire a play caller.
Right.
Instead of just an OC. Brennan Marion's name will be mentioned.
Yeah,
Like,
they
just say that
fired
right
the
now.
OC, and I'm like, you ain't even the play caller.
I know, but
So it don't
hopefully
even
they need to hire a play caller, not
Right.
just an OC.
Correct.
But I've heard Brennan Marion's name might be thrown around there too, just because he is one of those hot, innovative young minds. He's going to bring his own offense there
No
too
doubt.
with the go-go offense. So just so you know, would you rather be the OC of A&M or whether be the head coach of Tulsa if you're Brennan Marion?
I
That's
would
the question.
much rather be the OC at A&M.
That's how I feel too.
Yeah, I mean, I understand that's
A&M?
where you went to school at is Tulsa.
Yeah.
But are you getting it to get your feet wet, to get to your next stepping stone, or are you going to go there and not? I'm not saying you won't do well, but that's not a place that has a lot of success.
Exactly. And if you don't do well there,
Then
you're pretty
you-
much done
Yeah.
for the head coaching ranks for now.
Exactly.
You got to take time off and then almost
Go back to being an
essentially
OC.
reapply.
Yeah, you're going to go back to being an OC.
I'm with
Yeah,
you. So
yeah.
Brennan Marion's going to have some decisions to make, no question about it. David Shaw also stepped down from Stanford, and Deion Sanders has been offered the Colorado head coaching job. We don't know if he is going to take that job. I think Deion will hold out for something better because he is probably, in my opinion, he's one of the hottest names that you can get right now in coaching. And think about this. Guys, if you get Deion, this guy's got recruiting ties in Georgia because he was drafted by the Falcons, in Texas because he was a Cowboy, in Florida because he was born there, and in Mississippi now because he's at Jackson State.
And he has him in Texas because he had a high school that he was running,
That's what I'm saying. Yeah,
Truth
that's saying,
Academy. That's right.
And they're talking about those are the best recruiting meccas in the country. Even if he fails, and I don't think he will, because he can hire NFL coaches like he did Zimmer. He can bring in the best recruiters like he did Tim Brewster, the guy that recruited me and Vince Young and Chris Sims. The guy's just a mercenary when it comes to recruiting. He can bring all those guys in, so I think he'll have success. But even if he doesn't, he's going to leave your coffers so full of talent
Yes.
that the next guy's going to come in and pick right up where he left off. I guarantee you.
Yeah.
That's why I'd hire Deion tomorrow.
And you look at it, Deion, the last 2 seasons, he is 22-2
So
as a head coach.
His only bad year was a COVID year.
Yep. And
it wasn't a bad
and
game.
it wasn't even bad.
Yeah, we were 4-3.
Yeah.
So he still won games, but I think they're going to play. They haven't had the conference championship
They
yet.
got the SWAC coming up this week.
But he won it
this
last
weekend,
year.
and they're playing for the championship this week.
Okay, so he could win it 2 years in a row. I don't know what's taking people so long. I'd hired that guy yesterday. And also Matt Rule took the Nebraska job, and I think that's a home run hire too.
And then, unfortunately, down at Texas State, our man Jake Spavital was relieved of his duties at Texas State. Goes back to what I was saying to Chris Hummer earlier. You need to figure out what you are going to be as a university before you get your next guy in. You have to figure out if you want to play on the big stage, you got to help get to that big stage. Because if you go and look at all the Sun Belt conferences and look at their facilities, you will see a totally different point of how they're having their success as opposed to that. Now, everybody wants to talk about the high school ranks, and rightfully so. That might be the way, but you got to be patient if you're going to get a coach to try to bring in a bunch of those high school kids. Because if you're going to grow your program, it can't be, I need you to win right now. I need you to develop right now.
That's a good point. All right, we'll come back, wrap it up, put it in Evan right here on Ball Don't Lie on 104.9 The Horn. Hey, what's up, folks? Lifetime Longhorn Rod Davis here. Let me tell you about Apple Leasing. We all know that time is money. My friends at Apple Leasing, they understand this. They want to save you both. They want to save your time and money, but also find value for you. That's what Apple Leasing does really well. They have the ability to put you in any make or model vehicle that you want. The professionals over at Apple Leasing can help you get the price you want, the payment you want on the car that you want. And all it takes is one phone call or a click on Apple Leasing's website, and you'll get a quote on any make or model vehicle that you want. They can even give you an estimate on the value of your trade-in right over the phone. They have a simple interest, easy lease that makes everything, well, simple. It gives you a lot of flexibility, which is going to give you more possibilities and options to help you find the vehicle that fits you best, but more importantly, the vehicle that fits your budget best. So give them a call today, 512-346-9977, and let them see how much money they can save you. Give them a call, 512-346-9977, or visit appleleasing.com. That's appleleasing.com. All right, welcome back to Ball Don't Lie right here on 104.9 The Horn. Getting ready to wrap it up and put it in the oven. Before we do that, we'll let you know what's on tap. If you miss any part of any of the shows, please go to hornfm.com. You can catch up with them on the podcast page. What you got coming up on tap, Harch?
I am going to watch this football game, and I'm going to spend some time with the fam because I ain't seen them in a while. So I'm going to go home and hang out with them for a little bit.
That is a beautiful thing. Patrick, what you got on tap? You got Instant Series?
Instant Series tonight at 8. Right. I'll try not to lose my voice completely while we do the show.
Then we got Soccer Matters coming up next.
Soccer Matters comes up at 7.
Boom.
Instant Series at 8.
Beautiful thing. All right, I'm going home. I'm going to watch the Monday Night Football game tonight, and also I'm going to watch Baylor again, and I'm going to track. I'm going to have a lot of great stats for you guys coming up this week for all of my advanced analytics and evaluations. I'm doing my last game tonight, watching and tracking Baylor, and I'll have that for you coming up tomorrow.
And shout out to the Texas men's basketball team being ranked number 2 in the AP poll today. They play Creighton this week, Thursday night.
That's going to be sexy.
Big game.
Yeah, I think I might go to that one.
Hello.
The Ball Don't Lie might be represented there. We might have to check that out.
I'll be there.
Yeah. We're always represented because of Patrick. Remember, the revolution will not be televised. Talk about it right here on Ball Don't Lie. We love you guys. We mean that. Take care of yourselves, but more importantly, take care of each other. Peace.